Tu n'as pas du tout pensé à moi.
Oui, c'est vrai, je passais par hasard, mais quand tu m'as appelé, ça, j'allais juste penser à toi, je te jure. Je passais par hasard, mais quand tu m'as appelé, ça, j'allais juste penser à toi, je te jure.
No, better. So like a dream. 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 Isn't it? No.
Welcome to the stream. Today we'll be flying Air France 181 to Charles de Gaulle via Singapore Changi Airport. We'll be stand, let me just check. Fox at 1. Charlie 25. Charlie 25. That is the official stand for Air France. That's what they usually park at. Also Turkish, sometimes. So let's get started, shall we? Air France. There's no ATC with us currently as of right now, which is not nice, but you know. I might just use Beyond ATC. 'Cause I did pay for it. It was an update. Let's hope it was a big update, you know. Because they're making a huge update beyond ATC. Oh, we have Ho Chi Minh control, which is nice. Let's get the aircraft started up. So our flight plan for today. Oh wow, conditions not so good. 14 knot crosswind and a headwind. Visibility is not bad, kilometer. Ah, the ceiling, this fog. Light rain. Sorry, not fog. It's not good. It's not good, so we're gonna have to have minimums are lower than that, so we're good. So we can expect a 0 to 7 departure. Also 3 alpha, 20. Pretty straightforward. And our OFP says our initial cruise, our initial altitude would be 280. So we're quite heavy today. So takeoff weight of this aircraft is 351,000 tons, and we are at 332, correction 22. So we have that happening.
Beyond ATC connected.
Oh whoa, 50 knot winds at right now? Yeah. Wow. You have 15 knot headwind. Holy. Alright. It's the lowest. Yeah, so we need to have full toga. Alpha. Hey, we can tell them to because boy.
Boarding requested.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback. Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Passengers boarding started.
Wow.
Locking gear.
172 V1. Whoa. walk around. Welcome aboard, welcome aboard. Why am I so short? I'm just joking, guys. I'm just joking. Boarding completed. Thank you, ma'am. Why is she have her tongue out? It's not very nice. Did they treat you that in the 14 weeks of schooling for being a stewardess? Hope not. Alright, boarding completed, so we can just disconnect the bridge and close out main left. 2 left. Huh? We're waiting on 1 passenger, bro. So who the hell is this 1 passenger? You're spending your money, your retirement money well, aren't you? Oh, look at this crooked nose. Bo, we haven't even taken off and you're both sleeping already. What are you? What's this guy so curious about? What's this guy so curious about, man? Curious George? Oh, he's sitting with his wife. Oh, that's so nice. Our boarding is completed. Alright, let's get our clearance. I need to 3 Alpha departure. Singapore delivery, good day. Air France 181 at Bay Charlie 25. Request IFR clearance to Charles de Gaulle, France, and with information Delta.
Air France 181 Heavy, Singapore delivery, expect runway 02 center, Aros 3 Alpha departure. Squawk VV234.
Roger, clear to Charles Gaulle via the Russell 3 Alpha departure on runway 02 center at real squawk 5234 for Air France 181. Thank you. On to 4 this one for Singapore Air France. Gases, contact ground.
Air France 181 Heavy, red back correct. Contact ground 121.7 when ready for push or start.
Contact Singapore ground on 125, contact Singapore ground on 121.725, so Air France 181, thank you.
Negative, ground on 121.7 to Fife.
Fifi. Contact Singapore ground on 121.725, thank you, Air France 181. Singapore ground, Air France 181, request push and start at Bay Charlie 25.
Air France 181 Heavy, Singapore ground, pushback approved. Face west.
What the hell, man? Face west for Air France 181, thank you. Bosh! So I'm guessing they're gonna just want us to...
You're very welcome.
Release back quick. Oh crap.
Commencing parking brakes. All engines clear. Start at will.
Oh, just really sad it will. Roger, we'll start engine 1 and then we can you can expect for engine 2 start. Right, go ahead. Roger. Oh crap. Forgot to make my call. Signal ground, Air France 181, pushing back, stand Charlie 25. We're gonna face south. And engine 1 start.
Singapore traffic, Qatar 942, vacated runway 0.
Engine 2 starting.
Set parking brakes.
Park brake set.
Waiting your confirmation for good engine start.
So before taxi checklist, NTIs, no need, recall. So we're going to be taxiing to 02 center, and stuff we need to look out for is hotspot. When entering uniform to Lima, I doubt that we're going to take that taxiway though. We're going to take Tango, oh, and also North Cross 2. Yeah, so we're going to be taxiing Victor 13. Alright, engine 2 successful start. We're going to disconnect our IPU and we'll let the ground crew know that. Good engine
Cockpit
start.
to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
So we're going to be taxiing Victor 13. Victor 13, Victor 5.
Unlocking gear.
Romeo. Tango. So I got a call. Singapore traffic, Air France 181. We're going to be talking to 02 center via Victor 13, Victor 5, Victor Romeo Tango, and holding point Tango 12 for 02 center. Singapore traffic glass. Alright, what do you say? And we're gonna stop the clock. Give us a hand signal. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna taxi out straight. We're gonna take a right, not. No, so it's gonna be the second hand signal received. So we're gonna be flaps 5, take off flaps. And we'll do a flight control check. Roger. Full right rudder. Full left rudder. Up left, right aileron. Left aileron. Up elevator. Down elevator. We're checked. And spoilers. Spoilers are checked. That is real life traffic. Not real life, but like, you know what I mean, right? Going equipment is clear, so. For taxi checklist complete. Flaps are set. Roger, we release parking brake. And we'll do a brake check. Right is clear, left is clear. Brakes checked. Let's try doing a bit smoother next time. And lights are set. Good. Clock has been started. I just started on that side. And this is Victor 5, so. Right is clear, and front is clear. And left. What is my rudder doing? We're going just 3 knots more than the approved. Right. I can't believe I forgot to do this. Q&H. Taxi on. We're on Victor right now. Flight recorder. Cabin's ready. So I heard from a very wise pilot, so like, you know, you're smack on the middle when the yellow line is straight on the inside of your right foot. Or was it left? No, it was right. Yeah. Taking right onto Romeo here. Right is clear, left is clear. smack on the middle on that turn. Wow. I might just have to rewatch that. Let's not just ruin our taxiing experience. Why is he going so slow? Dush, 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 dush. Singapore traffic, Air France 181, lining up on runway 02 center. Singapore traffic. So we're clear to line up. Approach is clear and the runway is not yet cleared because there's a Simon Air on the go. Singapore traffic, Air France 181, taking off runway 02 center, Singapore traffic. Alright. Park brake release. Checklist. Roger. Take off. Roger. Take off. 40%. 40% set. Airspeed.
Airspeed's alive.
Checked. We have a very long takeoff today.
80 knots.
Checked.
V1.
Rotate. Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. NAV, VNAV. Singapore traffic, Air France 181, clear of runway 02 center. Singapore traffic. Oh shoot, I should be doing the Air France delivery, not Singapore Airlines. Whatever. Alright, flaps up, speed check. A 1,000. Nice. And that's when we just switch our village to local standard level. Autopilot on. That was a nice departure. What people have to say about that. Alright, people are liking it, 2 views. Not bad. No! Why am I flagging? Alright, here comes a 13-hour flight. 36.
Linda's car. I wasn't supposed to post this video. I never even wanted to make this video. As I'm sure you know, Linda was one of the most popular food creators in the entire world with over 35 million followers. Her videos were fast-paced and youthful, really well edited, and always had her trademark raspy voice, which, if you didn't already know, was from her cancer. She passed away on January 1st, 2024. Losing your loved ones sucks. And in just the past year or so, I've already lost my amazing hamster Pesto, and then just before the holidays, we lost my family dog Leo, who was one of my best friends ever since I was a kid. And then it happened with me. And talking about it isn't fun or easy, but I'm gonna do it anyways. I've waited a few weeks to make this video in hopes that I'll get through it without crying. And it's gonna start by showing you a screenshot of the very first DM I sent Linda. But first, I need you to listen to me. Now that you've started this video, my only...
What a cheese pull. There was an Olympic cheese pull there. That mozzarella is perfect. We're making mini ice creams today. So miniature, so cute, and it's filled with chocolate too. I will be using my measuring spoons, specifically the half teaspoon. How lovely does that look? I love it. It's like an ice cream cone in one bite. Level 1, cappuccino. It comes with a little spoon. Pretty good.
Level 2 cappuccino. Nice.
Level 3, cappuccino. McDonald's knows what they're doing. Level 4, cappuccino. On the double.
Another one.
Man, that was good coffee.
Level 5 cappuccino. That is incredible.
It tastes as good as it looks. Level 1, cappuccino.
Hey guys, today I'll be showing you guys how to program the
Why is
FMC
it
in the
always like
A350.
this little kid,
Now, before you even launch X, you want to click yes.
Wagyu is the most prized beef on the entire planet. And today we're gonna do something that, to my knowledge, nobody has ever done. We're gonna cook an entire Wagyu cow. But the real challenge here is finding that much Wagyu, and fortunately, I know just the right guy.
Guga! What's going on, everybody? What's up, Nick?
Guga here knows more about beef and Wagyu than anybody I've ever met.
I actually cook quite a few.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 people have done it, man. You're not the only one.
Wagyu is the most prized beef on the entire planet. And today we're gonna do something that, to my knowledge, nobody has ever done. We're gonna cook an entire Wagyu cow to taste as many pieces as we possibly can.
Which one are you mostly excited about? Oh,
Cut the cam, cut the cam. And Guga, after we try all these pieces, I want to sit down with you and talk about what we tasted today and kind of rank them out to tell people what our favorite parts of this Wagyu cow are, because I don't think anyone else has gotten to experience what you and I are about to try.
absolutely. I can't wait to try them all at the same time so we can rank which one is better. Let's get cooking. All right, let's go. We got a lot of work to do, everybody.
So let's pick out all the pieces we want to start cooking.
Okay.
So what's going to take the longest here? What do we
Brisket, and we're definitely cooking the brisket.
Okay.
That's a no-brainer.
All right, so I'm going to smack this on the tray. That's going to take the most time. How long does that take?
That one's going to take about 12 hours.
Oh, dear Lord. Okay. Okay. I actually personally really want to try the cheeks. So we
Cheeks.
try those.
Yep, let's go.
Cook those up.
Definitely.
Bone marrow, amazing.
A must.
We
a
need
must.
to talk about it to people and how good it is.
Yeah,
How was the
absolutely.
bread?
One of my nephew's favorite thing, Angel, he loves this thing as well.
Let's take the bone marrow.
Definitely picanha. We have to cook the
Oh,
picanha.
I know you're
Yeah,
kind of. You
absolutely.
okay over
It's
there?
raining at
No?
Singapore.
I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
I don't really know if I want to do the intestines, at least not to start.
All right, yeah. If we have enough time, let's cook it too.
Do we have enough time to cook the oxtail?
Definitely. Put it in here.
Putting
Absolutely.
some of those on?
Yes.
I love
100%.
this. Okay, let's
Oh my
try.
God, it's getting heavy, Nick.
Oh God, Guga, it's your workout for today. You told me you've been training. Guga actually used to be a Taekwondo master, so he can definitely hold this tray. I'm not the one that should
There's
hold
nothing.
this tray.
I'm just
Yeah,
joking
I know,
around.
I know.
Yeah,
You beat the
exactly.
heck out of anybody. All right, what else are you cooking?
Absolutely. Tenderloin. Come on, we gotta have tenderloin.
This is where filet mignon comes from.
Exactly.
Most people don't know that, but this is where it comes from. This big old piece right here. Right?
Yep. Nick, come on, bro.
And last but not least, wait, where did this go? Seriously?
Let's go.
Let's go. Start grabbing.
You grab that.
I'm gonna go with the big old tenderloin.
Yeah,
okay?
and I'm gonna go with the brisket. Oh,
This
man.
thing is just a whopper.
I know, it's a thick piece of meat right
Okay.
there. All right, so let's begin.
This is probably one of the craziest meat experiences I've ever had in my life.
It's gonna be very, very nice piece of
Again,
meat.
this is nice. This isn't too hard. I gave you the cup job.
Yeah, this one is
You
no
got
zero
the cup job.
A4, I think.
So the brisket's already done.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's what I like to do. This part is the fattiest one, so I take out the whole external fat because the intramuscular fat has too much already. This one here, we're gonna leave it because it's the leaner part.
We want this thing to cut open and just be juicy.
This is gonna be the waterfall of Wagyu right here
This
when we
thing's
cut it
just
open.
gonna squirt.
Exactly.
Okay, I love that.
That's it.
We're moving right now.
We're going. We're no joke. So picanha, to keep it traditional, I only season with salt, nothing else. No garlic powder, no black pepper, nothing. This is going to be the best piece of meat you ever eaten. I'm telling you right now.
Excited.
Bro, what are you doing? You're salt, baby, son?
I am so. And this right here is oxtail, and if you look really, really closely, you can see that little middle piece that was part of that tail. So we're gonna braise these.
Absolutely.
And it's gonna take a little while.
We
just
can
like
either
the
braise it or we can pressure cook it like you said.
Okay, perfect.
It all depends on time. It's good. It's good.
If you haven't noticed yet, these right here are not actual cow balls. Unfortunately, it was just too last minute.
That's right. We didn't have enough time to get the real deal. But this is much better. This is a Japanese Wagyu A5 filet mignon, as good as it gets.
These are the nicest balls you are ever going to
Yeah,
get.
way better than any balls.
Vinny, did you just point down your phone? Is that what you just...
Be fine.
So we have finally prepped everything out. Google, the rest of the pieces that we had on the table, we don't have to do any prep for. So those are all ready.
He's fired.
And all this here is going to be cooked in a completely different way.
Every single one of
Which
them.
I'm so excited for.
This one is broiled, this one is barbecue. We're gonna cook this one on the grill. We're gonna actually braise this one right here. This is gonna be straight up butter basting.
Everything is different.
Everything's different.
I love it. All right, you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
We got a lot of work to do.
All right, time for the brisket, because this is what's going to take at least 12 hours.
This is the longest
You ready?
right here. Yeah, we're gonna cook this.
baby in.
We're
Look
first.
at that grill.
We're first gonna smoke this beautiful brisket here, just
Yeah,
to get a
okay.
nice smoky flavor. That's it.
That's it?
That's it. Nice
Oh
smoky
my
flavor.
God, this thing is hot as hell.
It is.
Oh, okay, we got the brisket in the smoker. Next up, because we're cooking all of these in different ways, is
Oxtail.
pressure cooking.
Yes.
Pressure cooking.
I love pressure cookers, man. Such a saving of time. You don't have to do anything as well. Just add
And then
everything
we cover
and
up
then
the pressure cooker, and how long?
About an hour.
All right, now it's time to braise. This is our third different cooking method we're starting today. Pretty
Absolutely.
cool, right?
Beef cheeks.
Beef cheeks. So we're braising these because we have to let these break down.
Yeah, absolutely. Because
Right.
if not, it won't be good.
Okay. So Guga's got a bunch of other meats already cooking outside, and now we have number 4, sous vide.
Exactly.
And I have to say, sous vide is one of my favorite ways to cook meat.
Isn't it? It's perfect.
It's gonna be juicier than Manny.
And of course,
Oh,
you juicy, Manny?
I love Guga. He gets me.
I'm gonna be sous vide them at 135 degrees Fahrenheit for 2 hours. We got a lot going on. We got Nick back there with the steak going. I mean, we're going nuts over here, everybody. We're cooking every single thing like crazy.
It looks like some of our first meat is finishing cooking, and we got the pressure cooker. Oh, that's not bad at all.
No.
Cut the camera.
Adjust vertical speed.
Time to open it up, and let's
Oh
see.
my God. Take a look at that. Absolutely.
It's falling off the bone.
Exactly.
Oh my. Look at this. I'm not even touching it.
That's what we want.
Are you kidding me right now? That is the bone. I put in 0 effort just now with a fork, and the bone came right off.
Seriously, look at that.
It's time for a little check-in on our brisket here. How do we think?
We're looking good, Nick.
Woo!
I would say another 3 hours, then we wrap it.
How long would it take if we stuck the command in here? All right, now it's time to cook these fillets, right?
Correct.
You ready?
Yeah, we're gonna go to cast iron.
Woo! Guga, I want to see your butter-based technique now. Go. Let's see it. One of our favorite things to do when you finish cooking meat is pour that butter right over the top. You let it sit in all the aromatics, the butter, sit the garlic and the rosemary on top of it as well, the thyme, everything there, right?
It's what I like to call heaven on earth right here.
Heaven on earth, let it soak in. I think it's time for us to cut into this bad boy, huh?
Going on, we got Nick back.
Because we have to let these break down.
Yeah, absolutely, because
Right.
if not, it won't be good.
Okay. So Guga's got a bunch of other meats already cooking outside, and now we have number 4, sous vide.
Exactly.
And I have to say, sous vide is one of my favorite. Oh,
You're juicy degrees Fahrenheit for 2 hours. We got a lot going on. We got Nick back there with a petite steak going. I mean, we're going nuts over here, everybody. We're cooking every single thing like crazy.
it looks like some of our first meat is finishing cooking, and we got the pressure cooker. Oh, that's not bad at all.
No.
Cut the camera. Time to open it up, and let's see.
Oh my God.
Woo!
Take a look at that.
Can I take one out?
Absolutely.
It's falling off the bone.
Exactly.
Oh my. Look at this. I'm not even touching it.
That's what we want.
Are you kidding me right now? That is the bone. I put in 0 effort just now with a fork, and the bone came right off.
Seriously, look at that.
It's time for a little check-in on our brisket here. How do we think?
We're looking good, Nick.
Woo!
I would say another 3 hours, then we wrap it.
How long would it take if we stuck the command in here? All right, now it's time to cook these fillets, right?
Correct.
You ready?
Yeah, we're gonna go to cast iron.
Woo! Guga, I want to see your butter-based technique now. Go. Let's see it. One of our favorite things to do when you finish cooking meat is pour that butter right over the top. You let it sit in all the aromatics, the butter, sit the garlic and the rosemary on top of it as well, the thyme, everything there, right?
It's what I like to call heaven on earth right here.
Heaven on earth, let it soak in. I think it's time for us to cut into this bad boy, huh?
I agree, I can't wait any
Our
longer.
second cut of meat. Oh, does it
Look at the juices. Absolutely perfect.
It's time for the brisket, yeah? We gotta check on it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's ready. Oh, I think we got plenty of smoke already. I want you to take a look at this now.
Hit me, baby. Hit me. Drop it on me. Oh, baby.
I'll explain. It's jiggly, man. All right, very good. Let's focus over here, everybody. So,
come on. You said let's
seriously?
focus.
Seriously?
Turn your ringtone off.
Take it out of my pocket. Take it out of my pocket.
Why? Where's flashing?
Stop it. We're gonna wrap this actually quite a few times.
So based on weight, this now goes back in the oven until tender?
Until tender, until we can poke on it and there's zero resistance. That's when it's ready. Now it's time to open the cheeks.
Whose cheeks?
Yeah, yours.
So these have been going for a while and these are braised.
Yes, correct. Extremely tender, very fatty.
Oh my God. These look so good.
Look at it.
It's gonna make me cry. Oh, pull open the cheeks.
Look at that. Oh, this is one of my favorites.
Give him the title of the meat wizard.
Meat wizard it is.
Right up there.
All
meat
right,
wizard.
let's go.
It's been 2 hours on the picanha.
Yep, now we gotta take them out.
Woo. Sous vide, baby. Look at the juice. Let's go flamethrower them.
Absolutely.
The picanha has a beautiful crust. It's golden brown. Slice it up.
Let's slice it up right now.
I just want to hold this up for a second and show you how perfectly cooked this is and also how it's dripping and glistening. This is perfection. I think you deserve it.
Thank you, I do.
Actually, you know.
What the hell?
Oh. Allow me, Google. No, I'm not going to take it away.
Come on, man.
Allow me. This is what Salt Bay does.
Yes, correct.
That guy. Oh my God, I was thinking, what the?
That was so good. Now we're gonna cook the filet mignon A5. Now instead of using regular fat, I recommend using Japanese Wagyu A5 fat.
Let's do it. If you remember earlier in the video, we had these presented as something different. It's the best part of what we're gonna eat today, potentially.
And the most expensive.
Is it really?
Absolutely, by far.
You gotta protect the
pound per pound.
It's already time to flip.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
Was only like
look
again,
at that.
40 seconds.
Because there's so much good fat in there. That's what we're looking for.
I look at this piece of meat right here and I think perfect.
Absolutely, I agree 100%. Nice golden brown. Look at that.
Guys, slice in right against the grain. Make sure we get a few nice cuts. I don't think meat can get any better than this, Guga. What do you think?
100% agree. The brisket is out of the oven. Now we're just gonna let it rest, but by doing that, we have to wrap it really tight.
In a towel?
This is the real deal. Why are you making fun of it?
It's so cute. No, I love that. Let's give it 2 hours. Come
2 hours.
Everybody, I know this is taking quite some time, but this is our last thing we're gonna be cooking today in a different style to show you.
So for this last style, we're gonna broil on high for 10 minutes. Check out all that beef butter, everybody. This is beef butter. Look at that. Use it just like regular butter.
The moment we have all been waiting for.
Exactly.
The brisket.
All right, let's unwrap
go.
this thing. Took a while. Here, you take the bottom out. Look how juicy it is.
Oh
Look
my
at this.
God, what?
It's wet. Wet.
We've wrapped it a million times.
I know.
Oh, it's soaked. It's not wet, it is soaked.
Yep.
And now for the big reveal. Google, that's one of the best smells I've ever experienced.
Oh.
Look at all the juice. Watch out.
Oh, it's falling. We don't want to lose that.
So I could easily just come in right now with a syringe and just fill this thing up with juice.
Oh yeah, you better get 20 of those.
Look at this.
Absolutely.
Oh! I squirted on Guga.
What's up with that, Nick? Your syringe is not enough, Nick. Look at this.
Oh my gosh. So it's time to move the brisket over to the board.
Wow. And she wiggles.
She's thick.
She's thick, boy.
Oh my God.
Hey, you're cheating. I know, right? Wow, that's how you know you cooked it right. She's wiggling real good.
What's that line in the
All right,
middle?
Luca.
What?
That was a marathon, Nick.
We finally get to sit down.
Yeah, and enjoy our labor over here. Which one you want to try first? I'm excited.
Oh my God. First of all, can I just say that that is one of the most tiring days of cooking I have ever had.
That was a marathon for real.
And I've worked in 3 restaurants now, and it's crazy in a restaurant. This was maybe worse.
It was even crazier, right?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, we cooked the whole cow, man.
We cooked the whole cow. We have all our favorite cuts in front of us.
Yeah, a lot of them we just ran through it because we couldn't put everything. It's gonna take too long to
You
video.
did not want to watch us cook an entire cow.
Yeah, exactly. It would take too long.
But we did.
Yeah.
And cheers.
Cheers. I already know which one is my favorite, so it's up to you.
Okay, okay. Let's try the oxtail first.
Let's go.
Very tender.
Super tender.
Extremely.
Ready?
Oh.
Cheers. Butter. Come on. That's delicious.
It reminds me a little bit of a brisket in texture. It's got, I don't know, it pulls apart a little bit.
And
really
the fattiness
fatty.
is the stickiness is delicious.
Tons of collagen, almost like you're eating a lamb shank.
Exactly.
Really, really good. All right, let's jump over to this.
Oh, let's go to here. You ready for this?
Baby, yeah.
Japanese. Well, you call this one something else,
These were
right?
the balls.
Really?
Ready?
A5 Wagyu.
Oh my God. You don't have to chew. In fact, you don't need heat.
You don't. Exactly.
When I'm 95 years old, that's gonna be what's in my fridge.
You're just gonna eat this one?
I'm gonna cook a steak. I'm gonna chew with my gums.
There's a good reason why I call this one the god of steaks.
Is that what you call it?
Yep. Absolutely.
Fatty as can be.
Yeah.
We're not eating giant pieces because this is a lot of meat and we've been picking throughout the day, let's be honest.
Yeah, come on.
All right.
Okay, this one right here.
What is this?
This one is butter basting tenderloin. The butter makes such a huge
I feel
difference.
like it keeps getting better through the...
The butter just makes it so much better with a little bit of garlic and thyme. Delicious.
Good, better, even better. Let's keep going.
Oh boy.
Let me just say that I have never seen anything juicier in my entire life when it comes to food that's not supposed to be juicy. You think of watermelon, yeah, it's gonna be juicy. But brisket, of course it's gonna be supposed to be juicy. This is like
I told you it was gonna be a waterfall.
This exceeded my expectations by far. Okay. I was kind of joking that I said it was gonna get better and better and better. I could leave right now and
nothing else is gonna get better than this, I promise you right now.
That's a top 3 bite of meat I have ever had in my life. That's insane.
10 out of 10 is very low for this. I'm telling you right now. This one is 100 out of 10.
The flavor, the texture,
the
everything.
smokiness, not too smoky, just perfectly smoked. That's important.
The juiciness.
The juice is out of this world.
I want to try the bone marrow.
Okay.
Can we do it?
Yeah.
Go right in, scoop it out. For those of you that haven't had bone marrow before, go to the market. You're going to see it on the shelf. You can buy bone marrow from a lot of normal markets.
Yeah, for sure. They have it everywhere nowadays, which is a good thing.
It's just beef butter.
Come on, everybody. This is amazing.
I'm going to have a heart attack.
Oh, yeah, probably.
What the heck, Luga? Can I live here?
Yeah, for sure.
What is this?
Picanha.
Picanha. We did try that already. We got a little sneaky with that one, but here, let's go again.
Come on.
What this kind of reminds me of is something that you could actually eat a good amount of. Sit down and have a steak. You can't sit down and have a steak of this stuff. You can't really do that with bone marrow, obviously.
Yeah.
You can't do that with oxtail. It's too rich. This, you can have a piece. You can cut into it. You can enjoy it.
Yeah, that's what churrasco is.
Churrasco. That would be a great full steak to have.
That's a meal. You're absolutely right.
If you haven't tried picanha, I would go check that out because I had it before. Chef's kiss.
Amazing.
Google, if I'm being totally honest right now, I can't eat any
Kind
more
of cringy,
meat.
right?
Yeah, me
serious?
too. Yeah.
It's something about meat that just fills you so much and so heavy.
And let's be honest, we've been tasting it as soon as we take a little bit of slice because it's too good. Come
The
on.
whole day.
Yeah.
Have you ever cooked for the holidays? You just realize that you sit down at the table and you're already full. Same
Exactly. Exactly.
Google, I think we should really quickly, after trying all this Wagyu from an entire Wagyu cow today, tell people what our favorite few things are. I'm gonna have you go first.
This one right here, I'll put it as number 3, even though it's one of my favorite steaks to eat, but it's very, very rich. Now, the picanha will definitely be number 1, so the number 2 will be the brisket. So, I am right here. 3, 2, 1.
Taking everything into consideration, my list is going to be actually very different from yours, which I think is cool.
Okay.
Because everyone has a different taste, and that's totally fine, right?
Yes.
Number 3, I am going to go with the filet mignon, the tenderloin. Fantastic.
Yeah.
I think there is something to be said about cooking it with that garlic and the thyme and the rosemary, that kind of stuff, with the butter, right? Doing that to it totally changes the game, so this may be a different answer if we didn't do that to this right here, but something about that all around is fantastic.
You cannot go wrong with butter, thyme, and garlic. It's perfect every time.
And anyone can go easily do that.
Yeah.
Number 2, I'm gonna have to jump to, I was gonna call it the balls, but it's not that.
So we agree on the second one then?
We absolutely agree on the second one. It is absolutely fantastic, except I don't agree with you on the first one.
Oh, which one is your favorite?
The first one, by far, this one absolutely.
I already know.
This one completely spanked me, unlike any way I could have thought it would, the brisket.
The brisket.
The brisket was insane. I just haven't had anything like that before.
I know. I agree with you 100%. See, this is the thing with this cut of meat. If you grow up eating it, you crave it, you know the taste. This will never be beaten for me.
I don't know what it was about the brisket. It's one of those things that there's a good amount of effort that goes into it, except not that much in a weird way, because you're letting it do most of the work itself. But it seems to require equipment that a lot of people won't have. It takes just kind of a level of skill and knowledge that most people haven't learned. And
yeah, it takes a little bit of skill to do this one perfectly, yeah.
But now I've at least been able to watch you and learn about it, understand it. So I love it.
Yeah, it's good.
I cannot believe that. I mean, that's like one of those things that I will remember being in this studio garage, I don't know what you call it, and trying that for the first time, and the second time, and the third time.
This one you will never forget, absolutely.
Guga, I cannot thank you enough for letting me not only come into your house, to your studio today, but also to take, I don't even want to say how much Wagyu.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Guga genuinely is one of the nicest guys you will ever meet, but also, perhaps more importantly to some, he's the king of all meats, king of all steaks.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
If you haven't seen Guga's channel before, which I'm sure many of you already have, definitely go out and check it out right now. There's a video of me on there that we posted pretty recently too.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, I think you and I can both go into hibernation for a little while.
I think so. Yeah, we did it good.
Happy cooking.
While I'm not 100% certain about this, that's probably not the landing they had planned out. Here's the entire video.
Now, this is speed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, coming from your left, 1,000 feet, G222 over Reparto Sperimentale Volo. In this steep approach on landing, the glide path is 30 degrees. The G222, 8 seconds for touchdown. Touchdown now.
Oh dear.
Well, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, there was a small problem there with the undercarriage of the G222.
Oh sure, when I do that type of approach, it's called an unstable approach, but when the military does it, it's called a combat landing. Jokes aside, this maneuver is something you should only see from military pilots. They get special training to do this type of landing, and is designed in high-risk areas where you want to stay high until the very last minute. You as a passenger, when you're arriving to a normal airport, on average, your typical path that the pilots are going to take is 3 degrees. There are some places it might be a little bit more shallow or a little bit more steep, but you might be at 2.75 degrees or 3.25 degrees, but it's very minor in comparison to what you saw in this video. And the reason is because when you're going into a combat area, you as a pilot or a passenger on a plane that's going into a combat zone are going to want to stay as high as possible for as long as possible, and then you're going to want to dive down, because when you're diving down, you're in the base, you're in the parameters
Okay, I
of the
don't
base,
think it's
so
going to be that steep.
it's going to be a lot more safe. And if you're flying in a normal glide path coming into a runway, there's a lot of people that will be able to shoot at you or shoot a missile at you or whatever. So that is the reason that these pilots do this special training. It's to stay as high and far away from potential risk before shooting at you, which on a typical airline flight you shouldn't be having. Something that is really important, and I don't know how long this runway is, but this right here gives us a clue. Anytime you see black with white lettering and a number on it, that is giving you a hint to how long the runway is. You will also see this at civilian airports. There's a lot of markings that you probably would be looking out the window and not realize that it actually means something, but that's what it is. Anytime you see that black with white lettering, that's letting you know you have that many thousand feet remaining to the end of the runway. So we're facing the opposite direction that they're landing, so I don't know how far back it goes, but I would guess that this runway is at least 9,000 feet, which is plenty of stopping distance for this aircraft. I can land a 747 pretty easily on 8,000 feet, so 9,000 feet is more than enough. Here's the problem with these pilots. It looks like where they touch down, they're way past the touchdown zone, which is the first third of the runway. And I think that's where the problem started. You've often heard me talk about never landing on the numbers, so the numbers are the very start of the runway. Sometimes people will do that in flight school where you want to land at the very start of the runway. It's really not that advantageous unless you have an extremely short runway. There's no reason to do that, because if you make a miscalculation and you don't land on the numbers and you land 50 or 100 feet early, you land on a bunch of lights or dirt or grass or hit the side of a mountain. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen if you don't make it to the runway. There was recently a case where some airline pilots did that going into Amsterdam. They came in and for some reason I don't think they were planning to land on the numbers, but they were maybe about to land on the numbers and they missed. They ended up taking out a bunch of lights at the very start of the runway and dragged a bunch of lights onto the runway. So the next plane that went to go take off saw all this debris on the runway, and eventually they investigated and found a plane had hit those lights before they landed and rolled out on the runway. And maybe they didn't know. If you're a long ways away from the area, you might just think, oh man, we just made it on the start of the runway, but they didn't. They hit a bunch of lights. So landing on the numbers is not great, and the other side of that is also not great, landing way down towards the end of the runway. Usually what you're aiming to do is land on these markers. We call them the 1,000-foot markers. There's these big, bold, white markers that are on the runway. You're aiming to land on those, but your touchdown zone is the first third of the runway, the first few thousand feet. Depends on the length of the runway the plane you're on, but roughly the first third of the runway is what you're aiming to land on from those 1,000-foot markers and before you get to the first third of the runway, just to give you an idea. But from what it looks like here in this video, they're landing way down towards the middle part of the runway. And if you notice right here, you can actually see the pilots push the nose of the plane over. Now you'll see that the plane was in landing configuration, and the reason that they do that, they put the gear out and they put the flaps out, isn't only so they're ready to land, but it's also to help slow the plane down, because you're staying really high as long as possible, and then you're going down really fast. So you start going down really fast, the plane obviously picks up speed. If it picks up speed, the wings want to fly. So it's a very gentle balance of going down, not speeding up, so that way you can get down on the runway and land and stop before the end of the runway. But if you come down or you come in too fast for whatever reason, you're going to float, which is kind of what was happening there. And that would be okay if they had landed or planned to land earlier down the runway, but because they were so far down the runway, you saw the pilot start to push the nose over to try to get the plane on the ground. And that's a huge problem. You see here as they're coming down, they actually start floating. Then the pilot pushes the nose, which makes the plane start to porpoise. They go back up in the air again, and that is very dangerous. Watch again as the nose hits first, then the mains, and they bounce back up in the air again, and that's probably where they should have initiated the go-around. That is a really tricky situation to save, and that pilot actually did a great job saving that. When I was in flight school, I had this type of landing where I hit the nose first, and then the mains, and bounce back up in the air, and I think most every pilot who's been through flight school has done this. maybe not as much as I did
They
it,
want
but
to
I
just
did
put
it
the
several
plane
times,
down.
and my instructor used to tell me, if you get in this situation, just do a go around. Don't try to save it. You can save it by adding some power and pulling some power, and then you have to redo the landing, which is what they did here, and they actually saved it and stopped and landed. So that pilot did a good job saving it. The problem is that you saw it bounce once off the nose, then the second time on the nose. I don't know where the break happened on that nose strut, but that is a terrible situation to be in, and so that's why pilots, if they are ever going to land on their nose for whatever reason, they do a go around, and if you ever bounce and you start to see a pilot try to push the nose over, which has happened before, and I've talked about it in other videos, on larger aircraft, it can smash them. Now the reason I didn't smash into planes that I was doing it in was because my plane weighed like 1,000 pounds or maybe 2,000 pounds. I don't remember how much those planes weighed. And so it's not a lot of weight smashing in on them, and they're designed to take an extreme amount of beating because they know that's what people are learning to fly on, and new pilots just smash airplanes to bits as we go around. The risk when you're doing it on a small propeller plane like what you're learning on is that porpoise, as you saw, it kind of got worse the second time. It can get really bad if you don't make a decision to do a go around and you get down such a steep angle when you go down and hit the nose that the prop hits the ground. Prop strike. You never want to have that. That's how you get a nickname, and I've talked about you never want to get a nickname in aviation because it's never for something cool. So you see this first one, it hits, they bounce back up in the air, and the second one looks even worse. If they didn't recover, the third one would have been even worse, and they could have snapped the nose right there on the third one, but they saved it. However, I believe this nose gear already had a crack in it, and so when they put the weight of stomping on it, it just collapses. All the momentum of that plane starts to shift forward as you try to really stomp on the brakes. All that weight goes forward and goes onto that nose, so if there's any fracture or anything on that nose, it's just not going to be able to hold. The nose is not designed to take any impact like that. That's why they always teach you to fly the nose of the plane onto the ground. If you were to do something like that, you have the risk of the nose collapsing, exactly like you saw there. I suspect what happened here is the pilots started their dive too late. By starting their dive too late, the pilots were already a long ways down the runway when they rolled out from their dive to try to get onto the runway. There have been times in my life as a pilot where I have made a landing work even though I shouldn't have done it. And I don't know what it is about the mentality of a pilot, is they'll see a situation and they'll think, I can save this, watch this. So there have been times where I have done that.
Literally
and I
me,
thought,
every single
I
hard
got
landing.
this. And I landed and it was fine, even though afterwards you'll talk to the other pilot and you think, maybe we should have done a go around. I don't know why it is that pilots will sometimes try to save it, which is what you saw here. They tried to save it, but it was too far gone. They were going to be going and landing too far down the runway, and if he had done everything perfectly, rolled out perfectly, not floated, or had just not pushed the nose over as hard as they did, and just got those mains on, they could have braked and stopped in time. The problem is that by pushing the nose over, they collapse that nose to you. You really have to gain some experience of knowing when you can save something, when you just need to let it go. And fortunately, that just takes experience. Until you see enough different situations, then you'll know, hey, that's a savable one, that's not savable, we need to go around and do it again. I'm guessing because they're at an air show, they're trying to demonstrate their skills, they're thinking, yes, we can save it.
This should have been
and
a
it
go.
was, I think, savable if they had just not pushed the nose over. You see here, if they had just taken this float and just waited another second or two, the mains would have came down and touched. Unfortunately, what happens in that situation, and that has happened to me as
Should
well,
have touched
even on the
down,
747, one of the first
But-
landings that I did after I got off from training, it was windy,
still 20 feet
I
up.
kept the power in maybe a little bit too much, and we started to float down the runway. And the captain said, better get this on the ground. Now, I knew better than to nose it over and push the nose on there, but you're up there, you're floating, and what's the only thing you can do? You have the power all the way out, you're just floating, and you're just chewing up runway really fast. Now, obviously, you think, get the nose down, and what you can kind of do is jerk the plane's nose a little bit, just to kind of get it to slide down a little bit. That's really the only thing you can do. If the power's already out, you're just gonna have to wait it out. Had they just waited it out, they would have been fine.
He knows what's up. Look at that sweat. What's this? What is that? How cold is it over there? My god. Tail strike? Nope. Too high rate of ascent.
So this is obviously fuel that's coming out the wing there.
Oh,
and
that's
the fuel
fuel.
systems on aircraft can get relatively complicated, but this is a pretty simple one to explain. I'm pretty sure this
Fuel
is what
jet
it is.
system.
Here's a picture that I found online of the 727 fuel system. And you can see here on the wingtips, that is where the fuel is coming out during this video. I never flew the 727, and to be honest with you, I'm too lazy to go research the entire fuel system to be 100% certain about this, but here's the thing that you need to know about fuel systems for aircraft. They need to have a positive and a negative pressure. And the reason is think about like when you're drinking out of a water bottle. If you just keep drinking and drinking out of that water bottle and don't let air get into that water bottle, what happens? It ends up collapsing in on you, right? And then on the other side of that, if you are putting a soda can in the freezer and let it freeze, the temperature is going to create, in that case, the soda to expand. If it expands, it needs to have somewhere to go, but there's nowhere to go because it's a closed-off can, and then that thing deforms, your soda deforms inside that can, right? So it needs to have a place to let air get in and let air get out. And otherwise, you're going to have a wing that's going to get crumpled and deformed. And that obviously be a problem because the fuel tank's being in the wing, you now have a crumpled or deformed wing, and you don't want that. Now, a friend of mine whose dad was a Pan Am 747 pilot way back in the day used to tell me that what they used to do when they would fill the 747 is they would hook it up, and they'd put these containers below where you saw that fuel coming out on the 727. They'd put some containers there, and they would just keep pumping fuel until the fuel came out there, and that's how they knew that the plane was topped off, because the gauges were not nearly as accurate as ours are now. Fuel was cheap. They didn't care about carrying extra gas, so that was how they knew they were topped off. They just dump in those containers, and then they were like, great, we're full, now we can go, which to me is wild, but you know, back in the day, why not? The person who said this to me, they asked, why is the fuel coming out of one wing and not the other? Since the plane is turning to the right and possibly turning twice to the right, I can't see the turn right before that, the fuel is going to be spilling in that left wing vent surge tank, and then when it keeps spinning, that surge tank is just going to let everything in there go. I'm not 100% sure, but my guess is once it hits that surge tank, it is going to be going out and not coming back or being used again. Now, you as a pilot, if you're taking the runway, are not going to know about that back there. My guess is those pilots had no idea that that was even going on, and once they got up in the air, someone maybe had told them or reported it, but it doesn't really matter. They would have understood the fuel systems a lot better than I do to know that it would have been something that would leaked into the surge tank and blew out. It would have checked the fuel while they were flying to make sure everything was balanced, and that little bit of fuel is not really going to be a major impact when you're doing a long flight. If you're going for a few hours, that couple gallons of gas that spilled out is going to be a big deal. Now, that fuel that we have on aircraft like this is mostly kerosene. A lot of that is going to dissipate before it even hits the ground. It's very different from the fuel you will put in your car. So while you do see a lot going in there, you'll notice when it's taking off, it's kind of just dissipating a lot quicker than you might see from normal gasoline that you put in your car. And that's because the fuel that we put in jet engines is a lot closer to kerosene. So it's not likely to create the same impact of, let's say, a regular gas. If you're spraying gas all over the place, this is going to dissipate a lot quicker, and that's why when we dump fuel in an emergency situation, it's not just raining gasoline all over the houses below, because it just breaks apart before it ever gets there. If you enjoyed this video, check out this one over here. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep it loose.
Today we're doing a passenger charter. We're going from San Francisco to Japan. It's a different type of passenger plane than you've probably ever seen before. Come check this thing out. Some of you are probably wondering who it is that I'm taking on this flight. Obviously I can't tell you that, but I know some of the internet sleuths out there will do your research and figure out who was in San Francisco and who needed to go to Tokyo for a couple days.
That Taylor Swift.
Flight attendants are already on the aircraft. There's a lot more preparation that goes into these types of flights than when you're doing normal cargo freighter. I'm on my way. I stayed at a different hotel from the rest of the crew because I got in earlier than them. So I'm in downtown San Francisco, and they're right by the airports. So I got a few day layover there in Tokyo. and headed right back here to San Francisco.
Usually we use a plane like this for sports teams. As you can see, there is a lot of first class and business class seats on here, so there's a lot of room to move around.
All right, so this is what it's like showing up.
And while I don't do a lot of these flights, it's really fun to be part of a historical event like this. Kind of makes me feel like the Forrest Gump of aviation.
Now it's time to go to work.
To get to the plane, I actually had to get a special escort. I'm arriving independently, separate from the rest of the crew, but this is the entrance that a lot of wealthy people who have private jets would take in order to get to their aircraft. Before everybody arrived, I was actually trying to figure out what I was going to eat, assuming there was going to be some leftover meals, which I was really hoping for.
Morning, clearance, Giant 8957. Request runway 28 right for departure, just for performance purposes.
Giant 8957 heavy, traffic holding runways 1, traffic 3.5 out behind you, the wind 26010, runway 28 right, third takeoff.
Zero, takeoff, Giant 8957.
And this is going to be our route of flight today, and as you can see, we're flying on a lot lower route, and that's to stay out of Mr. Putin's airspace. Thankfully, I did get to eat 2 meals and 2 desserts while we fought these hard headwinds all the way over to Japan. But sadly, not everything always goes as planned.
Breaking news right now out of Japan.
The former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe.
Unfortunately, Prime Minister Abe, who is the former Prime Minister of Japan, he was assassinated a few months ago. They're doing a service for him. So there's all kinds of people flying into Haneda, so they had nowhere for a plane to park. So I flew into the north side of Tokyo, Narita, which is a place I fly into a lot, and the planes here. All the flight attendants I was with, they all ended up jumping on a bus and heading into Haneda, and they got like a 4 or 5 day layover in downtown Tokyo, which I originally was supposed to have. Then I got a couple days here, then I have to fly our plane down to Haneda, and then I got, I think, a day and a half there, and then that's it. We fly back to San Francisco. Been up for like 20 hours or so, so I'm gonna get some sleep now and see how the rest of this trip goes.
Just woke up at 6:30 in the morning, and without a shred of doubt, I definitely want to have this in a house that I live in. I don't know why I love these things so much, but these are so cool.
So yesterday I was up for like 20 hours or something, and jet lag for me, sometimes you can just tough it out, but for me usually I just treat it like when I was 16. I just sleep until I feel okay and hope that it works out. Today it worked out. I woke up at like 5 in the morning. I'm gonna go for a quick run and then do a quick workout because I ate both of the cakes that were on my dinner plate, which I don't normally do, but the food was so good, so I had to eat it. So I'm gonna go get a quick workout, get a quick run in, and go I'll probably just do some push-ups and pull-ups and stuff.
It does not run, I can tell.
So right behind me is this temple that's in Narita. The Japanese people are really super respectful towards you. I try to be really respectful back to them as much as I can and do things like, if I'm not sure, I'd just rather err on the side of not being rude, being the rude, sweaty white boy walking around the religious temple. So now I gotta get back, get a shower, and try to get some breakfast.
6:40, I just woke up. I gotta do this short flight over to Haneda now, but before that I gotta obviously shave off the beard and get uniform ready. And just like that, we're ready to go flying. Probably one of the shortest flights you're ever gonna see at 747 do. It's not the shortest flight I've ever done, but it's pretty close. It's too bad these computers don't let you feel the temperature because it is like a gorgeous day out here to go fly. It's cool, it's a quick flight out there, 50-minute flight. Like 2 hours of prep time, but you know, that's the way it goes.
The prep time for us is about the same whether we're doing a 10-hour flight or a 20-minute flight, and I know that sounds really strange.
Definitely a lot of work for 25-minute long flight. At the regionals, that was normal. When you're flying this girl here, it's a lot of work.
This is a new captain from the previous flight, and I'm going to expire on landing, so that's why I'm going to get to fly it. I'm loading up everything in our computer here, which we refer to as the box.
We actually write down this number here, and then we put it right in there. It actually populates our entire extremely short flight plan that we're going to be doing.
And because I'm flying a passenger aircraft, there are a lot of leftover snacks.
which is really my kryptonite. Right now they have it scheduled for 50 minutes because they have us going out so far and then coming back in. Obviously, Haneda is one of the major airports here in Japan. During this quick flight, my hands were really full since I was the one flying, but I did see this really cool stop sign here so you don't have any type of incident on the runway. There you go. Total flight time, only 25 minutes at a 747. Now I gotta get to the hotel quickly so I can go explore downtown Tokyo.
Tokyo!
So I just got here into my room. I don't really have a lot of time because I don't spend a lot of time in Tokyo. This hotel though, so nice. Okay, you know I'm easily entertained, but this is cool. I've never seen this at any hotel.
What? Oh no,
Come on,
not in my
that's
life.
cool.
But it opens by itself, that's kind of cool.
I know I should really have a plan when I come out here and do this, but I'll be honest with you, when I have a short time like this, not a single person out here. Incredible. I usually just grab my stuff and then I head out. Look at this, you have a bunch of bicycles, none of them are chained up. I start wandering down the streets, exploring the mean streets of Tokyo. I'm honestly just impressed at how clean Tokyo is. It's really nice. Of course, while I'm out, I had to grab a few pics for the gram. If there was a job where all you had to do is just walk around and explore different cities around the world, that's a job for me. At this cool mall here, and the statue, just, I don't know, I enjoy it. There's so much history here in Tokyo. You have this old restaurant, old style building here, and then you have new modern stuff over here. Of course, I went out to go grab sushi. I just pointed to a few things, and this is what came out. I really have no idea how much that is, but I hope it's not too much. Then tomorrow, back to the bay. All right, everything's ready to go on my end. About to head downstairs and meet up with the other pilots. The flight attendants have actually already gotten to the plane, I guess, by now. They leave an hour before some of the VIP charters. They have a lot of preparation stuff to do to make sure all the food, all the catering, and all that stuff is ready for everybody when they show up. So we're about to head out, back to the good old US of A. Well, after a little bit of a mess, clearing customs, we're finally going through. They got confused about us getting out of Haneda. Anyways, off we go. It's already nighttime. Last day in Tokyo. While I watch the passengers get onto the plane, we already have everything ready to get back. I'm hoping those strong headwinds that were making our flight to Japan really slow are going to be tailwinds so we can get everybody home quickly. Everything went well. Successful flight. We got into San Francisco. All in all, it was one of the first VIP charters I got to do. Really fun, great experience, amazing food. Ate a lot, probably gained a few pounds. So I'm gonna try to stay up for a few more hours so I can get back on US time. I got a commercial flight tomorrow out to Miami. So if you like this video, check out one of these two over here. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blue side up. So I can get back on US time. I got a commercial flight tomorrow out to Miami. So. And we could go to center of the world, but instead we're going to Death Swing via an 18-minute death cable car. So that's where we're headed to now.
Alright, I just woke up. I'm in Quito in Ecuador. 36 hours or so, and we open these blinds. And I love these things. I love blinds. Oh no, not all the blinds. Oh, that's so bright. Holy crap, stop.
That's actually so funny.
In that country, they're super passionate about soccer. We're gonna go watch Ecuador for the World Cup. We got different people that are gonna come with us. Anyways, before all of that, the most important thing is obviously it's free breakfast. So we agreed last night that we would get out of here by 10 o'clock. It's already 9:15. I'm probably the last one to get up there. I'm gonna have to find out where the crew is. I'm gonna work downstairs. See you. Alright, so the rest of the crew's down here. I got more fruit, so I'm not sitting here while they eat. I'm gonna work downstairs. This is the upstairs option. I'm making some eggs for me right now. I got just a bunch of different fruits. These are plantains. They're like a fried banana. So I'm gonna watch some soccer here. It's Qatar, Senegal. We're losing. This is the view here. Isn't that beautiful? The city itself is around 7,000 to 8,000 feet in elevation. I'll watch this, and then I'm gonna have to.
Four still waits.
Qatar just scored. Good for them. Senegal, that's not an easy team.
And so we're gonna go meet up downstairs right now. I hate when people are late with our time constraints because we're gonna try to see both games. And right now I'm like 1 minute from being late. The Ecuador game as well as the US-England game. Obviously I won't miss that. The game's gonna start in about 30 minutes. So we're supposed to meet downstairs at 10:30, it's 10:29. I thought I was gonna be a late one, but it seems like it's 10. Vanessa is another 7-4 pilot. Her son is a 7-6 pilot with us. How far out is it? 10 minutes. It's gonna be tight. 10 minutes? Well, 10 minutes. We gotta get there. The game starts in 30. Okay, we're finally on our way. Our estimated time of arrival is showing we're gonna get there just a few minutes before the game actually starts. And if you've ever ridden in an Uber before, you know sometimes you have a driver who missed his calling to be a Formula One driver, and other times you have a driver that is super conservative, which I would rather have most of the time, but not right before a World Cup game is about to start. Okay, so the first place we went to was a total bust. Why do you have a flashlight? I don't know, these people bringing flashlights out in the middle of the day. Everybody's getting ready for the game, about to start. We gotta get in here. Is that guy gonna stand up there like that for the next 2 hours? We gotta pay to get a seat? All right, so this is the third place that we're going. We're like busting everywhere we go. We've got a bunch of people. This looks a lot better. Oh, no. All right, Netherlands just scored 5 minutes. That is a terrible start. Vanessa got into mom mode to find us some seats. But Vanessa got her son like a little... This is going on the video. There were some very close goals for Ecuador, like this one, and this one. It's probably their last chance to score of the first half. So much energy in here right now. Oh, they just took it back. They just said it wasn't a goal. People are super pissed.
Right to that pressure. Here's Plata, Estupinian, gets it on his favourite left side. It's a goal!
I could feel the relief from everybody in the room when it finally was 1-1. There's the game, 1-1. All right, so everybody's leaving right now. We are gonna head out. Vanessa wants to go to the swing of death. Swing.
I don't know, it's just the tallest swing.
But I thought you said death was involved in the name.
Death swing, yeah.
Yeah, death swing. We only have an hour between the end of this game from Ecuador and the US game. Vanessa told me the cable car was really close, and I thought it was only a couple minutes away. Looks like it's actually about 15 minutes from where we're supposed to be, which is not good because we have to get to the top of the cable car, which is about 18 minutes, and do the death swing. But traffic is not being very kind to us. This is the sign we were looking for, teleférico, and I'm not seeing teleférico de muerto, which is great news. Señor, muy amable. Hasta luego. So we got tickets. It's gonna be really cool when it's done. So I asked what there is to eat up there because I'm starting to get hungry. And then I asked her if there was something that we could watch the game at. She said she's not really sure. It's cold and they're not responsible if something happens. I passed my medical, so I think I'm good. I don't think this says cable car of death. It just says touch the sky up here. It looks like it's gonna be cool. You know, if you're not outside your comfort zone, then what are you doing? Eduardo is not really feeling the idea of the death cable. The mountains are so big. You always have to wonder when you get to a tourist attraction, there's no line. Why is there no line? It's all fun and games till it's not, and Kelsey's screaming in a cable car.
Oh my gosh.
Might be the end of the 7-4 gear channel.
Smile, Kelsey.
Oh, this is the fun stuff. My plane, if like the motor dies on it, you can glide somewhere. This, you're just falling. There's no... You're going to fall before you roll. While we fly up the mountain here, Vanessa and I are teasing Eduardo because he is not loving the view. Oh, this is pretty steep. It looks like there's like an avalanche right there. Is that what that looks like? Don't forget your water, Eduardo. Oh, there it is. This is the view. This feels like you're in an airplane. Look at this view, this is incredible. I went to take some pictures for the gram, But then the sun came out and I realized my UK ethnicity is not designed for the sun, so the hat went on, and then of course I had to put the glasses on so people would wonder, is that guy a pilot? What is it, 12,000, Vanessa?
Yeah, 12,036.
12,000. If you're a pilot, you need oxygen after 30 minutes.
Yep.
Oh, you know your rules. I don't know those rules. If my plane runs out of oxygen, I got other problems.
Exactly.
We're missing the England-US game, and apparently there's a cafeteria somewhere where we're supposed to be able to go up and see it. I don't know where it is though. There's really nobody up here, which is pretty cool. I think they're saying the cafeteria is up that way. We got to get moving. Where do we go? We go up this way? Apparently they have food up there, and I want to see the game. They're saying it's a 15-minute walk to get up there. You can see this view behind me. It's incredible. We're at 12,000 feet, so as you can imagine, the air's very thin up here. And now we're doing hiking. Oh my gosh. There's a lot more to go. I don't know what is going on back there with them, but it's crazy. It's so cool up here. Really quiet. Look at this. Man, this is so cool. This is just incredible. Holy crap. Look what we found. Llamas. For some reason I thought they'd be bigger. Photos don't count if you're IMC. Pilot jokes. I thought llamas are supposed to spit on people. Wow.
The joke photos don't count in IMC is basically instrument meteorological conditionings is IMC, and photos can't see because you can't see anything in those conditions. So photos just don't show anything.
That's Quito. That's the view behind us. We're going to create a massive line here of people that want to ride this wing, but we're not letting go. But we're a bunch of pilots, which makes us children, and we aren't ready to get off this wing yet. This is definitely not as scary as I thought it was going to be. Swing of death. This doesn't seem very death-like. Even Eduardo's on it. He's been pumping for like 10 minutes, but the competitive side of me will not let him go higher than me. Hey, am I getting as equally high as him? Are you serious? Are you? How close? Where are we ranking here? Vanessa's biased. Well, we survived the cable car of death and the swing of death. This was Vanessa's idea, and we're happy we did it. Now we're trying to get to the game. Vanessa's texting with the Uber driver. He's saying he's like 15 minutes away, and the second half had already started. We need to get there kind of quickly. American national team, we're trying to make it there to support you guys on the second half with our mission.
We're not even going to make it, man.
Oh yeah, there we go. We just found out there's a way to get down to the bottom of the hill without walking, and it's free. And now it's looking like we're gonna maybe catch the last 10 or 15 minutes. Our Uber drove past us. There's about 30 minutes left in the game. We're running for America. ¿Quieres jugando, man?
Inglaterra.
Ah, perfecto. Mind if we join you?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Sounds like we're for opposite sides. I only saw the final 15 minutes of the game, but I can tell you it wasn't impressive by either side.
Well, I'm kind of glad I didn't miss going on the Ring of Death to go see that, as it was a terrible game.
Really a fun day. We did a lot of stuff. We got to see 2 games, end of the second one.
We're doing it all for you two.
All in all, super fun. If you enjoyed this video, check out one of these 2 over here. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blue side.
You know, in some of my videos, I will, I got up early in order to record everything, or got up early so I could get all the paperwork done and spend some time with you all. That ain't gonna happen at 2 a.m. By the way, I don't normally wear this when I'm sleeping, but this is not my OnlyFans, so. Anyway, so here's the day. We're gonna offload in Manaus on the north side of Brazil, near the rainforest areas. We'll be there on the ground for a few hours, and then Quito. And I think we're done by around 4 o'clock today. And I did not want to wake up this morning, if I'm being honest. When I'm trying to film stuff and do my normal stuff, I always worry that I'm gonna leave something behind. I guess we'll find out. It's still nighttime here. A lot of people drink coffee, just to wake up. I just don't do that. It's weird because I lived in Europe and places in South America that are big coffee drinking places, and for whatever reason, I never got into it. Anyway, I'm gonna go meet everybody, head to the airplane, and see how this day goes.
So going into Quito, the captain actually has to do the takeoff and landing. And this first officer, he's never been into Manaus, never operated into Manaus. So he asked me if he could fly. So I did the walk around. I'm gonna check the main deck. All this stuff all the way down there. Checking all these things. It's so important to make sure all these locks are all in the right spot. Obviously, having this stuff load shift is one of the biggest risks. Load shifts and having batteries, because if they catch on fire, it's a big problem on an aircraft. There's all kinds of funny rules that things are restricted, that where you can't do it for a passenger plane, but me as a pilot, I can do it on a freighter. We make a lot of little jokes about it. A lot of pilots have kind of a dark sense of humor. You don't see it as a passenger a lot of times because passengers don't find that dark humor very funny. That thing right there is a mirror. I know it's filthy dirty. Since we can't really climb up in there, but we want to verify that all the locks are in the right spot. You hit that, light turns on, you can see all those locks are up. And that's one of the ways that we check to make sure that all this stuff doesn't go sliding out the front of the plane. That would be embarrassing. That's Kevin and Brendan up there doing all the hard work. I, however, will set up shop back here when I am getting on the first rest and make my bed and get everything ready. So that way, as soon as we get up into cruise and I can change out of my uniform shirt, and I'm hiding here under my jacket, then I'm ready to go to bed. Everything's set up and ready to go. But right now I gotta do all the security checks. Let's check our food and catering, which is down here. When you're doing this part back here, you're in charge of making all the coffee today. It looks like this. I'm basically a coffee making pro now, one-handed. Last thing you want is for those guys to get really tired and I get woken up from my rest. The trick is figure out how to get enough coffee in here to fit 2. If you're in the coffee business, if you can make a coffee bag that fits perfectly in these aviation trays, the airlines would save a bunch of money, and airlines love saving money. And now, magic happens. I have to lock these. Wish I could tell you that there was some logical reason of why, but it's their plane, it's their rules. Then I set the mood here, get it a little bit romantic before we take off, and now it's time to pay the bills.
It's nice to meet you. No, it's just
So it worked out kind of like what I was hoping for. It's a short flight, relatively speaking, 4 hours and change. This is my guess of what's going to happen. The other FO is doing the takeoff and landing because in Quito the captain has to do it. I'm going to be up there with the captain on that leg. First officer is going to just get rest on the second flight. The captain might get some rest on the ground. I'm going to have this full next 3-4 hours to get some sleep. It's going to work out okay. 2 different flights. I'm going to end up grabbing some sleep here and then
what an angle, wow.
Hopefully get some sleep until there, and then I'm going to be perfectly rested for Quito, which is going to be great because we got about a day there. Some of you saw the layover there that I did with Vanessa and Eduardo. All right, time to get some rest. See you guys in a bit. Guess what little boy didn't get his several-hour break that he was really hoping for? We're a little over 2 hours into this flight. Right here you can see the total time of the flight, and I woke up early for this amazing, lovely view. This honestly makes me want to go climb a mountain and get above the clouds because I've done that before. It is so cool to be above those clouds and see everything outside. Since I'm the acting captain right now on this flight, I want to set up everything, so I'm getting all the performance and everything set up, so when the captain does come back from his rest, all he has to do is check my work and make sure I've done everything correct. When I was a student pilot, the idea of having a printer in my plane seemed so cool to me. I don't know why, I really thought that would be the coolest thing ever. I'm going to set the auto brake here to 4 because it's wet, it's a short runway, and I'm not trying to go off the end of the runway and into the Amazon rainforest, although those nurses in Brazil probably aren't too bad looking. And of course, the Queen of the Skies doesn't like me thinking about other women, so she gave me this status message here, which means basically something isn't working properly on the aircraft, but it's not something that's going to really affect our flight right now. I saw the captain going to the bathroom earlier, and I asked him if he was going to eat his breakfast. He said he wasn't, so he threw it in the oven for me, and I sure hope this captain meal is delicious. It is absolutely not delicious looking. I need to get back on these VIP charter planes where the food is really good. Well, we have arrived at the final hour, so my exciting 90 minutes of being a captain of this plane is over, and I'm back to being captain of the coffee machine, which I don't think anyone actually drank. This is the rainforest of Brazil. If you haven't been here, it's incredible to see in real life. Sad that these things just sit here. They probably weren't that bad of shape when they got parked out there. We're getting out of here in about an hour and a half. We're getting our engines checked out. We're offloading the cargo, and then we'll be on our way over to Quito. It's starting to rain a little bit. I'm going to try to get this walk around done before it gets too bad. And we get all the different hangars out here. Over here it's kind of sad. You got some other planes, but I don't think they're going to be flying anytime soon. You see those planes that say Beta on the side?
Whatever.
I was actually trying to get into one of those once, and the guy said don't get in there. Since we're in the middle of the Amazon, that thing's probably full of all kinds of crazy poisonous snakes, so no exploring for me. As you can see, I made it before the rain hit. Happy days. You guys are eating and enjoying all their food. I'm just going to get all this stuff taken care of, but I don't got a lot of time. I'm going to load up everything so we can get it out of the way. This is how they trap us. They put the stairs up, and then we're not allowed to get out of here. They leave this up until they get all the stuff that's moved out underneath us out of the way. As you can see, we still got 3 doors open. That one on the bottom left there, that's the main one that we keep an eye on. That's the one that we walk the deck on. The one up front is the one we get in and out of the plane on. And then that one on the back right, we can't even access. So. All right, we're almost done. They're just loading up that last little bit. You see that's in the back there. Let's see what it looks like outside. Looks like that's probably the last one right there. Go wake everybody up. We're off to Quito now, and it all happened really quick after I woke everybody up. See how dense that rainforest is down there. It looks like water, it's so dense.
It's trees? Oh my god.
Something to know is that along the equator here, there are always thunderstorms, but for some reason, this crowd seems very happy to see us. The captain is going to change and get into his uniform so we look nice and professional. I'm getting everything situated again for him. Now it's my turn to go look professional. Okay, professional-ish. I only had a few hours of sleep last night. Well, it's time for the real work to begin. Wish I could show you this stuff, but it's time to go. I ended up flying this whole other leg. The other FO hadn't been here before, and we're getting keto, and it's just it's not tricky, but you get inside of the mountains, so it's a little bit different. So I ended up sitting up there a lot more than I had planned, but it's okay because, well, I'll tell you why it's okay once I get to the hotel and be on our way. Can't walk that way. You know, if you travel internationally, you see what these normally look like. This thing's so small. If you don't know, one of the big things that we take out all the time, flowers. Tomorrow when we leave, we'll be taking a whole 7-4 out just for flowers. We're gonna put our bags through here. Put mine this way. Let's see what the waiting party looks like. 0 people waiting for me. How exciting. Sometimes when I come through these doors and there's a lot of people there, then I wave at them like, hey, like they're waiting for me. Nobody finds it funny. I find it funny, but no one else finds it funny. I believe the freight car over there is going to take us into the city. I was like dying to get out of there. After a long day flying, the last thing I want to do is spend a bunch of time in the van, but we're finally here. Oh, this looks familiar. I don't know, this could be like the exact same room where I did my keto vlog in. Well, crew, I don't know if it shows in my eyes or not, but I'm tired. It's weird. I thought I was gonna get a sweet deal. I ended up working a lot more than I thought I was going to, but tomorrow when we go back, I don't do anything. I'm on a deadhead. So anyways, if you enjoyed this video, check out this one over here. I look forward to hearing. This is what we call, airline pilots call being a whore. I am currently in a situation that I like to call residentially fluid. I am in Tokyo, Germany, Honolulu, South Korea, Ecuador, Brazil, Mexico City, Guam. I've been kind of going to various places around the world trying to find somewhere else to go live. And I get an email, hey, there's a trip that needs to get covered. Commercial down to Santiago, Chile, meaning I just ride as a passenger on a flight with American, and then 30 hours or so down there. Then I had to operate just one flight, Santiago to Los Angeles. That's called being a whore, because that was easy. It was going to give me a place to stay because the airline pays for your hotels when you're out on the road. The problem is that about 10 minutes ago, I realized the flight was delayed. Once a flight starts delaying, it can just cause all kinds of problems. I'm going to look to see how late it's delayed. Now, the flight is leaving out tonight at 10 o'clock. There's me, Santiago, Chile, 11:25. I had a suspicion this was going to get out of control. It's just delayed a few hours right now, but if it keeps rolling, then it's going to be really bad. You can see all these carts around here. If it were up to me, I would be drag racing those things through the airport. That's where we're going. There's an Admiral Club and there's Flagship. Since I'm flying business class, I can get food for free. The food there is actually better than a lot of the restaurants. I actually really like eating there. Time to go into the undercover mode. Pilot mode. Who wears a jacket in Miami in the middle of summer? Pilot, time they get free food. I went from pilot to guy wearing a white shirt. Such a great disguise. Normally where I sit right here, in the corner, no one bothers me. Now you people when you come to Miami are gonna know all my secret hiding spots. Know where to find me.
Yep.
Chicken, mashed potatoes. Oh man. I'm sorry whoever goes to the bathroom behind me today.
What?
You have to admit, that's pretty good looking food for
That is
free.
some good
I
looking
may or
food.
may not have eaten 3 of those plates that you saw. I'm also pretending to talk on my cell phone so that people walking by me don't think I'm an absolute lunatic. Nobody knows you. Both my flights have delayed. My flight down there has delayed. It was supposed to be leaving like now, and now it's not leaving until about midnight. My flight that I'm supposed to be operating was supposed to be in the morning, and now it's in the evening. So I thought I was going to have a cool, easy daytime flight. Now it's all happening in the middle of the night. Hopefully it doesn't delay more. Well, I'm hoping that it keeps delaying. Hopefully it delays and lets me go the following day. I'll still have plenty of rest to do my next pattern. Plus I get extra pay if it goes into the next day. And I get a flight in the daytime. So the lounge is about to close. So now I need to get out of here and go hang out at the gate.
I'm like the last Mohican in here.
Mohican?
The lounge. You saw what it was like when I came in. It was packed. Nobody over there. Nobody over here. This is not the exit. Alright, let's get out of here. This kind of reminds me of walking around an airport. Like when COVID was on full blast, there was nobody. Imagine walking through, you and 3 other pilots, and just nobody in the entire airport. It was so weird. Now there's the gate. Now I've got to quickly undisguise myself to be a pilot. A lot of pilots don't travel in uniform, and I do. I find it just easier. I can move to the airport simpler. Santiago, Chile. Now it's 12:30. So it says we're boarding in like 4 minutes. But looks like that's the outbound crew. The crew would never hang out there if the plane was already here. I think we're going to take another delay, but I guess we will see.
I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. I understand we are traveling. It's very long. We're still waiting for the aircraft to come.
I'm not saying that I can predict the future, but if you travel with me, I'll be able to let you know basically everything that's going to happen. We said that the plane's at the hangar and the mechanics are supposed to be bringing it over, but they haven't brought it over yet. It means they're trying to fix something that's necessary for the flight to go, which is a bad sign. That doesn't mean that it won't go. The pilots are still standing over there, otherwise they would be going somewhere else to hide, because when the flight cancels, then it's a big problem, and if you're a crew member, you don't want to be standing there and have everybody asking you all the questions. Oh, just get better and better. Now we're going to get very tight. I just realized it's the weekend, which means I should be able to make it to breakfast if we leave on this scheduled time, because we get there at 9 in the morning. This is the last option. If this delays another hour, definitely breakfast is out. So, well, there goes free breakfast. They still don't have a time when we're getting out of here. Now I'm worried about if they cancel. This means I'll be out of the money, and I just wasted the day. Captain just came over and talked to me. They time out at 2 in the morning. Right now the departure time is set for 2 in the morning. Here we are, 1 in the morning, and the drama continues. We got 1 hour. 1 hour to get all of these people, all of their bags, close the door and start the push. It can happen. Maintenance did call and say they were going to bring the plane over. 60 minutes. Just start your clocks. Somebody said they saw the plane pulling up. 40 minutes right now to get everybody loaded. They still are standing up here on the jet bridge. I'm not really sure how this is going to play out. There goes the pilots, and the plane is there. It's kind of weird. Plane's here, flight attendants are here. We need a couple pilots. They just turned off the monitors, so now it's 2 in the morning. I can't really do anything. Oh, yeah, no, they just said the flight's delayed till 3 o'clock tomorrow. Okay, yeah, now it's definitely done. Everyone's racing to get a hotel and meal vouchers. I called the travel desk, let them know. They're working on it for me right now. I'm gonna guess my hotel room's still available from the one I just came in on. I'm just gonna say, like, I want to check back into my room. They haven't cleaned it, that I can just get in there and get right to sleep and then fly tomorrow afternoon. Be fine. It's all gonna work out, I think.
Alright guys, we'll be back really soon. Just getting some food.
We're just going to call yesterday just a mulligan. Is that what you guys call it in golf when everything doesn't go as planned? Anyway, let's go make sure this flight goes on time. Okay, literally the same meal as yesterday. So I just walked over to the board to verify the flight was on time, and now it just says delayed, doesn't have a time. So I looked in the app, and the app shows the flight is not going at all. So I may not be going at all now. I don't really know what's going on. We'll find out if I'm going or not. Right now the boarding's supposed to be in like 15 minutes. We gotta move quick to get there so I can find out what's going on. Yesterday I walked over there. Today I'm feeling a little bit lazy. That is my plane right there, actually. There's not a bunch of maintenance guys up here, so I think we're off to a good start. Here's an airport hack. I usually hit the button to the elevator. If the elevator is right there, it's usually faster to just get on the elevator. If it's not, then take the escalator. There you go. Let's see if it's on here. Santiago. All right, well here it's showing that it's going at 3 o'clock when it was scheduled. All right, we're about to find out what is going on. Well, it says it boards in 8 minutes. I guess we're going somewhere. Fingers crossed. They wouldn't be boarding if they weren't going. We're planning to go. All right, we're on the plane. It's a good sign. It's a good start. I picked the backward facing seat. I'm gonna get into my cruise relief hoodie. I kind of want to whisper this because I don't want someone to get freaked out, but apparently there's a guy in the back of the plane who has committed some crimes because they brought him on in handcuffs. I'm sure there's not going to be any stuff, but flight deck right up there, and it's a 787, which I can't fly, but I probably figure it out. Should be on the ground in a couple of minutes. Now, historically, I think I've commercialed in the Santiago 4 times. None of those times was the person there to pick me up, to take me to the hotel. I've always had to take a cab. The race has begun. Like I just said that they were outside waiting for me. If I got a handler, that's going to make this way faster and easier for me. Hello, how are you? ¿Cómo estás? Bien, okay. All right, I think we have to go all the way to the other end over there. Took my steps in the very far corner. It's like the endless journey, lots of walking, more than a mile to get out of this airport. Say hi to everybody. Buenas. Sí, claro.
Gracias.
Mucho gusto. We've arrived. We're finding the car. Veronica here got me through so fast. So much faster than if I had to do it by myself. Buenas, ¿cómo está? The lighting in this hotel room is a little bit strange, so this is the only way I can really sit without looking like I'm an axe murderer. Overall, pretty smooth. I have no idea if the flight that I'm leaving on is delayed, what's going on with the other pilot. See how tomorrow goes. Well, I was hoping that was going to be a sudden rise, that the flight would be delayed. I'd be able to get a good night's sleep. It's a 3-pilot crew, 11-hour flight. Now we get into negotiations of who's doing what chores. Luckily, I'm the senior first officer on the flight, so I gotta decide what I'm gonna do. Oh, I'm down here in the lobby now. I'm just gonna wait for the crew. This is Greg. Greg a few hours ago invited me to go have coffee with him, and then when I went down there to meet him for coffee, he wasn't there. Going to the lounge and hanging out all by myself.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
Not my fault is what all say.
We got Veronica back. This is the line of everybody else that's flying out. I guess we're gonna go fly. Well, we made it on the plane. Captain's gonna do the flight.
Atlas.
Because he's about to expire. There's really not a lot more to do. Toilet check. I hope you enjoyed this video. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, this is gonna have to be really quick. Here's what's going on right now. I am in Baltimore. It is freezing cold outside. Actually, when I went out to go get some lunch, I recorded this right here with the steam coming out of the grates. We are taking a bunch of military out to Germany. Military troops or military personnel. I don't really get that information. Just like when I show up at the plane, I don't know if I'm flying flowers or I'm flying missiles, because both have been on my plane and I didn't know it until I got there. It's all happening in like a 48-hour period. We are taking one of the old Virgin 747s. I think they used to call it like Pretty Lady or something like that, but I'm literally running behind. I gotta get the rest of my paperwork done, finish packing, and get out of here. So. All right, we just got here to the airport. We got international departures. We got Atlanta and New York. Interesting. They dropped off the pilots at a separate entrance so they could go through the crew members, basically a separate security line. I always go check on the flight attendants just to make sure they all get through, because sometimes they have problems with their bags or things like that. Let's see way down there. That's all the flight attendants are starting to come in. I'm gonna hang out here, make sure everybody gets through security, nobody gets left behind. That's just the way I did things when I was just flying passengers before, and so I still do it. Let's make sure the crew gets okay. Down there is actually where the special line is for the crew to go through. But with this many people, there's always for sure somebody's going to get caught and randomly checked, which means they have to go through the check that everybody goes through. Where we're going is down over there. All right, so everybody's through security now. We're headed out to the plane. Looks like the captain's going to end up doing this flight. I'm the last on the plane, so I'll probably end up doing the walk around. On the way back, I'm not really sure who's doing what. I'm the next to expire. I may end up doing this flight back into Baltimore, which is always bumpy, so yay for me.
Well, I guess this answers the question about who we're going to be flying today.
Since I'm probably going to be in a third seat, I'll just go wander around, check on snacks. Looks like we got all the food out of here on the plane. Now it's time to go find snacks. This is these Virgin red seats. I don't know if these are the originals. You can see there's a lot of red still from before. Do you care if I steal any of these snacks? They're not really as exciting as I was hoping for them. They're sometimes they have other snacks in other galleys. Pretzels, that's not bad. More granola bars. We're gonna go see upstairs in our galley. I don't know either of these two flight attendants that are working with us up here. Can I steal some of these chips? Oh, I'm gonna try these. I've never had these before. What I found, peanut butter and jelly. All right, this is not going as planned. As you can see, we haven't loaded up any flatty. The fuelers are taking their time to get all the fueling done, and we can't put the people on the plane until the fuel's on, and they ran out of trucks, and then one thing after another. We're roughly like an hour late right now. Not ideal because it's not a really long layover once we get there. Looks like they got the second truck just pulled up. All right, time to go to work.
We're taxiing a bit slow to the runway because there's some fog moving in right now, and the planes are barely getting in for landing. Talk to you in the air.
Okay, I'm in the crew rest area right now. I don't have a lot of time, but I have some very upsetting news that I just found out. Several of the flight attendants on this flight have not seen Top Gun, the original, not the new one, Maverick. That seems like a required thing for all crew members. If I was a flight attendant trainer, day one after all the HR paperwork, that'd be like the first thing that I'd have everybody do. We just close the windows, we watch Top Gun. Anyway, I'm on first rest. I have to get some sleep because we're delayed. As delayed us so much that we're not getting free breakfast. So you already know I'm in a grumpy mood. I'm gonna get some rest. We'll probably just be starting out over the ocean when I get back up there, so we'll see.
I don't think I slept much, if any at all, sadly. But I got to show you the sunrise from the flight deck of a 747 in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
Dust spreads in the air.
Good morning, Wales. It looks like you're having a sunny day. Well, we made it. Everything's shut down. 7 hours, 22 minutes. Everyone's getting off the plane now. I haven't slept in about 22 hours or so. As soon as we shut down the engine, my brain capacity is like, okay, I think it goes away. It's like 30 degrees, a little bit too cold for me to want to be out here for very long, but got the walk around done. We're finally out. We're on the way. Too cold for me to capacity is like, okay, I think it goes away. It's like 30 degrees, a little bit too cold for me to want to be out here for very long, but got the walk around done. We're finally out. We're on the way. I'm the last one. I'm sure the other pilots are super excited. Luckily, it's a quick drive to the hotel. So because we're near a military base, there's not a lot of options for hotels, which kind of explains why my hotel looks like I'm living on the inside of a tree. Anyway, I think it's been about 24 hours I've been awake. I'm ready to go to sleep for sure. And tomorrow we head back to one more time. See, I'm doing great. Anyways, I'm gonna grab a nap, go to sleep, wake up, do it again tomorrow, and back to the good old US Bay with some more troops. I love bringing them home, to be honest with you. That's the best part. I did not sleep as much as I was hoping for. Anyway, we're flying with the sun the whole way, which is great. And I have to get up, get ready. Breakfast here is not exciting. It's free, but not exciting. It's like one omelet. You get one omelet. Actually, I should probably change first. The thing with these charter flights that is really annoying is a lot of times we don't leave on time. And that is true in the charter world. When I flew corporate, it was like that because the people who chartered the aircraft, they get to go when they want to go. If they're 30, 45 minutes late, then they're 30, 45 minutes late, and you just have to sit there and wait. So that's what happened on the way out here, and I'm hoping it's not what happens on the way back, because after this flight, I'm done for a couple of days. All right, so we got a bunch of traffic going on right now. Half our flight attendants are here. The other half is at another town, which is a way cooler town, which for some reason they never put me in. I've requested to stay in the other town, but for some reason, I guess they don't like me enough to let me go to that town. Rumor is that's like the cool party town on the weekend. Okay, so we're on the ground now. We're still in Germany. The other FO, I asked him if he wanted to fly. He said he did. But he's doing the only leg. Usually what happens, if you're not the flying pilot, you end up on first rest. Which actually works out okay. Well, you remember what I said about when you're doing charters that sometimes you just end up sitting around for a while? Well, we're supposed to be in the air right now. Part of the game, a lot of times you just go and you sit there for hours. I'm trying to wind myself down so I'm awake enough to focus on the takeoff, but then try to get tired enough to go to sleep. Okay, it's time to board. Is the wind today? It is going to be very windy and a bit of a crosswind. I always try to be good about putting sunscreen on, especially when I'm flying. Girls are great about it, but boys, please use your sunscreen so you don't look weathered and old at 50. The winds, as windy as they were, the guy who did the landing was actually on the last rest, and he crushed it. Great landing, amazing job. That's it. I'm gonna go grab some food real quick, get to sleep, and hopefully get back on US schedule, because I'm all flip-flopped all over the place from the jet lag. So I really appreciate you guys coming along with me on this trip. If you enjoyed this video, check out this one over here. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blue side up.
Did I just witness a crash? 40,000. Oh no, I didn't. No.
This guy is a YouTuber known as Mr. Beast, and lately he started making a bunch of aviation-related content. Who can blame him? Airplanes are pretty cool. But just because he has a slightly larger YouTube following than me doesn't mean that he can say stuff about aviation and go unchecked. He's talking about doing a flight for $1 up to a $500,000 flight, so let's see what he does here.
We're gonna fly on this jet that costs $500,000 per flight. And we're also gonna fly on this $25,000 private jet, a $10,000 first class seat, a blimp, and so much more. But before I show you what it's like to fly on some of the most luxurious planes on the planet, we're gonna fly on the cheapest plane in the world. It's really rickety. Here's the dollar.
To be honest, that looks like a plane I'd probably actually really enjoy flying if I didn't have to follow all the rules they have now. But I don't really want to watch this little plane. I want to see the cool plane, so I'm just going to fast forward to the next one.
Our next plane is the $1,000 first class plane ticket. But here's the thing, boys. I bought all the first class seats, so sit wherever you want.
Would you like some Miracle Mist lotion?
Why?
Because first class, baby. Fine dining, huh?
Each of us had our own seat and TV. The ticket also comes with a decent meal, a free bag of toiletries, and pajamas.
Do we get to take all this home with us?
And during longer flights, recline. We should recline into a bed.
I feel like I'm in a coffin, which I like.
Yeah, this is crazy. The only downside is that you don't get a lot of privacy.
It's really awkward filming a video with all these.
First, and I don't mean to nitpick here, but this is an American Airlines paint job, but this is actually a JetBlue aircraft. I clearly spend too much time hanging around flight crews and in airplanes, but the orange tie is what got my attention. And of course, this blurred out JetBlue sign. I believe this is JetBlue Mint, and I've never been on one of those flights, but JetBlue has a few planes that are in this configuration that have these lay-down reclined seats, and they're usually used for these longer flights. And I've known some flight attendant friends of mine that we used to work together that now work at JetBlue, and you have to do this special training to be a Mint flight attendant, and that's where you're going to have a lay-down seat, and it's just a better experience. So I believe this is a Mint flight because the JetBlue flights that I've been on didn't have those really cool seats. But he's saying it was only $1,000, but he bought all of these seats. And with the price of tickets being as high as they are right now, he's saying he only spent $1,000, but that's times 12. So I'm guessing he actually spent more like 12 to 15 grand. And I half agree with what this guy says right here.
I feel like I'm in a coffin, which I like.
That's the seat design on a lot of different planes, and it's true. And your feet at the end, they start to get bunched up together, so there's room for the next row in front of you. And it does kind of feel like you're in a coffin, and I don't like it. And I also don't like this either.
It's really awkward filming a video with all these people walking by.
It's the story of my life, brother, trying to film these vlogs that I do with everybody on the plane in my pilot uniform while trying to be incognito and do it all. It's really tricky, and it's hard to do all of that and not make the people around you start paying attention to what you're doing. So 100% agree. It's not easy to do.
So let's see what a plane ticket that is 10 times more expensive.
About
it feels like. And now the $10,000 plane ticket. Oh man, this is nice. I have unlimited legroom here. Look, let's start off by analyzing what we get. A tablet, a giant touchscreen TV, my own in-seat drink bar, snacks. This isn't feasible chocolate. I want a refund.
We're getting connected to the Wi-Fi? We might have paid $10,000 for our seat, but we still have to pay $20 for Wi-Fi. It's not free.
Now we're taking off, which is pretty crazy because I can literally watch it on my TV. And because it's a 16-hour flight, I get to take a look at how nice this bathroom is. You have a sink, a toilet, and then a shower. That is crazy. Look at that. We are 30,000 feet in the air, and I can take a shower. And that's not all. We saved the best for last. Hey, how's it going? There's a private lounge in the back of the plane.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Ow. You're not dreaming.
That was the $10,000 plane ticket.
So it looks like he brought himself and 3 of his buddies, so 10,000 apiece. That's another 40 grand that he's dropped so far in this video. And I've been on the Emirates A380. It is an incredible plane. And one of the things that Emirates does really better than any airline that I've seen is that, for the pilot side at least, they are great about their maintenance. You get somewhere and there's something broken with your plane, they have something to fix it at every station. And my friends, I have some friends that used to fly there, they'd always talk about if there was anything broken, as soon as they wrote it up, the maintenance would make sure they'd go and get it, and they keep their planes really, really clean. It's really nice. But I have to agree, if you just paid $10,000 for your seat, why you have to pay for the Wi-Fi?
We're getting connected to the Wi-Fi? We might have paid $10,000 for our seat, but we still have to pay $20 for Wi-Fi. It's not free.
Now, I'm really fortunate because a lot of the international travel that I do is for work, and when you do it for work, they pay for you to be in business because when you get there, they need you to be rested in order to fly their plane. So, I have got to fly on a lot of really cool planes and business class, and they're very expensive. But Emirates really does go above and beyond with some of their experiences here, like being able to take a shower. The problem is you only get 5 minutes. So I really wouldn't want to waste that time vlogging it. But the other really cool thing about Emirates is all the free snacks.
On top of that, me and the boys can order as much gourmet food as we want. Point the camera up and down. And now we're at the $25,000 plane ticket that is up these stairs. That's right, there's floors. This is insane.
We literally just got off the exact same plane at Emirates, an A380. This lady's uniform looks a lot like Singapore Airlines, so it looks like he's on Singapore's A380. Literally the exact same plane with stairs and everything.
This is crazy. We're gonna be sitting above other people.
Oh my God.
This is your room.
For $25,000, you get 2 massive rooms.
Oh, this is crazy. I've never seen anything like this.
Holy.
Our space on this plane is literally 4 times bigger than the last one.
I've never seen a plane where I can comfortably do jumping jacks. Look at this.
We also get 2 chairs, a ton of TVs.
There are more TVs in this one room than all of the other planes we've been on.
Food served by a personal flight attendant. Why is it that after a certain price point, they always give you caviar? And a bathroom.
Can we talk about something? This bathroom is like a disappointment. No shower, no heated floors, half the size. I think the $10,000 flight was a better price point.
Would you pay this kind of money for a single flight?
I wouldn't recommend this. I would recommend a car.
Buy a car instead.
And now the best part of the room. A queen-size bed.
Ooh, why don't they just make every seat a bed?
Bro, instead of 3 seats side by side, just put a bunk bed with 3 beds.
This dude is spending an insane amount to just make this video. I'm guessing he's probably over like $100,000 between the airfare, hotels, and then, you know, when you land somewhere to get to the next airline, not every airline goes to every city, so he's having to get to another city in some cases, I would guess, to get onto another airline. This is crazy. Now, typically, the Singapore A380 is going to have the first class in the very front of the plane, and then the business class on the upper deck in the back of the plane, which is where I sat. But one of the things that they don't mention here while they're talking about this whole thing is how that plane, when I got on it, had free Wi-Fi. In your seat, there was this little card, and you would type in a number for your seat and some code, and then you had free Wi-Fi in the plane, which is something I really liked. When I did it, I had been flying all night and was trying to catch a flight home to go to somebody's birthday party, so I didn't end up using it all. I ended up just getting on there, sitting in my seat to take off. Once we literally got off the ground, I went full into sleep mode and I barely used the Wi-Fi, but I did appreciate it. Now, as for this guy,
I've never seen a plane where I can comfortably do jumping jacks. Look at this.
My channel name is 74 Gear, and I fly planes that a giraffe could do a jumping jack in.
At this price point, you get the entire plane.
Technically, that's not a $100,000 plane. It's actually more like an $80 million plane. If they do all the finishing on this BBJ, it's a Boeing business jet, but let's see what he says.
At this price point, you get the entire plane.
Oh, this is like a yacht.
This is wild.
This is unbelievable.
You want to know the craziest part? This is just one of 4 rooms.
There's more to the plane? I thought this was it.
Guys, come over here.
What room is this?
This is literally another lounge area with a bunch of snacks and a huge TV. And if you're feeling tired, you get your own private bedroom.
Dude, what?
This is like a hotel. And last but not least, the bathroom.
Tariq, shut your mouth right now. Shut it. This is insane. There's a sink in the bathroom, dude.
Have you ever even seen a jet half this size?
No.
Never.
Never? Isn't this the same guy that was just doing jumping jacks on an A380? Which is literally twice as tall because it has 2 floors, and since it's a wide body, probably about twice as wide on this BBJ, which is a Boeing business jet. You want to sound cool, you just say BBJ, but that's what it stands for. So next time you see one of these, you can be like, oh cool, check out the BBJ. And actually one of the coolest parts about flying on one of these types of planes is that the passengers have different security standards. So they're all checked and all that stuff. So it's different from when you're flying as a normal passenger. They, depending on the airline and depending on the type of charter, will allow you to come up to the flight deck and talk with the pilots, ask questions and things like that while you're in flight, which I think is really cool. It reminds me of back when I was a kid and you could go up onto the flight deck, the plane would get up in the cruise and then they would make an announcement. They'd say, oh, if your child wants to come see the flight deck, you can come up. And all the kids would like crawl over their parents. I think I did it one time and all the kids just go bombing up through the galley, up through the galley, up into the flight deck, and then you ask the pilot like a million questions. And I remember asking like, what does this button do? What does that button do? And they were probably, I don't remember what they said, but after a while they were like annoyed with me. And they were like, why don't you give someone else a chance? And I was like, ugh. I went back. But that's how it used to be. Now you have to fly private in order to get to do this. But since Mr. Beast is actually flying with a group of people, if you have a larger group, it's actually pretty cost effective to do something like this. Because when you're flying private, whether you're paying for yourself or 20 people or 40 people, depending on how many seats on the plane is, the cost is really about the same. You might be having to pay a little bit more for food or something, but you're renting that plane. When that plane goes, you can bring whoever you want with it. So it's pretty cool. I've seen back in the day when I used to fly charter stuff, you'd have somebody come on and then last minute they'd run into a friend and then they would come on the flight. It's just kind of how it works in that charter world. I didn't do a lot of the really high-end charter stuff that some of the other people did when I flew with the charter airline, but you would hear the stories of all the stuff that would go down.
Oh, wow.
I have steak, mashed potatoes, and veggies, and you guys inspired me a little bit, so I brought some pizza.
Yeah! This is my favorite plane because it has YouTube, but we didn't pop up first, so now it's not.
You can tell this is a rich person bed because there's like 500 pillows. This one out of here, that one out of here.
I'm gonna fly this thingy.
And that's the beauty of flying private. You can do whatever you want, whenever. Carl's flying the plane, Chandler's jamming out the pizza, Chris is taking a nap, and I don't even know where Nolan went. There's no layovers when you fly private, and there's no TSA, so you save tons of time. Hence why basically every rich person you know owns a private jet.
Hey guys,
yeah?
We're gonna land soon.
That's cool that someone at least went up to the flight deck to check it out and has made this vlog. When I do 747 charters, like when I took that sports team out to Japan, we were on the ground there. When you're on the ground, people tend to come up and they want to see the flight deck. That's usually always the case. I don't have any videos or photos of those people because I would get fired if I showed them to you, but they would come up and you can kind of tell when somebody wants to get up there. And I just happen to be in the galley. Now, on the upper deck on the 747, the flight deck's all the way in the front, and the galley is in the back of that second floor. So I was in the galley talking with the flight attendants, and I saw one of the passengers that we were flying come up and kind of look up there and then walk away. And as they walked all the way back, I said, you want to go look up there, don't you? And they're like, no, it's fine. I was like, you want to go look up there, come on. And because people don't want to be intrusive, so I brought them up there and got some photos for them and let them sit in the seat and all that stuff. So it's really cool that still to this day, people want to go see my office and where I do all the work, regardless of how wealthy you are, they still find it really interesting. But unfortunately, my airline doesn't let me do these things where people get to sit up there in flight. The other thing most people don't know is that when you do these BJs or smaller private jets, the flight attendants and the flight crew usually have to go get all the food. So when they're on their layover, they'll have to go to a restaurant or go to a place, pick up all the food, snacks, drinks, all that stuff, and get that all ready for the customer. On my plane, obviously, that's not how it works. It's all catered and all that stuff because of so many people and so much. I'll be back. Food, but on a plane where there's going to be 5 or 6 people, a lot of times a flight crew, you'll see them leaving a hotel. I can usually tell when it's a private jet charter crew because there'll be maybe 3 or 4 of them, and then they'll have food bags with them because they have snacks and everything in order for the passengers to be having something to eat, and they'll have specific things that they want. Like you can see here, she brought them the normal, really nice food, but then it seems like she also got a pizza for them, which is pretty awesome. What happens is you'll fill out this little request form, say the types of foods that you want and things that you would like to see on your flight, and then the flight crew will go get that. I guess somebody probably put, I want pizza, and so they went, ordered a pizza, and then warmed it up. There's an oven on there, which you've seen in some of my vlogs.
And now the $300,000 blimp. I'll unblur it in a second.
Well, I don't know anything about blimps, so I can't really add anything to this. I do know it's a separate rating that you do need to get in order to fly the blimps. It's not like if you fly an airplane, you can fly a blimp. I mean, I could probably fly for them, but it's a special license you have to get. And I know they have to do approaches. I've heard of them shooting an actual approach to come in and land in order to stay current. They have to do all that. It just, to me, seems kind of funny because you're moving at like 4 knots. So how hard could it be? But I guess it's a larger piece of mass that you have to correct for. But I don't know anything about blimps, so there's really, I can't talk about any blimp-related stuff. So let's go to the next cooler plane.
And now, the most expensive private plane ticket on the planet.
Hi, welcome aboard. I suggest you taking your shoes off. The carpet's actually $2 million.
She's like, I suggest it really hard.
And by square feet, this is bigger than our houses. It's almost impossible to imagine how big this jet actually is.
It's not like that hard to imagine how big it is. It is literally this big. That's how big it is. And if he's paying $500,000 for that plane ride, he's got to be close to $1 million just making this one video. I haven't made $1 million with all my YouTube and everything combined, all the years I'm doing it, and this guy spent $1 million on one video. This is just wild. And while that is a very nice plane, there are more expensive private jets out there, like the 747. I have no idea how much it would cost to lease or rent one of those for a flight. I'm sure it would be...
What? Yes, please.
A lot of money, but I've always told you about how crazy expensive everything in aviation is, and that is proven here with the $2 million carpet. I don't know what kind of carpet costs $2 million. It's a big plane, but it's not that big, and $2 million is just crazy. But everything in aviation is just wildly more expensive. It's probably like fire retardant and all kinds of other crazy stuff, and very, very light, so the plane can take more gas. Who knows?
Right here is a bedroom.
Wow.
A bedroom. Another bedroom. Another bedroom. Keep going. This is for the crew. Another bedroom.
What'd you find? My dibs.
The bedrooms on this plane are way more extravagant. Gold-plated sinks, multiple showers.
Wait, what's in there? That's the toilet.
This plane comes with its own theater, a lounge that can seat up to 12 people, and then over here is the living room.
This is like a bigger couch than what I have in my house.
I just want you to know, you've only seen a third of the plane so far. There's more?
What?
Oh, got some good stuff.
You can call a flight attendant to your bedroom.
If we could do this every time we fly, I'd live in the air.
Whoa, what is that?
Sorry, I'm turning the lights on and off.
How did I miss this room? Like, we walked around the whole plane.
And in case you thought you saw everything, there's also massages on this plane. How is it, Carl?
It's amazing.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty cool. And my plane does have 2 bedrooms in it. I don't know how many that plane has, but my plane does have 2 bedrooms, and it doesn't have a massage, even though I guess I could technically ask one of the pilots to come in and give me a massage, but then I'm sure somebody would interrupt me like this.
There's also massages on this plane. How is it, Carl?
That's how rumors started. Then you end up getting a nickname like K.Y. Kelsey, and getting a nickname in aviation is the worst. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blue side up. This American Airlines flight just took off from Portland, and with this guy is a YouTuber known as Aviationist.
It's not really dangerous. It just requires the utmost of your training to kick in. That's what a captain pilot of a major U.S. airline says about crosswind landing. In this video, you're about to see some of the most dramatic and dangerous crosswind landings in aviation history and so much more. Let's see how these pilots handle their aircraft.
Captain pilot? Did you just say a captain pilot?
That's what a captain pilot of a major...
For the record, if I was flying with someone and they started saying anything like that, I would start laughing. The reality is that when you go to flight school, one of the first things you start learning how to do is do crosswind landings. I think maybe at 10 or 15 hours of total flying, that was something that I started to learn how to do. It does take some work, and it is definitely a skill that you need to learn, but I wouldn't put it in this category as this crazy thing that we have to do from time to time. Of course, sometimes you get it right, and sometimes you don't. I got sent this video and I was shocked to see that it had over 1 million views, so we're going to be entertained by a guy who seemed to know nothing about aviation and clear up a few of the misconceptions that he has. And by few, I mean pretty much everything that he says.
Yeah.
The first flight's always the hardest. This Chinese student pilot just flew the Cessna plane for the very first time after graduation, and things didn't go really well.
Because he's doing his PPL. Well, I think what he's doing is PPL, but he's doing his
He
solo.
did hit 2 signs in a wide open field before crashing. Don't worry, your rich daddy will get you another airplane.
The Cessna plane, it would be okay to just say a Cessna. You wouldn't say my Honda car or my Tesla car, you would just say my Honda or my Tesla. Same thing applies for a plane, you just need to say the type of plane that it is. This guy's obviously still a student pilot or he wouldn't be in this Cessna plane. And then the guy says this.
Don't worry, your rich daddy will get you another airplane.
Now, I don't know if this guy flying is somebody that's Chinese, and this guy who's narrating this video seems like one of those people that would see an Asian person and assume that they're Chinese, but not every Asian person is Chinese. I will, however, agree that this 100% is a terrible landing. I made a video about it actually a while ago. But if that guy is Chinese, it is true that a lot of Chinese students do come to the US and they learn how to fly. In most cases, those pilots are being trained by the government or by an airline. Rich Daddy is not sending them over to go to flight school. So typically what happens is those people get hired and then they get into a program with a specific airline. That airline sends a bunch of people over and they all come together and they learn how to fly. Obviously, flying is not for everybody. And to say that every pilot is a spoiled brat, that their parents are going to buy them an airplane, is a little bit crazy. Some people have to ride their bike or take a bus to flight school. That was me. I would ride the bus to flight school just like this so I had money to be able to afford to do everything because flight school's crazy expensive. What's not expensive is buying a microphone off the internet and then collecting a bunch of clips together and sharing a bunch of misinformation that contributes in no way to helping society. Nope, any idiot can do that.
We're here in Japan. This pilot just didn't want to go around. Let's see. No matter how hard he tried, he still had to abort the landing. He'd return to try to land again. Everything seemed easier this time.
It's a totally different aircraft, my guy.
I realize that it has wings and it's the same airline, but it doesn't take a genius to realize that these two planes are not the same type of plane. I mean, even if you didn't know a lot about planes, you would see that there's something different on the end of this wing than the end of this wing. It's all right, I'm sure your rich daddy can buy you some new glasses so you can see these planes just a little bit clearer.
Landing in fog is a very challenging experience, especially when you have zero visibility. Wow, if this is not what faith looks like, I don't know what is.
ILS, brother.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
So take what that guy said and basically change it to the exact opposite, because landing in fog with very bad visibility is one of the easiest landings you can do.
Exactly.
Because the autopilot does the entire landing. Essentially, by this point, the pilots would have set everything up so the plane will do everything, land in the middle of the runway, and actually start stopping the plane. The only thing the pilots have to do is remember to turn off the autopilot. However, there is a lot of training in order to learn how to fly a plane, learn how to work all those systems, and be able to properly monitor the aircraft. So it could be that what he's referring to as
very challenging experience
is what some would consider contributing to society, because you're doing a job that's helping people. My guess is this is what we would call a Cat 3 or a Category 3 landing, and usually during heavy fog like this, the winds are barely moving. It tends to be very calm. So while there is a lot of training, there is really no risk behind it, because if anything happens, any anomaly or anything happens that's not supposed to be happening, just go back up in the air and you try it again. So there's never a situation that you're there thinking, man, I really hope this works out. Nobody's going to be getting in a plane, including myself while I'm flying it, thinking, I hope the runway is here as soon as we get out of the fog. That's not how it works. You don't pay me enough to risk my life like that.
People said Dutch pilots are probably the best ones in the world. Let's see how they prove their talent in this storm.
Woo!
Brilliant!
People say the Dutch pilots are the best in the world?
People said Dutch pilots are probably the best ones in the world.
Nope, I don't think anyone says that, and that's no offense to any of the Dutch people. They're very nice. There is no country that makes the best pilots. It's really dependent on that pilot. How hard they study, how hard they try to perfect their craft. All of those things make a good pilot. There's no country that's just producing the best pilots, except for maybe the US, because at the very beginning we were the only people flying. So I guess at that time we were the best pilots because we were the only pilots. Now, however, every country or most countries have some type of an aviation program, so it really comes down to that individual person, how hard they study, how good and how active they are in learning to know their aircraft. That's really what comes down to it, and then how good of decisions they make. And there's no one country that's putting up the best decision makers and the best studiers. There's just no one country that's known for having the best pilots. You could have even made an argument that it would have been smart to do a go-around here, but the pilot is wrestling it to the ground in a very windy day. And while this is a good landing, of all the words that I might choose for this landing, one of them would not be brilliant.
This student pilot on the right was getting a lesson from his coach, Anthony Yen, and everything seemed to be going great. Suddenly, a big shake made them realize that they'd lost one engine. They knew that they needed to land immediately, and they were lucky. There was a cornfield right in front of them.
Oh. Ow.
It only took him 49 seconds from engine failure to a safe landing on the ground. That's crazy quick thinking, experience, and composure to pull that off. Excellent piloting.
This student pilot was getting a lesson from his coach.
This student pilot on the right was getting a lesson from his coach.
These coaches are called flight instructors, and he didn't lose a engine.
He lost his engine.
They lost their only engine, which is kind of a problem, but they did do a great job getting it down to the ground. You can see here the plane is coming down at a slight angle, which I'm guessing there's some crosswind, but we have no reference to see everything. As they touched down, if they had straightened it out a little bit, it would have been a lot smoother landing. And that's why on commercial aircraft, they have at least 2 engines, so that way if one were to fail, you're able to safely get to an airport and safely land. I fly with 4, so that gives me twice the amount of mistakes that a normal pilot can make, which is pretty much what I need.
The brutal weather at Hamburg Airport couldn't stop the Boeing 747 from taking off.
What brutal weather can stop an
The Silkway aircraft indeed left an interesting silkway of water right after takeoff.
Yes, commercial airplanes are able to take off in the rain. It's crazy.
The brutal weather at Hamburg Airport couldn't stop the Boeing 747 from taking off.
There are a lot worse situations that you'll see planes taking off in. A lot of times plane spotters just wouldn't be out there because it'd be such a horrible condition. Don't blame them. I wouldn't stand out there either.
Runways are always designed to extend themselves in front of a moving airplane. But this Aerocirce has almost run off the runway and can hardly take off.
What
Did you see that super low pass? It almost hit those people on the ground. These Colombian guys are super brave to even stand there. Aerocirce is an infamous cargo airline that has been involved in several accidents and incidents due to the overweight carriage and reckless behavior of its pilots.
No, they are reckless.
What? The runways are designed to move themselves forward in front of the plane?
Runways are always designed to extend themselves in front of a moving airplane.
These guys standing right in the departure corridor of an aircraft is not what I would call brave. If something were to come off this plane, whether it be a tire or anything else, these guys are going to be in a lot of trouble. And the airline is called Aerosucre, not whatever you're calling it.
But this Aerocirce has almost run off the runway and can hardly take off.
And as for this statement right here,
Aerocirce is an infamous cargo airline that has been involved in several accidents and incidents due to the overweight carriage and reckless behavior of its pilots.
That doesn't add at all to your story. All it does is make less of these pilots, and some of whom lost their lives. That's the type of person that would probably take a word like infamous and say it like this.
Infamous.
Unless you've investigated air crashes and know anything about aviation, you really shouldn't be talking about this. Some of these people lost their lives. Pilots, especially cargo pilots, aren't necessarily aware of how much cargo is being loaded on their aircraft. I get a piece of paper and it says, this is how much freight is loaded on there. Are there times that I get a piece of paper and it's a totally different weight? I don't know. I don't weigh it all when I take off, and I don't weigh it when I land, so there's no way for me to know that. There's no way for some pilots to know that. Now, it is possible that these pilots knew in some cases that they were taking off overweight. In some cases, the airline might have told them, you're going to take off overweight or we're going to fire you if you don't do it. That wouldn't happen in the U.S. because if that were to happen, that airline would get shut down. I'm not saying that's what happened in any of the Aerosucre accidents, but it's possible in some countries that pilots are being forced to do something they're not comfortable with, and there have been cases of that. So it's unfair to say that these pilots were reckless in making a poor decision, when in some cases they may not even be aware of it. There have been cases of cargo planes taking off with extra things on that plane where they had no idea that it was on there, and they had no way to even know. If I see a big pallet of stuff that's on my plane, I have no way to know how much the things weigh on there. So there have been cases where the planes burn a lot of extra fuel, and when they go to investigate, they realize, oh, the loaders put this wrong thing on this cargo plane, and it actually weighed 3 times more than they thought it did. Oops. So that's not really the pilot's fault. When you say things like this,
due to the overweight carriage and reckless behavior of its pilots,
it makes you sound like a real dick, because you don't know at all what you're talking about.
Look at this crazy wind. I'd have a heart attack if I were the captain of that flight. That turbulence was insane.
Turbulence?
Well, there's a reason that you're not the captain of that plane, or hopefully probably any plane, and that wasn't turbulence. Sometimes the movement is coming from the pilots themselves, but as you can see, this windsock is coming more or less right down the runway. Well, what can happen in different airports is you can create a swirling environment, especially when you get towards the approach end of a runway. you can have a swirling situation, which can in some cases cause the wing to go up, or you can be making a correction. I don't know because I can't see from what the pilots are seeing in there, so I don't really know if that was pilot induced or that was wind that was created for some type of a swirling situation. I don't really know, but sometimes you have the pilots that are trying to make a correction there. What I do know is that is not turbulence. This pilot did do a great job though, getting this down in the touchdown zone, despite all that turbulence they had to go through.
Yeah.
Look at how slippery it is in that smoke trail. But this pilot from Uruguay Air Force has managed to pull it off. Nicely done.
Smoke trail? So the plane is on fire here and that smoke that's coming out the back of it. Is that what you're saying? Any other guesses of what it could possibly be when they're landing on the runway?
This Boeing 777 was trying to land at Itami Airport during a storm. Look at that shake. It's practically impossible to land, and the pilot had to abort the landing last minute. He went back for another try, and the wind was still blowing crazily. Look at that turbulence. But yes, he won the weather this time.
For those of you who don't want to sound stupid, you can call it a Boeing 777. That's usually what people refer to it as, or a 777, but nobody refers to it as a
Boeing 777.
Next, it's important to know that this is a bank and not a shake. I'm not sure if you were saying that it was impossible to land once they did their shake, or that they made the right decision, but they did make the right decision. When your plane becomes unstable like that, close to the runway, the right decision is to do a go-around. You could force the landing, you could make it work if you really had to, but that's not the safest choice. So after any type of shake, you're going to want to do a go-around. And you're saying that this plane and crew at this airport is the same plane and crew that's doing it on the second attempt in this video right here. Seriously?
Here's another stormy landing of a Boeing 747 during Storm Angus in Amsterdam 2016. Ooh, look at that wind in that landing. It's like he's letting the wind drive that plane onto the runway.
Look at that wind. Can you tell me exactly what it is that I'm looking for when I'm looking for that wind?
Ooh, look at that wind in that landing.
It definitely does take some skill on stronger crosswinds or heavy winds as you get your plane to land on the runway. But at no point do I ever say, man, that plane really got driven onto the runway so smoothly from the wind. The wind didn't do anything. The pilots did something to get the plane safely on the runway. I don't really understand even what you're saying here. You're just saying words now.
Student pilot got this helicopter to take off without clearance during an auto rotation practice, and now he's trying to land. Whoops, if he went down just a few seconds sooner, he would have crashed into that plane below. That was super close.
All right, so you are just putting words together. So what you're saying is a student pilot got this helicopter pilot to take off. That's what you're saying here.
Student pilot got this helicopter to take off without clearance.
And that after convincing this guy to do this unapproved departure, he then wants him to do an auto rotation, which is to simulate an engine failure, and then was to simulate this engine failure over another plane after that other student pilot got that guy to take off. Air traffic control is not involved in any of this, by the way. This thing that he's doing is called an auto rotation, which is when the helicopter practices an engine failure to get down onto the runway. We do that training as a fixed-wing pilot. They do a simulated engine failure. It's a normal part of going through flight school, so it is part of it, but clearly what this guy's saying is he doesn't know at all what he's talking about, and if you can believe it, we're only halfway through the video, but that's all the time I'm willing to spend on this guy for this day. I got some studying to do. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blue side up. As a 747 pilot, seeing something like this really hits close to home. And you're probably wondering, how does the 747 end up in the grass missing an engine? As pilots, we do lots of training in very expensive simulators, and we spend months in the schoolhouse just so we never have this problem. And normally in these videos, I give you just my reaction straight off of the facts of what I hear in the audio or what I see in the video. But this one had something that didn't really make sense that required me to do a little bit of research, and you'll see what I mean later.
Pass Tower, good evening. SkyCube 4854 Heavy for the ILS 14.
SkyCube 4854 Heavy, Halifax, target day, runway 14, wind 260 at 15, altimeter 2967, information Tango, number 1.
Roger that. We have
SkyCube 4854, Tyler, wind now 260 at 16, gusting 21, just confirm runway 14 still acceptable.
still for 14.
You've heard me talk about a crosswind landing before. That is when you see a plane flying like this. This is a 747, and as you can see, it's not going straight towards the runway, it's coming at an angle. And that's because there's a crosswind that's pushing it and making the plane come in at an angle, which we call crabbing. Now that's something that we learned since the very early days of flight school. But when a controller says this,
target day, runway 14, wind 260 at 15, altimeter 2967, information Tango, number 1.
My thought as a pilot is, wow, 14 and 26, that's a big difference. Usually you want those numbers to be very close together, or if you have me as a pilot, you want it to be exactly the same number. If you're landing here on runway 14 and the winds are 140, it's coming right down the pipe, as we said. But if you're landing runway 14 and the winds are coming at 260, like it is right now, that means it's coming from over here. You want the wind to be coming directly at your nose because your plane doesn't care how fast it's actually going across the ground. It cares how much air is going over its wings. So in this scenario here, where the wind is coming 15 knots directly at the nose of the plane, it means you can fly a little bit slower as you're coming into land, and when you're flying a big heavy jet, you want to be able to come in as slow as possible because you want to stop. That also means that if you're flying with the wind coming from here, you're going to have to be flying extra fast over the ground, which means when you touch down, you're going faster than you wanted to be going. My first thought when I'm landing on a specific runway and I hear a wind number that's significantly different from the direction I'm planning to land is, wow, that's a really big number. And while I didn't do very well in high school fancy math like trigonometry, I crushed it in 3rd grade. So I know 26 minus 14 is 12, which means it's 120 degrees off the nose of my plane, and that's not the way I want to be landing. Also, for those of you that are wondering, no, this was not me in 3rd grade. I sadly don't look that good in orange. Now you heard the controller say information Tango, but listen to what the response is from the pilot.
Target day, runway 14, wind 260 at 15, altimeter 2967, information Tango, number 1.
Roger that. We have...
He told the pilots that it was information Tango. At the airports, every hour they update the weather, and instead of giving a time of when they did it, they just give a letter to it. That letter was Tango. So that way they can say information Tango instead of saying, hey, the weather at this time. It just makes it easier. So he says, we have information Tango now, and you heard the pilot respond with nothing. Here's an example that I pulled out of Miami. This is basically what would print off in the plane. And you can see here at the very beginning, it says information echo. When you check in with the controller and he says that the current information is Tango, but you know that that paper that you had just printed off says Sierra on the top, when you check in with him and he says your current information is Tango, your response is going to sound something like this.
Roger that. We have...
Usually as a pilot, you will respond and say something like, oh, let me grab Tango. And you just have to hit a couple quick buttons, and there was a 3rd pilot up there, so that pilot could have done it. But you would just get that new weather generated right now with that information so you can see if there's any changes. However, he chose not to do that. Then you hear the controller verify that runway 14 is still acceptable.
SkyCube 4854, Tyler, wind now 260 at 16, gusting 21, just confirm runway 14 still acceptable.
You're landing on a short runway, that's something to be cautious of, but it's still absolutely doable. But you have a quartering tailwind. That should be a red flag. Then it just got windier. That's an even greater red flag. And you'll know because you've already looked at this airport chart that you're on this very short runway and there's a very long runway option there. Then the 3rd red flag is when the controller asks and hints, hey, are you sure that 14 is still acceptable for you? That should be something that you should be thinking, okay, he's seeing something that I'm not seeing. But they just continue. Listen what happens next.
SkyCube 4854, heavy tower, roger, wind 260 at 16, gusting 21, clear to land on my 14.
Clear to land clear to land to runway 14, SkyCube 4854 Heavy.
Roger. Wind 250 at 15, gusting 21.
First, I'm going to talk about something that I don't think I've ever talked about in any of these videos, and that's this noise right here. This is something that you only typically hear in the US, sometimes you'll hear it in Canada. That double click is basically an acknowledgement. Instead of saying Roger or okay or I understand, you'll do that double click, and that's your way of letting them know you understood what they said. I don't think that that's an official thing. You don't really hear that anywhere else. I don't recommend you do it, but just because it happened there, I thought I would explain it to you. Then you hear the controller update the wind just as they're getting ready to land. Listen here.
Wind 250 at 15, gusting 21.
That's normally something that you'll see when you have any type of an adverse condition. Low visibility, really windy, gusty days, things like that. The controllers obviously want you to be safe and successful in what you do, land your plane, so they're going to update you. Not always, it's not something that they have to do, but it's slow, I guess, at Halifax. So he's just giving this pilot an updated, hey, this
Thank you, 4854 heavy.
Roger. Wind 250 at 15, gusting 21.
First, I'm going to talk about something that I don't think I've ever talked about in any of these videos, and that's this noise right here. This is something that you only typically hear in the US, sometimes you'll hear it in Canada. That double click is basically an acknowledgement. Instead of saying Roger or okay or I understand, you'll do that double click, and that's your way of letting them know you understood what they said. I don't think that that's an official thing. You don't really hear that anywhere else. I don't recommend you do it, but just because it happened there, I thought I would explain it to you. Then you hear the controller update the wind just as they're getting ready to land. Listen here.
Wind 250 at 15, gusting 21.
That's normally something that you'll see when you have any type of an adverse condition. Low visibility, really windy, gusty days, things like that. The controllers obviously want you to be safe and successful in what you do, land your plane. So they're going to update you. Not always, it's not something that they have to do, but it's slow, I guess, at Halifax. So he's just giving this pilot an updated, hey, this is your current weather condition. If the winds are calm or there's nothing going on, they're not going to do that. So that should be another thing that you should be thinking. Why is he updating me with the winds, 15 gusting 21? He's probably saying, hey, you have some adverse condition that you're going to be dealing with here in just a second. Watch what happens next.
SkyCube 485, do you read?
Attack Tower, SkyCube 4854 is off the run. Requesting full emergency assistance.
SkyCube 4854, roger, emergency has been activated.
Ground, Staff 52, do you have the crash alarm activated?
Staff 52, affirmative.
What's our situation? Halifax,
Staff 52, no response from the fire.
Halifax SkyCube 4854, full emergency support.
SkyCube 4854, ground taken.
I've mentioned before that humans are bad monitors of things, and that's why plane manufacturers do things like when the autopilot goes off, it makes an alarm. So on a Boeing plane, when the autopilot or the auto throttle is turned off, whether done by the pilot or the plane itself, it makes this sound. And they have that, so just in case you have me as your pilot staring out the window, which is something I love to do, and my teacher said I would never get paid to do, but staring out the window, if your autopilot goes off, then your plane has alerted you, hey, this is a noise that sounds like it needs attention. Well, air traffic control has the same thing. I don't know if you heard it. Listen to this clip.
SkyCube 4854, do you read?
I think that's a really cool feature. It's obviously something that I never really get to hear. But just in case your controller is busy or staring out the window or playing on TikTok, something happens at his airport, they're going to be alerted to it. That noise sounds like, hey, you need to pay attention. But in this case, the pilot did the right thing.
4854 is off the run. Requesting full emergency assistance.
The max tailwind a commercial aircraft can have is usually about 10 to 15 knots depending on the plane. And with the direction that the wind is coming from and the gusts that they're encountering, this plane is getting very close to their max tailwind component. Something you never want to have is a very short runway and a very strong tailwind, especially when you have this big, long runway where the wind would almost be off your nose. So why would they choose to land on that very short runway? I will tell you my initial gut when I first heard about this situation is that I thought possibly they chose the shorter runway because it was going to be a shorter taxi. That's just when I first heard about it, out on the line flying, someone said, hey dude, a 747 just went off the end of the runway in Canada. I thought, really? How short was it? And they said, oh, he chose this really short runway. There was not a lot of information of how it all came about. But my thought was maybe this runway was closer to his parking. But as you can see, there's no parking down here, which made me think, why did they do this? Luckily for me, the Canadian investigation team put together a nice little summary, which made it very easy for me to see exactly what happened. Do you remember when they checked in and the controller said information Tango is current and the pilot said this?
Roger that. We have...
Well, that was because the pilots only had information Sierra. And as you can guess, information Sierra said, we're currently landing on runway 14 and we're taking off runway 23. And on information Tango, it said we're taking off and landing on runway 23. So has it happened to me when I'm getting close to land and the weather has changed and they update me and they say, hey, this is the current weather, and I didn't have it at that time? Absolutely, that's absolutely happened. The smart thing you should do if you're the one that's working on the radios at that time and there's someone else that's sitting behind you like there was in this case, is tell them, get the weather. That lets them do something because their job is there just to help you. One of the things about being a pilot that is really important is your ability to delegate other tasks to people that they can do. So that way you as the pilot who's talking on the radio can be as focused of everything that's going on, and that third person that's there, they're your assistant, but they need you to tell them, get the weather. So that person can now get the weather, have a light on. Back behind it, there's a little spot where you can look at some light because it's nighttime when they're landing, and say, hey, this is the updated information of the airport. Now that may be something like no big changes or the new barometric pressure is this, but that person back there, their job is to now update both of you, hey, this is the situation. And had that person printed that off and they said, hey, now they're landing on runway 23, the crew could have said, okay, hey, let's do that because we got a quartering tailwind on a very short runway, let's go to 23. That could have been and what they should have done. But the information the pilots have here is they're looking at information Sierra and it's saying this, winds are 230 at 10 knots. Now a 10 knot direct crosswind, because that's 90 degrees off from the direction they're landing on, a 10 knot direct crosswind is really not a big deal. There's no, I've done that, I'm much windier than that. It's not a big deal to land in that. But if you have the option to land on a longer runway where it's going directly at your nose, that is something that you should do. You've heard me talk about pilots being lazy. Well, this would be the time where being lazy works to your advantage, because instead of having to work hard, land on the short runway with the crosswind, in something like Halifax, see if they'll let you land on the big long runway which has the wind going directly at your nose. That just makes logical sense to ask for it. You know, like they say, you never get the sale you don't ask for. And for all of you av geeks out there who might be wondering, because the clouds were low, maybe they were thinking they couldn't get in on that approach for runway 23. The clouds were at 500 feet. And as you can see here, no matter which approach they did, they would have been able to get underneath the clouds. These altitudes right here show how far above the ground they would be when they would have to go around. But unfortunately, the pilots didn't ask for that. They also didn't update their performance, meaning before you land, you put in the current wind, the runway, all the conditions that you're dealing with, and then your plane spits out some information to you. It says, yes, you can land on that runway, this is the brake setting that you need, and it gives you all that information. Now the pilots didn't put that new information in because they were behind the airplane, trying to get everything done, trying to land. So they didn't put that information in there. Had they would have seen that they could have still landed and been fine and stopped in time. But there's some other things that happen. This knob right here controls the auto brakes, and most bigger planes have auto brakes. And by using the auto brakes, which we almost always use, you delegate that task to your aircraft of braking in the most efficient way possible, because it can see how the brakes are working if it hits a patch of ice or whatever, it can handle that a lot better and react immediately compared to you who can just add pressure and unadd pressure. Like you can do it, but your plane, your machine is going to do it better. It's trained to do this exact thing, and it will give you the amount of brake stopping distance that you need in order to stop the most efficient way possible without you ending up like this. But if the pilot who's flying makes a mistake and does something like adds power, well, your auto brakes are going to think, well, you don't want to be stopping anymore, so it's going to turn off. Something else you're going to lose is your speed brakes. These things come up automatically as soon as you land to help push your plane towards the ground and make your braking more effective. But of course, if you add power, then your speed brakes are going to go down. Your plane is going to do what you tell it to do. Now, there is a thing that comes up on the screen when the auto brakes go off. It says auto brakes. Now, the pilot that's not flying, that's sitting there, that's working the radios, is supposed to say auto brakes off. So that way the pilot that is flying can know, hey, that's not what I intended to do, to have the auto brakes go off. I had this situation happen in the simulator, I don't know, about a year ago, where the guy in the back of the simulator who's doing all the stuff that will set us on fire and trick us and try to see, to make sure that we're paying attention to all the things that was going on, we did that. We came in and we landed, and there was a lot going on. I don't even remember what the situation was, but I said auto brakes off. And then the other pilot didn't mean to, because the auto brakes off indication that shows up on your screen will also happen when you purposely take the auto brakes off. So I didn't know if that guy did it on purpose because I can't see what his feet are doing. So it's my responsibility, no matter how fast we're going, is to say auto brakes off. When I said that, the pilot in this case that was flying then jumped and manually put his feet on the brakes because he didn't mean and didn't want for the auto brakes to go off. So he put his feet on the brakes and we stopped, and it was no big deal. And the guy running the simulator said, hey, great job that you caught that. And so that was the reason that you always say that no matter what. It's just a reflex. You're going 5 miles an hour and the auto brake thing shows up there, you say auto brakes off. You're going 130 miles an hour, you say auto brakes off. It's just one of those things that you say no matter what. You see it, you say it. That way the other pilot can react to it because they're busy flying the plane. But the pilot that was responsible for that was distracted by the fact of the hard landing and probably how fast they were going down the runway because of the tailwind. Now, while it's ultimately the pilot's responsibility when they're flying the plane and when we're flying to make sure that that plane lands safely, there's something that I wish the controller would have done differently in this part right here.
Just confirm runway 14 still acceptable.
I really wish the controller would have said something more along the lines of, runway 23 is also available if you want it, but you can stay on runway 14 if you prefer. And then read the winds to the pilots so then they can make that decision. The pilots didn't have that information that that runway was even an option. Now, had the controller said that, I think he was thinking that because he said, hey, is that still a good runway for you, runway 14? But if he had said, hey, runway 23 is also an option for you, and the pilots had said, no, we'll do runway 14, which is very possible that they would have made that decision and said, yeah, we'll do runway 14 anyways. But had the controller told that to the pilots, and then they said, yeah, we're doing runway 14, I would have been even more disappointed with the fact that they would make that decision. But the controller had the option to let them know runway 23 was an option, even though that it was on Information Tango. That's one of those times that your controller could really help you out and say, hey, this is an option for you if you want it. If they really think that that's going to be a better, safer option, then he should have said that. But 100% of the time something like this happens, the pilots made a mistake. I also feel it's important to mention that these pilots had a few fatigue things that came up in the report. And I never have a problem reporting fatigue. If I have done everything that I could to get my rest and I exercised, ate something, I have like a little routine that I'll do. If I have to sleep in the middle of the day, I've learned all these things over the years that I'll do. But if I've done those things and I couldn't go to sleep, I have no problem ever calling in and saying, hey, I'm not fit to do this flight for whatever reason. And that's because I never want to be in a situation where I've created an incident or an accident because I failed to make a call about being tired. I've only flown with a US carrier, but I can tell you that inside the US, if you ever call fatigue, as long as you're not abusing it or being ridiculous about it, you're never going to have any pushback from your airline because your abilities as a pilot are going to be significantly degraded when you're tired. And that's why they have this rule, because there's been accidents where people have died as a result of being tired and making poor decisions. It's the equivalent of being drunk. You're gonna be thinking slower and you're gonna be making poor choices. So they made this a rule so pilots can call fatigue anytime that they want. Now, if you're doing it every week or every time you have something that you don't want to do, okay, well, maybe you're going to be in trouble. But you're going to fill out a report and they're going to look at all the information. What caused this person to be fatigued? And is your airline going to be upset that you called in fatigue and they've had to delay the flight and they've had to call the customers or maybe alert the passengers? Yes, they're going to be upset about all of those things. But they're going to be a lot more upset if something like this happens.
4854 is off the run. Requesting a full emergency assistance.
The final piece of what caused this accident you can see right here. It seems the pilot probably accidentally added power, meaning these speed brakes would actually go down and the auto brake would go from here trying to stop the plane to doing nothing. And with the first officer being distracted, he didn't alert the captain the brakes were off. It took over 8 seconds for the pilot to put his feet on the brakes to manually stop, but max braking didn't occur until 15 seconds later. It's important to mention that all 3 crew members and the passenger that they had on board all got off safely and unharmed. If you enjoyed this video, check out these 2 over here. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the brave side up.
What I have here is a really hot and scary mixture of sulfuric acid and hydrogen peroxide, also known as piranha solution, and this is just a regular chicken drumstick. I've been really curious to know
The old premature thrust reverser. It's actually not something that's supposed to even be allowed on a plane, and it's not something that should ever happen. Watch how it gets set up.
That there could have been a crash, man.
Thrust reversers are what make that really loud noise as soon as you land. Now there's different words for different planes, but thrust reversers is just kind of a general term in what we use when we're landing and help to slow the plane down. You have your engine working like this, and as you're coming into land, instead of this blue air here propelling you forward, it gets directed and comes out the side of the engine, and that helps to slow you down. They're not something that's actually needed on a clear day like you're seeing here. We do need them on, let's say, an icy day or a snowy day where your wheels and your brakes are not working as they should be. When you have some type of adverse condition like that, then your thrust reversers can really be necessary. But on a normal day, you don't really need them. What they're used for is to help the brakes not have to work as hard to slow your aircraft down. So by these doors opening up here on the side of the engine, it actually helps your brakes not work as hard. The problem is, in this clip that somebody sent me, the thrust reversers actually opened up and deployed before the plane touched the ground. When I saw the initial picture of it, I thought what had happened was the plane had actually hit on the ground, bounced back up in the air, and looked airborne. Because that will happen sometimes, where the wheels actually touch on the ground, the pilots deploy the thrust reversers, but they hit the ground so hard the plane got back up in the air, and now those thrust reversers are out. But that's not the case at all. The thrust reversers opened up before the pilot even set any of the wheels on the ground. As you can see right here, the wheels haven't touched the ground, but the thrust reversers are actually already starting to open up. There's two possibilities here. First, you could have the machine actually malfunction. That engine could have an uncommanded thrust reverser, where the engine actually opens up and commands thrust reversers, even though the pilot didn't ask for it. That's one possibility. But if you look closely here on the left engine, it looks like it has also opened up. It's not very clear in this picture, but it does appear to be open. Most airplanes have something that pilots refer to as system logic, meaning one thing needs to be in place for another thing to happen. For example, some aircraft are not able to start the APU. It's that little engine in the back of the plane that helps provide electrical power and helps the plane start its engines. Some planes are not able to start that APU in the air. Some planes are. For example, you remember in the Sully movie, when they came in and landed, they actually had the ability to turn on the APU in flight, and that's what gave them the ability to have all their instruments continue to run.
Starting the APU.
There are backup batteries in case that didn't happen, but that's what they did, and they also were using it to help start the engines in case they were going to be able to start, which obviously didn't. But the Airbus is able to do that. Some planes don't have that feature, so there's system logic in different planes. And as you can imagine, most aircraft manufacturers are going to prevent this from being allowed, where the thrust reverser opens up in flight without the plane being being on the ground. As you can imagine, it'd be a very dangerous situation if you were flying along in the middle of a flight and you had one engine trying to push you forward and the other one doing this thrust reverser, meaning it's not creating power to push your aircraft forward, but actually helps slow it down.
What the hell is this? It's an A380 with 4 reverse thrusters. 4? What the heck is that?
So you have one pushing you forward and one pulling you back, essentially. You can imagine why that would be a major problem. So the manufacturers of different aircraft have created different system logics to prevent that from happening. So to have this one engine on the right to your malfunction is possible, but to have it happen at the exact same time as this one on the left-hand side is essentially impossible. I suspect what happened is as this pilot was fighting to get the plane on the ground, because it looked like it was a gusty, windy day, obviously I couldn't see how they were doing with keeping down the runway, but they were fighting to get that aircraft on the ground. So it is possible that while they were fighting to get the plane on the ground, they pulled the power all the way back, and then they thought they'd hit the ground. Like maybe they thought their landing was just so smooth that they were on the ground, and in doing so, they deployed the thrust reversers here just a few feet from the ground. Now there are different variations of every plane that gets made. Different airlines will request different variations be made. For example, my airline, we have several different models of 747s, even though they are very similar in a lot of ways. There is different versions of them, so they don't all work the exact same. So you need to pay attention when you get onto a new plane. You can have something known as a differences sheet, and you review that, and you can see anything that's different on that plane from the standard plane that you're typically flying, and the pilots will typically all review that together before you go and fly. So it is possible that on this version of the 737, they had something in place which said, for this system logic, as long as the landing gear was down and the thrust levers were at idle, you were able to deploy the thrust reversers. In this scenario, if you have your landing gear down and your thrust levers all the way back at idle and your thrust reversers are able to be deployed, that could be the system logic on this particular plane on the 737. On the 747, at least the way that I was taught the systems of it, there actually has to be weight on wheels. What that means is the plane has a sensor. As soon as there's enough weight on the wheels of the aircraft from the weight of the plane, it closes the circuit and it tells the plane, okay, now these features are available. For example, the APU can be turned on or the thrust reversers can be deployed, because you wouldn't want to have your thrust reversers deployed if you were flying the plane like you see here. But from the distance they're at from the ground right here, it's really not going to make a big deal. So the worst case scenario here is that the thrust went away and it just basically they were going to fall and hit the ground. A couple feet isn't going to make a big deal. It's just going to be a really hard landing. But that is a terrible habit to get into if you start deploying your thrust reversers, for example, in that plane. If you're allowed to do that, the system logic allows you to do that, it'd be a very dangerous habit to get into. Because once you've deployed your thrust reversers, and let's say you had to do a go around for one reason or another, and your plane's not on the ground, now you have another problem.
Yep. Let's go with that.
Is coming back. Something's going on with the engine. What's your window? You just want to look 1, 2? We'll just pull it down wherever we can.
The most dangerous time you can have an engine failure is actually right where this happened, on the initial climb out. That's the most dangerous time because you have nothing to trade. Meaning you have no speed to trade and you have no altitude to trade. The easiest way I can explain this to you is if you're in a car. If you're driving your car and you're at the top of a hill going down the hill and your motor were to fail, you have time. You can keep rolling forward, you can look for a good place to pull over. You have time, plus you have energy. You have some speed because gravity's pulling your plane down towards the ground, so you have plenty of time to figure out where do you want to pull over. On the reverse side, if you're going up a big mountain and then your engine decides to die there, you don't have a lot of speed and you have nothing to trade, so you have to make a decision very quick of what to do, because if you don't pull over to the side of the road quick enough, you're going to be sitting in the middle of a lane, and then everyone's going to be wondering why you didn't pull over. So this pilot is essentially at this point driving his plane up the hill when this happens.
He's driving flat.
is coming back. Something's going on with the engine.
So the pilot is doing the right thing here. You'll notice the first thing that he did was fly the plane. He got the nose of the plane over and he started turning back towards the runway, which is the aviate and navigate. He's getting the plane to go back to where he needs to go to land, navigating the plane towards the airport, and he does all of that before he says anything to air traffic control. That is the order that you want to do things in. Aviate, navigate, communicate. So he's flying the plane. You heard that stall warning horn go off. You heard him push. You saw him push the nose over. Then he started turning back towards the airport. Then he called air traffic control. So he's doing everything in the right sequence, and then you can hear all of the reality start to set in as he starts breathing really heavy. The other noise that you can hear is that horn going off. That's the stall warning horn, which is basically warning the pilot, hey, your wings are about to stop generating lift. That is not something that you want to have happen very low to the ground like this. It basically is happening because the pilot is trying to keep its plane from descending and try to make his way to the airport. So it's a normal habit to have. Your plane's not generating thrust anymore, and you're thinking, okay, well, I want to stay as high as I can and get as close to the airport. But if your plane were to stall, you're going to lose a lot more lift, and it's going to put yourself in a lot worse situation. So he's going to have to keep pushing the nose of the plane over and trading that altitude for airspeed, because you need the airspeed in order for your plane to keep flying. So luckily this happened at a high enough altitude where he was able to trade some of his air altitude to keep airspeed so he can keep his plane flying. You can imagine if this happens at 50 or 70 feet, there's really not a lot you can do. Watch the second part here.
I can hear you. Nice job, dude. You need assistance.
First of all, I love the fact that every pilot knows that everything when you go through flight school, the most important thing is to maintain center line. And even though at this point the pilot's just trying to make it to any runway, he doesn't really care, he ends up landing on the left side of the runway. But the first thing that you saw them do, the pilot just slid over into the middle of the runway, even though he just had an engine failure. Look at where he lands here, and look at the first thing that he does is he slides over into the middle of the runway. I love that. That's great discipline to have. That's definitely a quality that you want from a pilot, is that they're always trying to do the best that they can. So even though that he had landed on the left side of the runway like that, he worked his way back to the middle of the runway. That's something I love to see. Anybody can have, and I've done it plenty of time, where I thought I was going to land in the middle of the runway and I didn't, especially in flight school. I was all over that runway. But even now, every now and again, I'll not land in the middle of the runway when I'm coming in. And when I do that, the very first thing I'm trying to do is get my plane, keep my wings level, but also get my plane into the middle of the runway. Because that's where you want to be. That's what you're aiming to do every single time, is be in the middle. So I love that as soon as he landed, the first thing he did is that discipline kicked in, because at the end of the day, you have to only rely on your skills and your habits and doing all those things right all the time. That creates that muscle memory. At the end of the day, you can't deny that the results worked out great for this guy, but there are some things I think he could have done better. You see here how he's going towards the airport, but he's not lining his nose up on any particular runway. At this point, it'd be better to get the plane over a runway so he has a place that he can be landing going straight forward. And in case he ran out of energy and fell short, he would still be over a runway. Now, I don't know which way the winds are going or anything like that, but my suspicion is that he's going to be landing with a tailwind here, because he took off going the other direction and he just made a 180 all the way back to the runway. So my suspicion is, as planes typically love to do, take off into the wind. So by landing this direction on this same runway, going the opposite direction, he's probably landing with a tailwind, which is not going to help his situation. I don't know how strong the winds are. Maybe the winds are calm and it doesn't really matter, but you're not going to want to land with a tailwind, especially if you have an engine failure, because it's going to be pushing you over the end of the runway, and you're going to have to be going a lot faster over the ground than you want to be. You see right here with the plane flying, it gives you the illusion that the propeller is actually still spinning, meaning that you would think it's helping the plane to move forward. But that's not the case. Look, as he lands here, the propeller immediately stops. That propeller is doing something called windmilling, and if you've watched any of my videos, you know I'm very easily entertained. So you know, as a kid, I had something like this called a pinwheel, and I would run around the house to make that thing keep spinning and spinning and spinning. Essentially, the air is actually continuing to make that propeller spin. So it's the exact same thing as that pinwheel running around the house and getting it to spin is what's going on here. The plane is going down, and the air that's going over the propeller is creating that spin. So the exact same thing is happening, but it's not helping the plane move forward or get closer to the runway. So the pilot is having to just trade and balance between altitude and airspeed to get himself over the runway, and he's doing a great job. But if I had one criticism for this pilot, it's going to be right here. Listen here for the heavy breathing and the horn making a noise. So 100% I understand the heavy breathing. If I'm in his situation and I were to be recording it, you'd probably also hear me crying and whining a little bit. So 100%, that I don't blame him for. That is going to be a natural instinct when your adrenaline starts running like that. Not something you were thinking about. It's not something that you can realistically plan. It's something that we train for, but you're not going to run up there all the time into the sky and then cut your engine off and go like, I wonder if I can do it. I mean, there are probably some pilots that do that, but typically not what you're going to go do. So that part I completely understand. But something that he's doing where he's getting his plane close to stalling very low to the ground like that is not ideal. He's maybe 80 to 100 feet off the ground here, and he's making some very sharp banks to get lined up with the runway. And the problem with doing that at a low altitude like that is if your aircraft were to stall, which is what that horn is saying, it's saying, hey, your wings are about to stop generating lift. At 80 feet, if you fall out of the ground at 80 feet, that's like jumping out of a window at 8 stories up in the air. There's going to be a lot of trouble. And I know that I had this illusion when I was going through flight school. If I was ever nervous or I was flying by myself and I got close to the ground, I was like, ooh, I'm safe. And I thought, I'm really more safe at 6 or 7,000 feet than I am at 100 feet. Because at 100 feet, if your plane wings were to rip off or you were to stall and crash straight into the ground, that's like jumping out of an 8-story building. You're going to be in a lot of trouble. But if you're up at 5,000 feet and you were to stall your plane, well, you have plenty of time to... When you have doctors and airline pilots that are backing a new idea about aviation, I get interested. And as I watch the video, it looks like it was written by somebody on, well, TikTok. I'm not sure why all the videos that lack all common sense are the ones that trend on social media, and if you haven't figured out, this video is going to be a bit controversial.
Guys, look up. Over there. You see a plane with clouds behind it? Today, and for the first time ever, I'm going to explain to you what these things are and how this may be the easiest way to tackle global warming.
Whether you believe in global warming or not, I personally think that you can't just trash the environment that you live in without any repercussions. But if you're trying to convince me about a new concept or a new idea, you can't have someone get on the screen saying be careful of airplane clouds, because those aren't clouds, they're called contrails, and then have the announcer say this.
Today, and for the first time ever, I'm going to explain to you what these things are.
I have no idea who this guy is or what his channel's about, but this guy, Mr. Nas Daily, sure is excited to be on camera. And having the very opening scene have something like this on it lets me know you're already going to try to use some type of scare tactic. Danger from airplane clouds? I already know this is going to be stupid, but let's see what he's got to say.
Airplanes. They're amazing, but sometimes when an airplane passes through very cold and humid air, its water vapor turns into a cloud.
When planes fly, they leave behind a mix of vapors and exhaust gases in the sky.
We call this a contrail. The
issue is that these clouds stay in the sky for hours, or even days at a time.
As you know, these clouds trap heat and contribute to global warming.
A lot of countries, they create a sort of a blanket in the sky, and they don't allow the heat coming from down to dissipate in the atmosphere. And that's why they affect the global warming.
Almost 60% of the negative impact of aviation comes from contrails, all because an airplane passed through cold and humid air.
Is it possible for a contrail to stay in the air for hours or days? I guess under perfect situations, yes, but I just walked outside and I shot this video yesterday, and you can see this is typically what you see when you look into the sky and look at a contrail. This is what it looks like. Now when I'm flying, if I end up seeing a contrail that's out there, let's say that was from 30 minutes before, I don't know if it was from 30 minutes before or from 40 hours before, but typically speaking, your contrails are going to be dissipating because the winds are going to shift and they're just going to break down because the temperatures are going to be changing, and so the contrail is going to dissipate. That's the norm. So when he says this,
the issue is that these clouds stay in the sky for hours, or even
132 is 105. Air France 181.
Bye-bye. Qatar 8660.
Dubai radar, Air France 181 with you, fly level 340, hello.
Air France 181, UA radar, hello. Squawk 1747.
Squawk 1747 for Air France 181, thank you. Wow, it's slow.
Lufthansa 639, nothing further for you, monitor Unicorn 122-78, bye bye.
122-78, have a good day, Lufthansa 639.
Thanks, bye bye.
UAE radar, can we request to direct Evoxy? This is due to because I'll be flying right over my house if I track direct waypoint, so fix Evoxy for Air France 181.
Air France 181, not approved, proceed direct Evoxy.
Thank you, track direct Evoxy for Air France 181.
UAE radar Emirates 5-1 requesting to climb to fly level 380.
Emirates 5-1 Tango, thanks approved, climb flight level 380.
climb 380, thank you very much, Emirates 5 on Tango.
That was a lie. I don't fly. I don't live there. I just stayed there, so. So let me show you where I stayed. I stayed around there.
Radar, hello, Emirates 98 X-ray passing 4000, climbing level 130.
Emirates 98 X-ray, Euro radar identified. Climb flight level 340.
Climb level 340, Emirates 98 X-ray.
Yeah, so I was right around here. So like I would be able to see. It's not that close. It's fine. And it's a shortcut, so.
UAE Radar Amiri 4 back in contact.
Amiri 4, thanks.
Days at a time.
If that was true, the skies over busy airspace would be covered and they'd be sitting there for days. But if you look outside, you'll typically see that those contrails are gone in 10 or 15 seconds. Maybe it's possible they set up for an hour or two. I've seen some that have hung around for a while, but creating days where there's a blanket that's covering everything, I've never seen that before. Next, we need to talk about this statement right here.
As you know, these clouds trap heat.
So it is true that on a cloudy day that the clouds do work kind of as a blanket. That was the way it was explained to me when I was a kid, and those blankets help to keep everything a little bit warmer in the city. However, let's imagine that this is your city with clear skies and the heat is rising off of it, but now that I put this string over it, the heat can't get out. Yep, that all checks out to me. So next time you go by Starbucks, just make sure when they try to give you a lid, just say, oh no, I got my string. I'll keep all my heat in that way. And then just take your tea, put your dental floss over it, and it's gonna be warm all day. And then they said this statement, which confused me even more, and I had to do some research on it.
Almost 60% of the negative impact of aviation comes from contrails.
So hold on here. What you're telling me is that when I do a super long flight and burn, let's say,
UAE radar
25,000 gallons of
Emirates
gas,
21 Charlie at holding point Mike 13 Alpha, ready for departure.
obscene amount of
I was 2 on Charlie, thanks, surface winds, variable 9 knots, to the right, clear takeoff.
All that gas, you're telling me that this the
Runway
biggest
30 right, clear for
impact is
takeoff.
actually going to be
Emirates
the
21 Charlie.
contrail that's out there for a few minutes while I'm flying?
UAE radar, this is Qatari 909er, assalamu alaikum. We are at flight level 340 inbound Sodex.
Pollution.
Qatari 909, UAE radar identified.
Cities that have tons of factories, there's no contrails from those factories, and the sky is pretty dark and grim when you come into some of those cities. So you're telling me 60% of the impact that I create on global warming is actually not from the gas that I'm burning, but from the contrails that go out the back of my plane for a couple minutes at a time? Who's doing this research? I actually had to dig around on the internet, and I guess this is where the numbers came from. This was an article that was published on BBC, which says may account for more than half, 57% of the entire climate impact of aviation. So unlike the people from TikTok that just publish crazy, scary videos, I like to do a little bit of research before I go make a video about something. There is a difference between may create that impact and does create that impact. I just thought I would notate that difference, but listen to what he says here.
60% of the negative impact of aviation comes from contrails.
Oh, but just wait, it gets so much better.
Here's the best part. We can fix this problem
easily just by making a few changes to the flight path.
Etihad 2469 radio check.
Take Etihad Airways for example. It's the first airline fixing the contrails problem today.
Etihad 2469, am I in your airspace yet?
Before a flight,
you are, yes,
pilots and navigation teams look at tons of weather data to avoid
Etihad 246, good day, maintaining flight level 350.
Humid air.
Etihad 2469, thanks. Just confirm your next inbound waypoint.
Meters above or below it. It sounds simple, but there is a lot of artificial intelligence and
inbound Ilovu 133 nautical miles.
Love to hear. This problem can be fixed easily.
So just confirmed Ilovu, Echo Lima, Oscar Victor Uniform.
When you're flying around, something that you may or may not have noticed is that when you're flying east or when you're flying west, depending on the direction that you're going in, you will be flying at an odd number altitude or an even number altitude. Let's say, for example, you're going from New York to LA. You'll typically be flying at an even number altitude. So you might be at 36,000 feet or 34,000 feet or 38,000 feet. You get the idea. And when you're doing LA to New York,
Emirates 5-1 Tango, shortly leaving my airspace. There's nothing further for you. Monitor Unicorn 122, that's some right.
If next time you're on a flight,
Monitor Unicorn for Emirates 5-1 Tango, bye.
Makes his announcement and says, well,
Your radar, sorry, Emirates 90X-ray. Is possible to modify our flight cruise level from 340 to 360?
Emirates 98X, so that's approved. Climb flight level 360.
Thank you very much. Climb level 360, Emirates 98X-ray.
Your radars, Emirates 2-1 Charlie with you at 4000.
Emirates 2-1 Charlie, UA radar, hello. Climb flight level 350.
Climb to flight level 350, Emirates 2-1 Charlie.
Amiri 4, descend at altitude 13,000 feet to the QNH 1020.
Descending 13,000 feet, Amiri 4.
UAE radar, good afternoon, Emirates 806. We are now inbound Morgu, descending to 230.
Emirates 806, UA radar, hello, identified. Imped 3 Charlie arrival, descent altitude 10,000 feet, Dubai QNH 1019.
Dubai QNH 1019 on the Imped 3 Charlie arrival for runway 30 left, descent to 10,000 feet, Emirates 806, thank you.
Etihad 2469, descend flight level 270.
Descend flight level 270, Etihad 2469.
$36,000 fleet, you'll be flying westbound. So the first issue is that pilots, when we're flying, we use feet. Regardless of where you're from, we use feet, not meters. And I'm not saying that feet are better than meters. I'm just saying that the planes are built and most of the planes are working around feet. There is one place that loves using meters, and the pilots actually have to use this chart here to get as close to the right altitude in feet as they can, so that way they can match it in meters. So it's just a little piece of information to know, and it's relevant because of this.
By simply flying a few hundred meters above or below it.
Now, because we're talking about temperatures, temperatures are not going to be holding to a very specific range. They're not going to be only in this 2,000 foot range, or they're going to be contrails. That's not how it's going to work.
UAE radar, good day, 1670, showing 30 left at kilo 11.
37,000 to 39,200. Let's say that's the
Tower
range.
6 to tell hello, cross 3, so left, hold short 3, is that alright?
Here you have a very unique situation.
Cross 30 left, hold short 30, MS6
This is
hotel.
the range when the contrail is being developed. 37,000 to 39,200. You can't just call up air traffic control and say, hey, air traffic control, I want to fly today at 39,300 feet.
UAE radar
Not
speed
how it
but
works.
198
We fly
P2 at 4,000 feet, return to Foxtrot departure.
at full altitudes, meaning 39,000, 40,000, 41,000. We fly at 1,000 intervals of what we're going to be doing when we're flying. And that's because they want to have separation between the planes. Safety first, that's like the #1 priority. So you're not going to have a plane flying at 39,300 because then you have it very close to a plane that's, let's say, at 40,000. Well, the planes have certain restrictions when we're flying. And if the plane is very heavy, it may not be able to get up to that altitude. This is a picture of the flight computers that we have on our aircraft. And as you can see, both pilots have identical computers. They say it's because they want us to be able to be more efficient in how we work, but I think it's just so the first officers don't get jealous that the captains have all the cool toys and computers, because I flew at an airline that only the captain had a computer, and it was very lonely over there without a computer to play with while you were in flight. Anyway, you can see on my computer screen as I zoom in, look at this section right here. Now we are currently flying at flight level 390, which is also known as 39,000 feet. And as you can see, the recommended altitude here is...
Kilo 1 for Alpha.
We can. And remember, in this
he went
scenario,
offline, you can switch to
37,000
Unicom.
to 39,200, that's the danger zone where all the contrails are happening, and we obviously can't let that happen because then no heat is going to be able to get away from Earth. So based off of my computer now, that leaves me two options.
Do I want to run that?
1,000 feet or descend to 35,000 feet. Now pilots are always going to want to stay at the higher altitude. At the higher altitude, you're going to have a much more fuel efficient flight. And we want to be fuel efficient because we always want to have extra gas when we're getting to our destinations. So if we go down to 35,000 feet or flight level 350, we're going to be burning a lot more gas, especially when you're talking about a flight that could be 10 or 15 hours long. That is a lot of extra gas that you're going to burn unnecessarily. So then of course people say, we'll go to 41,000. You can see in this scenario here, the max this plane can do right now is flight level 415. That's 41,500 feet. Now typically when pilots are flying, when they're doing long haul flights like this, we like to have a buffer. You don't want to put your plane at the very edge of the envelope, because then you have the risk of having all kinds of things happen which are not good, which don't really pertain to this video. Just trust me that you're not going to want your pilots flying at the edge of the envelope with you in the back. It's going to be uncomfortable if something doesn't go perfectly right. Could the plane do it? Sure, but you're not going to want to do it. Just as a rule of thumb, typically pilots want to have 1,000 to 1,500 feet of buffer. So in this scenario here, to go to 41,000 feet, we would have a 500-foot buffer. Could you do it? You could do it, but it wouldn't be recommended. You'd want to have it say 42,000 or 42,500. You'd want to see something like that before you climb to 41,000. So we're here at 39,000. 41,000 is not an option. 37,000 has the dangerous contrails, which means our only option right now is 35,000. So by going down to 35,000, you can burn a couple extra tons of gas. You're talking about thousands of pounds of gas that are burned in order to go down to 35,000 feet instead of flying at the really efficient altitude of 39,000. So you're telling me that by going to 35,000 feet and burning a bunch more extra gas during this long flight, but not having a contrail, that is more efficient and better for the environment than flying at the altitude and having there be a line behind the plane for probably a minute or two. You're telling me that's your logic. That's what you're telling me, Mr. Nas Daily? Okay. The other thing I found really interesting is when he said this.
But they also use it to avoid cold and humid air.
Look, I didn't do really well in school. I've never claimed to be very smart, but typically speaking, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So you're telling me that by flying again around this area, which could be, I don't know how many miles, but I'm guessing a decent amount of miles. So you're flying way around this amount of cold, humid air where the dangerous contrails come out, and now you're burning a bunch of extra gas to go around this area. So we're flying lower, burning more gas, and now also flying around this cold, humid area that's burning more gas, but we're doing it to avoid the contrails, which may cause up to 57% of the global warming from aviation. That logic is brought to you by the same person who brought you this.
We can fix this problem easily.
Oh, you think they're done? Oh no, there's more.
So what we do as pilot is we look at this forecast that Sadavia gives us, and we avoid flying into these areas by flying above them or below them in order to flying in areas where there is less chance of producing contrails behind us.
And this innovative solution changes everything.
When a plane flies outside the contrail area, there will be no contrails that stay behind. No trapping of heat. Nothing. Just the plane taking you to your destination. Passengers won't feel the change in altitude, but the environment's impact reduces by a lot.
In the last 5 months alone, Etihad has reduced its carbon footprint by 5,000 tons, and it keeps going down.
Just think about that. The exact science is still being developed. But if every airline in the world did this,
we could reduce the speed of global warming globally and keep our skies shining blue.
Did he just say he could reduce the speed of global warming globally?
We could reduce the speed of global warming globally.
And more good news from them. It sounds like it's not the gas that's burned during this extremely long flight that's the problem. No, it's not that. It's the contrails. That's the danger. At least that's what he's implying when he says this.
When a plane flies outside the contrail area, there will be no contrails that stay behind. No trapping of heat. Nothing. Just the plane taking you to your destination.
Sure, I guess that's a number that can be massaged to work to really make it sound like anything you want it to sound like. Look what I just found. The new Airbus A380 and Airbus 220, Boeing 787, ATR 600, Embraer E2 aircraft use less than 3 liters of jet fuel per 100 passenger kilometers. This matches the efficiency of most modern compact cars. So I don't know how accurate that is. I think that there is a certain amount of manipulation that happens because whoever's paying for the research to happen, I think things end up falling more in their favor. So who paid for that study? I don't know, but they're saying that roughly 2.1% of the impact of global warming is coming from aviation. If we could just get this string to stop covering up the top of this cup, 60% of that impact will go away. If you want to do something about the carbon footprint that you're doing, stop buying stuff in other countries and then paying for them to get shipped all the way over. There's no easy way like this guy is saying it. Just like there's no take a pill and get super ripped. It's not the way it works. If you want to do something, then you're just going to have to bite the bullet and pay extra and have things that are made somewhere nearby to where you live. Do stuff locally. Stop buying stuff in a different country. I don't know, you can do the research and figure out which country is the most polluting country that's out there, but you can stop buying from countries like that and then buy something locally. It's going to cost you more money, but then you're not having the cost of it being made over there in a way that is probably negative to the environment, and then you're paying for somebody like me to fly that thing from that place over to whatever country you're in, and then for it to be transported on the ground and the impact from the environment of that. Like, if you want to do something, then that would be a lot better than having these planes flying at a lower altitude and burning more gas, or flying around the outside of something so that way they're burning more gas. I mean, again, not a scientist, didn't do great in high school chemistry, but that makes literally no sense to me. If you can show me the science that this thing right here is causing 60% of the impact, I'm gonna be really impressed. If you enjoyed this video, check out one of these two over here. I look forward to hearing from you. Until, well, this dude's about to get roasted.
We're going to be analyzing scary airplane moments caught on camera. Are you ready?
Coming up. Hey 7-4 crew, welcome back. If you don't know me, my name's Kelsey. I'm a 747 pilot. My channel 74 Gear is all about aviation. I personally find it very entertaining when people who are totally uninformed, lack all common sense, make comments and explain things in aviation. So if you like watching people get totally roasted who lack all common sense and don't know anything about aviation, but explain it in a way that they do, you're going to enjoy this video. Let's get into it.
In the world that we live today, people commute and travel all the time from one place to another. And because of airplanes, things have gotten way much easier. Just so you have an idea, roughly 100,000 flights take off and land every day all over the world. However, like anything else in this life, traveling by plane has a price. Some people, for example, panic when they're in an airplane. Many things can go wrong, and sometimes it can get very much scary or even dangerous. And today, we're going to be analyzing scary airplane moments caught on camera. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. In fairness to this guy, like a lot of my videos, this video is chopped up. I had to make it short because what he's doing is using a lot of different clips, and he does say in here statistically that aviation is safe and it is safe to fly, but he's doing it in a way that's designed to induce fear by the way that they're talking and the pictures that they're showing. There are a lot of people who are scared to fly, which I totally understand. You're not in control of the plane, or you don't understand the turbulence, or any of those types of things. And what happens is when people make these types of videos who don't know anything about aviation, it is designed to prey on people's fears and to make them feel even more nervous, because a lot of people, when they're trying to learn something or they're about to do something they're uncomfortable with, like let's say you hate traveling but you have to go to a destination wedding for your kid, right? Well, then you're going to be nervous, so what are you going to do? You're going to jump online and try to research some things about how to stay calm, and then you start researching things about aviation and planes, and then you end up on some guy's video like this. And he starts talking about all these different things in a way that's scary, and it preys on your fear and makes you more and more fearful. Now you should know that I fly mostly cargo. 98% of the flying that I do is just boxes, so it doesn't really matter to me whether you fly or not. I honestly don't care. But I think traveling is one of the best things that anybody can do in their life. You can experience different cultures, see the world, and things like that. So when I see somebody doing something like this that's making people scared to fly, I think, okay, you're making all these people uncomfortable to fly. I'm going to make you uncomfortable making these videos. So let's break down all the smart things this guy has to say about aviation.
On a Monday afternoon, passengers knew there was something wrong when they found the plane fuselage began to shake violently, and also heard popping noises coming from outside the Boeing 757 that they were in. This is when all of a sudden one of the plane's passengers observed that the walls were cracking open. This is what was captured on camera. At first, flight attendants were checking the crack on the wall. They were saying that it was only on the inside. However, I feel that they were only trying to calm everyone down. The last thing you need on a situation like this is a passenger freaking out. This is when the plane pilot was called in to check on the problem, and he said that they should land immediately. They made an emergency landing and everything was fine. However, if they did continue with the flight schedule, there is a big chance that the plane would crack open in half. In your opinion, how would you react if you were on this flight?
So in your professional opinion, as a passenger, you feel the plane would have cracked in half. Is that correct?
There is a big chance that the plane would crack open in half.
Next time you get on a plane, I want you to notice, if you're sitting next to the window, I want you to notice that the side of the plane, the side that you're sitting on, the walls are plastic and they're sectional. They're little pieces that are all set up along the side of there. It has nothing to do with the hull or the outside of the aircraft. Those two things have nothing to do with each other. That inside area right there that you see next to your window, that's really just for aesthetics. On a regular freighter plane, meaning it's just boxes, we don't have that nice plastic coating there. It doesn't matter if it's loud, it doesn't need to be insulated, none of that stuff. There's also not wires and other things that are moving along those wall areas. That plastic that they're showing right there, that thing that's broken, that's just one piece of sectional popping out from the second piece of the sectional. That has literally nothing to do with the outside of the aircraft. They're two totally separate things. As you can imagine, if you had one gigantic plastic piece that ran along the whole inside of the airplane as one single piece, it would be very expensive to make it. It would be very expensive to replace it. So what they have is different sectionals that are in there, which means that if they need to get into one section of the plane, they don't have to remove this gigantic plastic piece that all got built into one piece. It would be difficult to transport, difficult to install, difficult to take off when they need to do repairs and maintenance and things like that. So all those different sectional pieces is basically what it is. It's just a sectional piece of the inside of the aircraft, and the whole interior is usually made of kind of a tough plasticky thing. I don't really know, I don't design these aircraft, but that's basically what it's composed of. You can see here, this is just a clean line. Look right here on the line here, you'll see it's just one straight line, which means it's showing it's just one part of this completely separate piece right here. The outside of the plane, the hull of the plane, is not something you're going to be touching or being against. As you can imagine, it's very cold while we're flying up at 34 or 36,000 feet. So there's some insulation that's there, and it also helps reduce the noise. So having that there is part of just your comfort. Now there's a couple things to know. In the event that something like this happens, obviously the first person that's going to come look at it is the flight attendant. Passenger is going to tell the flight attendant, either the lead flight attendant or maybe the flight attendant with the most experience, they're going to come over and take a look and see what's going on. And they're going to do that so that way they can relay that information to the pilots, because we need to know what's going on as well. We're not back there. And I always talk about how important it is to have flight attendants that are willing to communicate with the pilots, and this is a great example of that. She's coming over to take a look at the situation, so then she can relay to the pilots, hey, this is what we have back here. This is what it looks like, or sounds like, or smells like, or whatever the situation is. Then from the flight deck, we can make the decision to go back there and take a look. You saw it was the captain that came back there, which is typically what it's going to be. The captain's going to go back and have a look and see what the situation is, so then they can make their determination of safety of flight or something like that. However, the guy who narrates this video says this.
They were saying that it was only on the inside. However, I feel that they were only trying to calm everyone down.
Here's the thing to realize if you're a passenger. One, the pilots are on the plane too. We don't have a special parachute. We don't have a death wish. We're not doing anything that we don't feel is safe. So if there's something on there that we're looking at and we see that there's a big problem, then we're going to make an emergency landing. I'm 99% sure that this pilot didn't walk back up onto the flight deck, declare a mayday, 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 we have an emergency, and make an emergency landing. No, they probably made a precautionary landing. They would have seen that, okay, this is broken or whatever the situation is. They don't want the passengers there. Who knows what really happened? Or they could have just said, we'll just continue our flight. I had a situation like this years ago when I was flying just passengers. We hit some turbulence so bad that the ceiling panels actually fell down off the ceiling. The ceiling panels, however, have these wires that are there, so that way if they do fall off, they don't fall onto people. So we hit this really bad turbulence. We get a call from the flight attendant that said, hey, some of the ceiling has come down. Now once we got up to our cruising altitude, I ended up having the flight attendant come up in the flight deck. I went into the back just to see what was going on so we could see what the overall situation was. Now I ended up just, I think, putting the ceiling back up. If I remember correctly, it was a long time ago. I either put it up or I decided that it was only coming down a couple inches, so I decided to leave it there because it was hooked up with wires, so it's not a big deal. The thing that's important to know is that that plastic coming off completely off the ceiling has nothing to do with the safety of flight. So we continued the flight, we flew to our destination. I think we had like an hour and 20-minute flight, something like that. And we just landed in, it wasn't a big deal at all. So it's important to realize that that plastic has nothing to do with the outside of the aircraft. It's also something that you may not know. The hull of the aircraft has leaks in it. So you might hear something or see something. It sounds like there's something that's going on where there's possibly a leak. Now, if you were to hear a big hole in the aircraft, the pilots are going to know. We're going to see that the plane is depressurizing. So the pilots in that scenario, that there's some big hole back there, we're not walking back there to be like, hey, what's going on? No. Everyone's putting their oxygen masks on, and now we're going to be getting down to 10,000 feet and trying to land as soon as possible. That's what's going to happen in real life. If there was a big hole, we're not walking back there like, hey, the plane's depressurized and all these things are happening. Let me just go see what this looks like. That's not what would happen. So when the narrator of this video says this,
they made an emergency landing and everything was fine.
I would say this guy's completely wrong, and it's highly unlikely that they declared an emergency and made an emergency landing. If anything, in my mind, based off of that, I probably would have continued the flight, unless I had like a 9 or 10 hour flight to go do, and then I didn't feel that it was going to be comfortable or safe, or there was multiple areas of the plane that had happened, and that would be more for the comfort of the aircraft. So usually what would happen is the pilots would go up, they'd get on the phone, they'd call the company, they'd tell them what's going on. Hey, we got parts of the inner part of the wall has broken open in a few different areas of the plane. What do you guys want to do? And then the company will make the decision. You know what? We don't want our passengers to be flying with part of the wall is broken, or whatever the situation is. Just go ahead and come in and land at this airport, depending on where you are on your route of flight. However, that wasn't really a safety issue. If you're looking at it from that aspect, there's really no safety with that plastic being open. Even if that plastic came completely off, nobody'd be able to sit in that area, but it wouldn't be a big deal safety-wise. Typically, if you ever see your pilots coming back to look at something in the middle of the flight, it's more for curiosity's sake. If there's something that's a real emergency, we'll know. We have all the instruments up there, we can see the pressurization and all the things that are going on with the aircraft. So if there's a real emergency, we're not going to be coming back. There's times where we have to come back and look at the wings during the winter and make sure there's no snow or ice or things like that. Usually that is something that we have to do for safety reasons before takeoff. But once we get into flight, we can pretty much see everything. If there's something that's like this, we're coming back just mostly out of curiosity, just to take a look at it, just so we can see what's going on, communicate with the other pilot, like, hey, this is a situation, and then we can relay to our company or our airline, hey, this is a situation that's going on, and then together we can make a decision about what to do.
First, it seems like a normal turbulence, and you can see by most people's reaction that they're not very much wowed by it. But it's all about to change. Good visual reason for a turbulence such as bad weather, it's because you have two different bodies of air moving at different speeds, and I guess this is exactly what happened to Justine Robinson's plane.
Okay, so turbulence ranks really high on people's fears, and I totally understand. It's like being on a roller coaster when it's not what you signed up to be on. I personally, I don't like being in roller coasters. Turbulence, however, doesn't bother me nearly as much as if I were to get on a roller coaster. If I was going to get on a roller coaster, you'd probably hear me screaming something like the people in this video, because I don't like doing it. Well, I probably wouldn't scream like them, but I would be upset that I made the decision to get on the roller coaster. Another thing to know is that your pilots, typically when we're flying, we don't want to be in turbulence either. We're up there so we can be talking, and if we're getting bounced around, our coffee's getting bounced around, maybe the book we're reading is getting bounced around, we can't do anything, and now we got to pay attention to what's going on. And like I've said, pilots typically are kind of lazy. We don't want to be doing all this work because that cruise portion of the flight, there's really not a lot to go on. We're listening to the radio, responding to the radio, watching some of the controls that are going on, but there's not a lot of mental effort that's involved in that situation. However, once you start getting into a bunch of turbulence, now you start trying to find out where the smooth air is, you're trying to change it to altitude, make a directional change, you're trying to do something to get out of that because nobody wants to be getting slapped around in the back of a plane. Realize that different areas of the plane, it's going to be worse. So if you might be sitting at the back of the plane, it's going to feel a lot more violent, the level of shaking that's going on, than in different areas of the plane. It's just going to be more uncomfortable for some people than others. I'm going to tell you a quick story about when I was flying this plane right here, and if you aren't familiar with it, this is a Dreamlifter. It's not a passenger aircraft. It's a modified 747 where they basically ripped the middle of the plane out and built this huge dome to take wings and fuselages of other aircraft inside it. She is a big girl, and that's a modified plane. It's not a normal, well-designed plane that's designed for your everyday passenger. So I was flying that plane a few months ago. We were crossing the Atlantic. We were headed out to Italy. And as we were crossing the Atlantic, we hit some moderate to severe turbulence. And what that basically means is you can't control some of the altitude variations that are going on. And what was happening is all the planes were getting diverted, and they were getting changed to different altitudes and different directions to get around this massive pocket of turbulence. We had Emirates with us, we were flying, we had a few other airlines that were nearby, and we're all getting vectored to sent to different areas to get around this big pocket of turbulence. Air traffic control was getting all these reports from people. Now, obviously, when you're flying passengers, no passengers that are flying on Emirates aircraft want to be getting slapped around, their drinks are getting spilled, or whatever the situation is, you're not enjoying it, and it's the same for us. So I'm in a plane that's completely modified. That whole middle section of that plane's been ripped out, and we are getting slapped around a lot. The thing to realize, though, is that every aircraft has a speed, and at that speed, or range of speed, that when you're at that speed, that thing can take any level of turbulence abuse that you could ever imagine. I mean, way, way worse than anything you could ever imagine. I always talk about the safety margins that aircraft make and the designers make to make sure that these planes don't break apart in turbulence, and it is way beyond anything that you will ever experience as a passenger. So if you're ever in this really bad turbulence or feels like very bad turbulence, just realize it is really nothing as far as for what the plane can actually take.
There are standard procedures for operating aircraft in snow, but yes, you're probably right that some are more used to it than others, like the Air Canada pilots. And okay, thank you, Nick. They've got positions across airports, different positions across airports around the UK. It's like the Air Canada. Now, I've got to be honest with you, folks. If you want a way in, if you're looking for a way out, if you want a way in, then get your, you know, irrespective of what you. Oh, hello, here he is. First spotting, Jimmy. First spotting. Don't frighten him. Don't frighten him. Don't frighten him. He might. So get your CV in there, folks. And I mean, if you love aviation as much as what we do, and you're looking for an opening, a way into aviation, then you've got to remember that so many people highly you know, a lot of the high the executives at airlines have started their, you know, it's always good to start from the bottom and work your way up, put it that way. And imagine being on the airfield pushing some of these big jets around, or just being out there on the airfield. Look at this beautiful A350, man. Here we go for the flare. Get that flare right. Nice. Those engines up. This little bit of see, it's not really aero braking with those big wings, because they're obviously using the elevators to keep the front up. You know, not to keep it up, but to manage the descent rate of the nose of the plane, because you don't want to just slam it down. Oh, hello, big lad. Andy Williams gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Andy. Stand by for VAR. Mark JB loves a fiddy. Sarge. She is beautiful indeed. CPR, Brian McNaughton. Ken Jackson. Sentences we went to the team. Oh well, I don't know about that. Not all of this. Look at the rudder in from there. Isn't that crazy? It's only the lower rudder element. Wow. those big wings because they're obviously using the Christian Daniel Pop VAR not needed indeed. Although a slow-mo of that would look pretty smart, wouldn't it? But we'll get this triple push it back with Turkish. Vanzella. Try the runway, quick, smart, yeah.
Those by round.
It's on your compass, heading. It's on your compass, heading. And as you can see, they're crabbing. 67, look at this. Gaming program. He's a new member or a returning member. Coming in hot!
Oh, unlucky with
yeah, that was a little bit sketch, man. A little bit sketch. Wow, that was quite high speed, man. No reverses. Just a new set of brake pads. What's that? No, the reverses were active, but they were. It was at idle. Doing a F&F check on that Turkish triple. Elevators, speed brakes, ground spoilers as they are on the ground. Rudder check. That was nice and easy and quick, wasn't it? Joanna B, get it down, yes. Nuruk, a very good afternoon and welcome to you, Nuruk. Oh look, Big Jet TV's gifted 10 channel memberships, aren't we nice? Raked wing tips, no winglets on that 767 Kelvin Grant indeed. Same wing tip as the, and I know that, oh hello, wait a minute. That's all right. Oh! They seem to be catching a little bit of turbulent air just on touchdown. Yeah. Maybe coming off terminal. Suho was on that very Qatar jet yesterday. Doha to Sydney, Alpha 7, Alpha Papa Hotel. Wow, that's fantastic. Ian Hanna, Michael Day, Paul Skilling. Giving a shout out to Johnny B, who's a brand new member. So you can see these guys, the aircraft is naturally facing in the direction of the wind, not completely obviously, but just to counteract that wind, the aircraft will naturally, oh look at this.
So many poles. There we go.
Nice. See, I mean, obviously the front strut itself, the undercarriage. There's no brakes on the front wheels of these big jets. I think it was only the Trident. Historically, of any aircraft that ever had front brakes, I believe. Tell me otherwise, obviously, if I'm wrong. But yeah, no front brakes on these big airplanes, so they rely on brushes or nylon pads down and stop it from spinning. I've got you, Laura. Not going to happen, is it?
West
Jackson viewing deck on T4 visible. Viewing deck on T4 visible. Is that the one? That's the one that's behind glass, isn't it? That it's not so much a viewing deck; it's more like a viewing room, isn't it? I've been in there. It's not much to write home about, but I don't think anyway. WestJet. D-cell. Yeah. Runway's starting to dry out. Dry line appearing. They'll be on slicks before you know it. Still pretty deep, man. Wow. It's only just off that WestJet jet. Definitely got hit by a bit of that turbulent air there. Sue Host gifted a membership. Thank you, Sue. Gary Lester is a new member. Welcome, Gary. Very smooth, very smooth, very smooth. This big old wave, big angry little sharky face. Dudsey 907, do they always use the same tyres for landing gear? They do change the tyres, Dudsey, but usually there is a set limit of number of cycles that they have, as in like landings and takeoffs. But generally it's also on inspection as well, by the ground engineers, by the pilots, and also maintenance teams when the aircraft goes into maintenance. Of course, all the tyre pressures are monitored on the aircraft's onboard computer systems. So it's pretty fail-safe, to be honest with you. Very rare that you'll get a tyre blowout, so to speak. But even then, to save them from blowing, first of all, they are filled with nitrogen. I might say that they're nitrogen, around about 200 psi, believe it or not. And also they have slow release valves as well. So if there is a problem with the tyre, the slow release systems will kick in. Oh, hello. Wow. It's quite rare, isn't it? What are you... Yes, I knew that would... I know, I knew someone would jump on that, man. Oxygen-free nitrogen Heidi vodka. People liking the close-up. Book Sunday roast at 3 PM, Daryl. Darren, well, you're going to miss an hour, Darren, unless you can keep your phone sneakily by your side. Sarge, how often the tyres are replaced? Well, I just mentioned that to you, Sarge. Hope that explained it. Omid, good morning from my client to everyone. Wishing you all the fantastic 2025. Thank you for your hard work. It's always an amazing show. Thank you. This is what I want to see. I think we're running out. We need a bit more rain, man. I need a bit more rain. Huh? Jamie RW Crow confirmed that the Antonov AN-225 Maria will be restored, but stated it will cost over $3 billion and take over 5 years. Well, it won't be anytime soon because obviously Ukraine have a lot of other things to be dealing with, unfortunately. Okay, so Jamie, thank you. That's the Ukraine defence industry. $5 billion. Wow, man. Sorry, $3 billion in 5 years. Wow. Here he is. He's not David. There he is, David.
Gosh, I'm just gonna log off now, right? Yep.
4711, enter 7824.
Whatever.
Enter 7824, Sofia Control, radar contact. Volotea 171, monitor Unicom 12 decimal, bye bye.
122 decimal 8, have a nice day, Volotea 171.
Bernie needs to hop off the cigarettes, oh my god.
Emirates 9er Whiskey, leaving airspace, monitor Unicom 12 decimal, bye bye.
1228, Emirates 9er Whiskey, bye.
Alright, so this guy does not want me to,
Navigator 9er 58, continue descent 8000.
Continue descent 8000 feet from Navigator 958.
Извинявай, малко те изтървах.
Ами, ще снижим някакси. Няма проблем.
Navigator 9er 58, you can descend 6000 feet, local QNH 1021.
Descend to 6000 feet, QNH 1021, Navigator 958.
Lot 18 November Kilo, back on frequency.
Roger, thank you.
Center Elo, well altitude 4.
About to the force of control, radar contact, correction identified, continue, climb flight level 340.
Center Elo, well altitude 4.
About to force of control, radio check. Emirates 51 Tango, leaving my airspace, monitor Unicom 12 decimal, bye bye.
Unicom for Emirates 5, bye bye.
Sophia Control, Air France 181, request climb flight level 370.
Negative, you're going west, you need to be on even number like 360 or 380.
My bad, I forgot about that, for Air France 21, apologies.
Navigator 9er 58, continue descent 4000 feet, you're cleared for the Iowa Zulu approach, runway 09, report established.
Descent to could you please repeat the descent, the flight level?
4000 feet.
Descent to 4000 feet, we're cleared for was 009 runway approach and I'll report when I'm established.
Lufthansa 638, leaving Marspace, monitor unit commands to decimal 8, bye-bye. Lot 18 November Kilo, leaving Marspace, monitor unit commands to decimal 8, bye-bye.
Roger, monitor Unicom 122.8, lot 1 November Kilo, thank you for your service, bye-bye.
Lufthansa 638, monitor unit commands to decimal 8, bye-bye.
Flying 958 is on final, fully established for iOS Zulu 09 runway.
Bulgaria 958, surface unit is 130 degrees at 4 knots, runway 09, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 09, Flying Bulgaria 958.
Sofia Control, Turkish 3 Victor Alpha, just past Makol, flight level 360.
Turkish 3 Victor Alpha, Sofia Control, hello, set squawk 4740.
Squawk 4740, Turkish 3 Victor Alpha.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard our flight today.
When do I say it?
You want to do the anytime you're kind of switching between things.
Turkish 3 Victor Alpha, Sofia Control, radar contact, proceed direct command.
Los Angeles. Current weather out there is showing
Direct command, Turkish 3 Victor Alpha.
Still up, and we're going to be cruising at an altitude of 38,000 feet today. We don't anticipate any turbulence on the flight mode. Again, welcome aboard.
Wouldn't I make the best pilot? Guys, welcome back to my channel. We've got a real life pilot here.
Hey y'all, how you doing? My name's Kelsey. I'm a 747 pilot. I do a lot of cargo flying and I also do passenger flying. If you're not familiar with what a 747 is, it's that double stacked aircraft. It's got that hump in the beginning.
It's big.
And we have about 500 passengers or more when we're flying passengers.
We're doing a collaboration. Pilot Kelsey here is going to tell us the 5 most annoying things that flight attendants do to pilots. And then so on his channel, it's gonna be the 5 most annoying things that pilots do to flight attendants. And my list
Sofia Radar, good evening, Anatolian 9 Quebec Sierra, flight level 370.
I asked her to do this. Her first text response to me was, do I have to stop at 5?
Anatolia 9 Quebec Sierra, hello, Sofia Control, set squawk 4745.
Squawk 4745, Anatolian 9 Quebec Sierra.
So also guys, outtakes and silliness on our Instagram stories.
Alright, so we'll go with the first one. And I know you know this one. Is when you call us and ask us to keep changing the temperature every like 10 minutes. It's really hot back here. Okay. It's really cold back here. It's like, I don't know how.
Yes, yes. And when like the flight attendants in the main cabin who are like in the back of the aircraft will call the pilots like, hey, can you turn it up for a
Turkish 3 Victor Alpha, requesting 5 minutes out of contact.
Flight attendants in the front don't know
That's
that
approved, report when you're
flight
back.
attendants in the back have already called.
Report 1 back, Turkish 3 Victor Alpha, thank you.
And the thing is, in a lot of aircraft, there's not like zones. It's
Anatolia 9 Quebec Sierra, Sofia Control, radar contact, proceed direct RTAT.
Okay, but I've also seen flight attendants
Direct RTAT, Anatolian 9 Quebec Sierra.
go a couple degrees one way or the
Oh
other.
yeah. Some of the newer aircrafts
Have that.
we can do it ourselves now.
Well, like we can put a range, the main range, and then you can fine tune it.
Next.
Alright. Let's see here. Alright,
Okay, that's the tiniest
Emirates 908 X-ray, leaving my space, monitor unit
I can't
commands
even
to
see it, it's so
my
Okay, the next one is that when we make
bye-bye.
a PA and we tell everybody, hey, we're parking at this gate or things like that, and then 30 seconds later you call up and go, what gate are we parking at? Because there's two things
Emirates,
here. One, we just made the announcement, and
X-ray,
two,
Sofia
on
Control.
your phone that you have the app of your airline,
Pass your message,
you can also
Emirates
see what gate you're
908 X-ray.
parking at. So,
Emirates 908 X-ray, monitor Unicom 128, bye-bye.
128 Emirates 9 X-ray,
totally
bonsoir.
do that. We definitely, the pilot will say, oh, we've got about an hour left in flight, or we're going to be landing here. And then somebody will call right away. Wait, where are we going? Oh, I don't know. I just forgot.
Ardin 64, Echo, Sofia, correction,
Okay,
monitor
number
Unicom 1
three.
Alright, let's go number three. I know you do this one. I know you do this one.
Unicom, Orient 6 for Echo, bye.
So it's 5 a.m. in the van, and we're headed out to the plane. And there's some flight attendant that's all cracked out on Mountain Dew, like, oh my God, you're not gonna believe what I did last night. And like,
Starbucks.
it's just so quiet, and you're just trying to like, you just woke up, because usually the pilots wake up like very minimal time.
Oh my God, you're so prejudging.
Flamboyant on FF8 is going around.
And I usually wake up I don't take me very long to get ready, so I usually do everything
Uh,
on an early wake
Flamboyant,
up, and then just cruise down. So I'm still half asleep.
998, Roger, climb to 6,000 feet, maintain present heading.
Okay, sometimes
Maintain
if I
present
wake
heading
up and I'm like,
climb to flight
okay,
level
normally I do
6
wake
to
up with a
6,000
lot of
feet.
energy, so if I get in the van, I fill it out and see if there's another flight attendant who like wants to talk to me, and then I'm like, oh, game on, let's start talking and like having fun. And if everybody does look really tired, if it's like a 4 a.m. pickup, I won't be talking in the van. And if I haven't had my coffee, if there's like not coffee in the room or I woke up late, then I'll be quiet. But I don't like to.
Okay. I'll buy that. Now, because I fly 747, we do mostly long-haul international flying, and flight attendants will have like 15 to 18 flight attendants with us on a flight.
Whoa, 18 flight attendants? Woo!
So we'll have 18. Maybe there might be
18
some.
new friends.
Flamboyant 998, you were supposed to follow the present heading, which was the runway heading. Never mind, make a right turn heading 250.
I know.
Okay, 250, sorry about that.
And it's true. To try to get
250.
everybody off.
Yeah, 250.
Where did Claire go? Where did Susan go? Like trying to get everybody together.
Aircraft 662, leaving my airspace, monitor Unicom 1 to decimate, bye-bye.
Bathroom, and I'm thinking, we just had 15 hours to flight. Why didn't you go to the bathroom before? So that is annoying to get everybody off the plane and through the customs and into the van.
It is true. When we land, we've got all this time in flight. But when we land, it's like we have to do everything. We have to check,
Emirates 908
our
Papa,
luggage. We have to go to the
leaving my
restroom.
airspace,
We have to
monitor
get a bottle of
Unicom 1 to
water. We have
decimate,
to
bye-bye.
like pick up this piece of trash that we see on
Monitor
the floor.
Unicom 122 decimate. Thanks for your service and a very happy new year to you.
It could be difficult, and I always wonder,
Thank you.
like, why are you getting your bag figured out? Like, you're like shuffling stuff that's in your bags right now. Like,
I'm like rearranging my bag.
I'm gonna put this over here, and I'm looking at them like from the end of from the flight deck, looking back, like, what are you doing that right now for? Let's just go to the hotel, and then you can rearrange everything.
So true. Oh my gosh. Okay, number
Anatolian
one.
9er Quebec Sierra, be advised there is traffic in front of you, flight level 380.
Okay. All right.
Thank you for the traffic, Anatolian 9er Quebec Sierra.
My experience is we can't leave the flight deck until you guys come in. So we call back and say, I need to leave the flight deck, and they'll say, oh, we're in the middle of meal service, we'll get you in a few minutes. and then it's like, totally forget, and you're sitting up there, and then over your noise-canceling headphones, you can hear them giggling or talking up in the galley, and you're like, oh my God, I need to pee so bad, but maybe they're still doing
Turkish 3 Victor Alpha,
it's like 45 minutes, and then you're
Roger,
thinking,
thank you.
this has to be over, but I hate interrupting you when you're working, so then I'll call back and go, hey, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot. And I'm like, that's fine, my bladder's about to explode, but no big deal, I'll just sit up here. That's definitely one of them.
I am so guilty. I'm so guilty of this. They've called back and been like, we need a bathroom break. I'm like, okay, I'll call you back when we're ready. And there'll be like a passenger in the bathroom, so I'm like, okay, we gotta wait for that passenger to go out. And then
Part of a pilot's life is working with flight attendants, and today I have a flight attendant YouTuber with us, Stella, who's going to tell us the 5 most annoying things that pilots do to annoy flight attendants. Coming up.
Coming up.
Hey 7-4 crew, welcome back. If you don't know me, my name's Kelsey. I'm a 747 pilot. My channel 7-4 Gear is all about aviation. So whether you're a pilot or an aviation enthusiast, consider subscribing. Stella's a flight attendant YouTuber and your channel is Fly with Stella.
Fly with Stella. I'm a New York-based flight attendant traveling the world and taking you with me.
So go check her out. I'm going to link her channel and her Instagram as well if you want to check her out. She shows a different side of crew life, very different from mine. It shows a lot of the fun things that crews do on overnights and layovers and where they're traveling. So it's really fun. Go check it out. A while back I reached out to Stella and I told her I wanted to do a video about the 5 most annoying things that pilots do to flight attendants. And her response to me was, do I have to stop at 5?
I've got like a whole list here. It's like one of the scrolls that just like keeps unwinding.
And that's actually the text I got back from a couple of other flight attendant friends of mine when I was asking them for some ideas for this video. They all said the exact same thing. But today we're going to do the 5 most annoying things that we do to annoy flight attendants, and Stella actually has a bonus one. Now, on her channel, Fly with Stella, we just did a 5 things that flight attendants do to annoy pilots. And so go check that out. I'll put a link to her channel in the description below. I know I have a lot of flight attendants that follow me here. This is a really fun collaboration we're doing, so make sure you go check it out after this video. Now we're doing this video to help pilots, especially a lot of you that are newer, to help create a better team dynamic. A lot of you that are
Software control, good evening. This is Lufthansa 8262 flight level 340 inbound Negeben.
A lot of them have a lot of years of experience.
Lufthansa 8262, Software control, hello. Set squawk 4702.
So creating that team.
Squawk 4702, Lufthansa 8262.
Yes, it's all right.
So something that's very important that you notice and seen in a lot of my videos is the importance of creating that team aspect called crew resource management and opening that door so that way they are comfortable to talk with you and help you. And besides that, it just makes a much more fun work environment if you guys are working together and having a good time. So, Stella's gonna tell us the 5 things that we do that always annoy flight attendants. Let's get into it.
Coming up. Alright, so number 1 is
Lufthansa 8262, Software control, radar contact, proceed direct targets.
Late night PAs. And I'm talking like if we have a 6 a.m.
Proceeding direct Argus, Lufthansa 8262.
And the pilots come on and make a PA and wake everybody up.
Yeah, obviously that's going to annoy the flight attendants because they're trying to get everybody to go to sleep and it's going to make their job a lot easier. I actually knew a guy who did that, and he actually had the flight attendants actually called up and said, stop. It was like every 15 minutes. It was just like, hey guys, and now off to your left. And the flight attendants were like, shut up. Like, just shut up. So, yeah, okay. Some of you guys love to talk about on the radio.
Yeah, we just want, I mean, early morning flights, we're worried about the passengers. We just want you guys to go to sleep.
Right. Yeah, be rested and relaxed.
And relax and enjoy your flight.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you're worried about.
So that leads on to number 2, when you guys make really, really long-winded PAs.
Enter 782 for leaving my airspace, monitor Unicom 1 to this point. Bye-bye.
Almost 5 minutes.
Unicom 1228, thank you and same for you. Bye-bye, enter 784.
They're like telling stories.
And today for breakfast, before I
had this, and I'm gonna go work out later.
That's like the YouTubers who do that. They talk about their whole day, and you're just like, I clicked on this video for some information. Give me the information.
Okay. No, but so sometimes pilots, they'll come on and they'll say like weather conditions, what the weather's gonna be like in our final destination, but then they'll give the entire flight plan of every monument, everything that we're flying over, and then it turns into this like crazy long PA.
I heard a guy doing that. He was like, we're gonna go up the coast of Georgia and then we're gonna cut across South Carolina, and then he walked us through like each state all the way to get to wherever we were going, Seattle or wherever I was going, and I was like, dude, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to go.
Neither does anybody else.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, we do that. There are guys who do that. I don't do that. But
are you feeling roasted?
I'm feeling Ooh, sizzle.
Ooh,
sizzle.
All right, number 3. when the pilots walk to the back of the cabin during flight. So I don't know how, I know when there's only 2 pilots, like you guys can't do this, but when there's 3 and one of you is on break,
yeah,
and then you walk to like the main cabin, and all the passengers are just looking like
staring, confused.
What? Is that who's flying the plane? Because they don't know that there's 3 of you,
true.
right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, so there are some planes though, and I know not on your aircraft, but there are some planes that they only have the aft restroom. And that's
not an excuse. You
that
just
is
hold it.
so awkward though, because when you are walking through, they're all just staring at you like, what's going on? Like, where are you going? Yeah, but when you guys know when I do a lot of long haul flights on the 747, I will do that though. I'll usually go into the galleys and hang out with the flight attendants and talk with them. Sometimes I do that. Don't do that. Okay. Don't do that. They don't want you.
No. So it's just like kind of weird. We got sidetracked.
That's super sidetracked. So we're both like, that's not good. All right, so basically, don't go back and wander around through the passenger area because people get a little confused. But you know what? When I'm deadheading in uniform, it's kind of the same thing. I walk through, but they don't know.
They don't know. Cause
I don't even fly for your airline, and I'll be walking through, and people be going, "What are you doing?" You know.
Yeah.
Or I've been sitting in the back and had someone get up as we're deplaning, and they're like, "What are you doing sitting back here?" And I'm like, "I've been sitting in the same seat for the last 3 hours."
I get those looks when I deadhead in my uniform as well.
They get a little confused. All right, crew, so don't walk back into the galleys and annoy the flight attendants. Don't do that.
It's not annoying us, well, not just about annoying us, but about freaking all the passengers out. It's just like, it's just so weird. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, number 4, when you request a bathroom break literally right after takeoff.
But that's the same thing. I know that flight attendants hate
You
it.
have all this time in the airport to use the restroom.
But that's the same for passengers. I've seen
Or
passengers.
during boarding.
But during boarding, it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, you could
Yeah,
go.
you could go to the restroom during boarding.
Yeah.
Not like right when we take off. Because honestly, for a flight attendant, the busiest time is right when we take off and level off. Because we start setting up our galleys for our beverage service or meal service. We set up our little trolley carts. That's a busy time for us. So then when you call us and say,
I'm ready to go.
ready to use the restroom.
I need to go now.
I need to go. Then we are like, we might forget. This is
Turkish
one of the
4 Sierra Alpha leading my airspace, monitor Unicom.
I'm
1-2.8, bye-bye.
I just didn't.
Unicom 1-2.8, Turkish for Sierra Alpha, bye-bye.
For passengers as well, I've seen a lot of
Air
times
France
passengers get on
181
board.
leading my airspace, monitor Unicom 1-2.8, bye-bye.
We're monitor advisory for Air France 181. Thank you for your service and Happy New Year. See ya.
You too, thank you.
And then they fight this flow of people getting on the plane so they can go use the restroom. And I think, you've just been sitting here for 2 hours where there's bathrooms, big normal sized bathrooms that you could go into.
Kelsey,
but you
we
wait to
love
get
all
on.
our passengers, and if you need to use the restroom, feel free. We're talking about pilots right now.
Yeah.
So number 5 is when we land and we start to deplane and the pilots rush right off. I've got to catch my commuter flight. Bye guys, nice flying with you. And then the flight attendants are there left to be like, bye, thank you for flying. And you guys just get to
We're out the door.
rush off.
Yeah.
It's so unfair.
I've seen that, especially like when I'm deadheading, I've seen that where I'm in like row 9 and I get off the plane and I go to like look in and say like thanks for the flight and I'm like,
their pilots are gone.
like ninjas. Like ninjas. They're out the door. So what would you prefer they do? Sit up?
Stay! Like, okay, because it is an FAA rule that, minimum crew needs to be on board. It's about the flight attendants, not the flight deck. You guys are like separate than us.
Right.
But it would be nice if you guys stayed and au revoired everybody off the plane with us.
Okay. Like the thanks for flying with us.
Yeah.
I kind of like doing
Especially
that.
the kids love to see the pilots.
I know. Yeah. I used to love when the kids would they'd be looking up there and I'd be like, "Do you want to come up?"
Yeah, want to press a button?
Yeah, and then I bring them up, and then you'd see the parents standing there like jealous, like looking at their kid, like hitting the button, and I look at them, I look at the parents, and they're just like, "Oh, can I go next?" Like you can see they want to do it so bad. But that's fun. That's a really fun thing.
Yeah, so you guys should stay.
So that's something that's true. It is fun, especially when you start flying passengers. it's really fun to sit there and wave to everybody and say goodbye. And yeah, but I guess it depends. If you're trying to make your flight home, though, you can understand that.
So we'll don't worry, we got this. The flight attendants will hold it down.
Yeah, flight attendants hold it down. They keep it all together for us.
Okay, and I came up with a bonus one.
So I came up with a bonus one on her video. She's like, oh no, I'm going to do a bonus one too. So that's how this whole bonus thing started. It's supposed to be 5, and then I came up with this bonus one, and now she's got a bonus. So.
And you guys will be able to relate with me on this one. When the pilots make their announcements, make their PAs, and they do, this is Captain Joe Smith. We'll be cruising at an altitude of 38,000 feet. Weather conditions.
You do that really good.
Right? I'm getting so much better at it.
So good.
I was practicing on my video.
She's getting really good.
So do it.
All
Oh,
right.
wait. Okay, here we go, guys. Here we go. Testing.
She first put it on, she was like, testing. I'm like, it's not a microphone on the stage, but. All right, so here's how the announcement goes. And if you're a pilot, you know you're thinking about a lot of things while you're flying or you're doing stuff and you're looking for the paperwork. So it goes like, all right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard this flight on our way out to JFK. Current weather out there is 55 degrees, partly cloudy. On our flight today, we'll be cruising at looks like 37,000 feet. Shouldn't be any turbulence in the flight. The flight attendants back there primarily for your safety.
Oh, yes!
The flight attendants are back in the back are there primarily for your safety. I want to thank you for choosing to fly with us. Welcome aboard. But that thing when you're doing the though, it's because you're like looking at stuff, or especially when you're flying, you're doing it because you're looking for. You're flying and you're listening to what's going on and you're looking at things because you're looking at.
But if you're listening to what's going on, why not just be silent? Like, we're going to be cruising at an altitude of 38,000 feet. Current weather conditions are partly cloudy. Why the?
I don't know. Why do we do that? Why do we do that? In the comments below, let me know why do we do that?
You guys hear the don't you?
Yeah.
The flight attendants don't do
No, but you guys have a very specific rhythm that you do it. That's why. And you know, actually, when we were recording her doing that little pitch, she was saying it so fluid. I was like, no.
For it, I am not messing around trying to float it, because like it was do or die at that point. I don't give a shit about comfort, I just give a shit about landing. I've got 300 kilos of fuel left. Like, I don't even know if I'll make it to the gate. 200 kilos left. I actually don't think we're going to make it into the gate. Western ground, good afternoon. Speedbird 239 heavy on November.
Speedbird 239 heavy, welcome to Boston, cross runway 15 right, November, Bravo, and Lima at the end there for the Echo Terminal.
Cross 15 right, and then, was that Bravo and then Lima to the end?
That's correct, sir. Right turn Bravo, left on Lima, back into the international terminal. There's traffic pushing on Alpha.
Yep, we'll do that, thanks. Speedbird 239 heavy. Or not, because we have no engine. Oh my god. The left engine has just died. Fuck. Nah! Rip. Well. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh fuck. Well, I need a tug. Can you pull me in? Will it come and pull me in? Dude, we're dead. Oh no. I can't let Tower know because I've got no bloody power. I've got no power. Which means I've got no radios, like the comm system is dead. Nah, mate. Nah, mate. I actually hate this guy. He's
FedEx 5298 west on Romeo, join November, cross 4 left. Contact ground.
No landing clearance because RIP.
Exit Romeo, join November, cross 4 left, and cross 19.
Continue. We're going to carry on. Is he going to give it us? He's technically off the runway. No, 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 no.
Boston Tower, Skywest 2082 with you for 4 right. Dallas 2082, Boston Tower with 0 under 0 10.
We're out.
Right,
Peace.
clear to land, number 2 beyond Abbey 777, just touching down.
No, we're not touching down at all. It's not happening.
Alright, number 2, clear to land, 4 right, Skywest 2082.
We're so done. Speedbird 239's going around. We're fucked. That's all I've got to say. We're fucked.
Speedbird 230, yeah, at the moment, just let me know what caused your missed approach.
Yeah, it's that the FedEx was still on the runway. Great. The pre-pubes have found the frequency.
What the hell?
Just an absolute retard. 2.5 is the like, I've never been this low in fuel in any aircraft before. This is actually kind of scary. The thing is, like, it's an event, so calling an emergency is something that you really should do.
Heavy traffic, 3 o'clock, 5 miles southeastbound. It's
I got lost tonight. I got lost tonight. Under the stars up in the sky. Directions hard to find. Under the stars up. I got lost tonight. Under the stars up in the sky. Directions hard to find. Under the stars up in the sky. I don't wanna take this, I don't wanna break this. We're living in the moment, we're living in the moment. Got lost tonight. Under the stars.
Should you salt steak right before you cook it or hours in advance? Let's see if it even matters. To be accurate, I weighed both of these A5 Wagyus to get a starting weight. The first...
Hey guys, welcome back to another was earlier than I expected. Well, as you can see, the landing gear is like
what?
very
I skipped
hot.
to the wrong point. Oh my god, what is he fire?
Bye.
Runway 18 clear for takeoff, Lufthansa 8, 1 second, my friends, I just want to check what's going to be the next frequency. 120805. Landing lights, strobies, okay, I think we're looking good, Froggy's in the chat, my friends. TARA, stable at 50%, no bull, Mantoga. Leggy! Thank you for the Froggies, my friends, that's what I'm talking about! Airspeed is live, beautiful. V1.
Good morning. 5 a.m. bright and early at DCA. Here I am, galley queen today. Hair is still wet. Sign in today was at 5 a.m. This is a 2-day trip. This first flight is DC to Miami. 2.5 hour sit, which I'm not mad at because Miami has really good coffee and really good food. It's one of my favorite airports for food. It's like 5 in the morning and I'm like, food. And then after the 2.5 hour sit-ish, we do Miami to Nashville. I haven't been to Nashville in a minute. This is where I am working today. I am working galley. I will be setting up all of the beverage carts. Have we been catered? I'm not sure if we've been catered yet. Let's see. I want to say, oh yeah, you can always tell if you've got fresh ice. Yep, we've been catered. Lots of juices in the morning. A few things this morning. One, the Starbucks line was insane. Insane. Normally this early, I feel like it's not that long, and it was so long today, so I'm working off of pure, I don't know, what is it, pure adrenaline? Pure nothing. My tank is empty. 2, totally forgot my makeup bag. I have not done that in so long. I think I just haven't had these early morning sign-ins. They get me. They get me, and I forget so much stuff. I'm gonna make...
Already, she would have been fired from Singapore Airlines. You cannot forget your your beauty thingies. Yeah, so you can't be looking like. I don't want to say she looks ugly, but you cannot be looking like that if you fly to Singapore Airlines. Yeah. That's all I'm gonna say. You know, let's continue the video.
Oh no. I think, okay, there we go. I was like, those aren't turning on. I'm gonna make some coffee this morning. There's the coffee pots. It's like, look, nothing is labeled. It's just kind of, you just kind of open and just see what are in these. Here we go. Here's my coffee. I can see it right here. Make some coffee.
Marshmallows.
It is 8:36 a.m. Just landed in Miami Airport. We're in one of these far gates. We're gonna do a lot of walking. Going to go find some breakfast and Cuban coffee. Love Cuban coffee, it's so good. Like, we are in a far terminal over here. So La Carreta is right across from D39.
Delta 39, yeah.
Sometimes I get the guava pastries, but today I just got some empanadas. We all got one of the coffees. These are so good. Woo! This one's hot. Ta-da! Ta-da! Woo. It's really sweet today. They put a lot of sugar in here. And it's hot. Look how many departures and arrivals are in Miami. Wow. Such a big airport. This is our view, eating lunch. Front row view here. Well, this door is kind of blocking it. Okay. My hair is curly, okay? It is ever since I got it cut. Like, look. There's no more dead. It is so curly. It's almost a little too curly. I'm like, wait a second now. I'm like not used to this. My hair's been dead for so long. Okay, so we just got on the plane. Our plane got here like super early, and so the gate agents let us on. Gonna set up my carts right now because I have like so much time. I was totally out of it when I was talking to you guys this morning. I was just like, you guys, I don't even remember like, what I said honestly, but I am on Struggle Street this morning. Let me show you guys. I broke my glasses on my last flight. I was in flight and my glasses like fell on the floor. I don't know, they just like fell off my head. I think I had them like up here and they fell on the floor, and this little gold part right here on this side fell out.
So when I went to put my glasses back on, I was like, I put them on and they fell right off because that little gold part was holding them tight. I don't even know how to describe it, but without that gold part, this part was so loose. So I put some tape on there. I feel like I'm so glad at least the tape isn't like in the middle. Can you like really tell? Can you guys tell that this is like, or does it look like just like part of it? Like maybe it's like part of my uniform.
Nashville so Airport. Bad.
Nashville's so bright. Ooh, there's umbrellas. Love it.
Double check your items. Make sure you have on your stuff. Either have a Kindle turn into a C20.
I'm hearing good things about this place. I guess it's a bar where people get discovered, like country music. Oh, like country music people? Okay, maybe I'll get discovered. I'm just gonna go over there and start singing. I'm loving everything. Except wait, I'm not sure about this carpet.
Wow. Pilots don't even get that, man. A kitchen?
What? A full kitchenette? A little bistro?
What?
Let's see this view.
Oh. Ta-da!
Set that there. There's literally a fridge, and this is like a full-size dishwasher. Oh my gosh, it's like bigger than my dishwasher at home. Ooh, perfect. Okay, I need that later. Wow. Like, what did I do to deserve this? Okay, getting some Nashville vibes here.
Don't jinx yourself.
Here we go. This, my goodness. Only one bed, but this is a cool
What do you mean only
room.
one bed, but who else are you gonna be with?
Just set you guys down there for a second. Taking off my little shoes. Obsessed with these little Mary Janes still. Okay, they look gross inside. These are from Clark's. I literally can wear these all day. I do not have to change into in-flight shoes, even though these have a heel. In my flight attendant career, being based out of New York mainly, I never really had long Nashville layovers. We did short layovers where we just stay by a hotel really close to the airport because we have maybe 10 or 12 hours in the city, so it's not worth it to be in a hotel like close to all the action, close to like downtown areas. This is exciting. I'm excited. It is, let me see what time. So right now it is 12:39 Nashville time, but that's really, it's an hour difference from DC. I am going to take a nap. I was up, my alarm went off. I'm like, what do I do with myself here? I'm just like floating around the room. My alarm went off at 3:30. That gave me an hour to get ready and then leave my house by 4:30 a.m. and it takes me about a half an hour to get to the airport. Sign-in was at 5 a.m. The early morning sign-ins get me so loopy. I'm just like, wait, what is going on? What's today? I'm gonna need some coffee. Broke my glasses. Womp, womp, womp. This is tape that catering uses to stick the catering papers on the galley carts. And it is really holding my glasses together. Definitely feel like I was in the process of telling you guys what I was doing and then I kind of just stopped. It's almost 1 o'clock here in Nashville. I am going to take a nap and then meet 2 other crew members downstairs at 4 o'clock and we're going to go to Broadway Street. I've never been to like downtown Nashville or like hip Nashville country music area, but I guess Broadway is the happening street. So I want to get a good nap, get some rest, so I'm ready to go explore downtown Nashville or Broadway Street. Is it downtown or is it just called Broadway Street? Blackout. Oh my gosh, they need to, what is that? They need to like clean the windows. What's going on over here? There we go. No! I
love hotel rooms. They feel so grand. I like feel like a queen or princess every time I get to these hotel rooms. I have so much fun going into hotel rooms. This is the best. If you like hotel rooms, become a flight attendant. We just got here. This is Broadway, you guys. So tons of bars and restaurants. I think that's, does this say Honky Tonk? Yeah. This is the restaurant we're going to, the 1230 Club, and it's Justin Timberlake's new restaurant, right? Yeah. We've definitely made reservations, not sure we needed them. It did say Honky Tonk. Yes. Hi, sir.
Elvis.
Oh my gosh, it smells so good in here. Ooh, look, 7.5, that's my size. Does it look good? Are we loving the honky tonk? Oh wait, no, that's like, I'm like line dancing. This is Broadway. You can see all the people. I'm on a rooftop right now. Okay, these are pork belly dumplings.
Oh.
This is happening after dinner. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you. Prelude example. Oh man, I used to love bin candy in college. Oh, it was the best. Okay, have you guys ever tried these? Here is a night shot. Oh, it's crowded here. Kind of reminds me of Vegas with all the lights. Just got back to the room.
What? The only person that had swiped right on me, I had also matched with them. That doesn't sound desperate at all. Does being a pilot get you more matches on apps like Tinder? Well, I don't talk about my personal life much, but I was dating a girl and we ended up splitting up right before the start of COVID. And quick pro tip, if you're looking for a terrible time to be single, it's when the world goes into a worldwide pandemic lockdown and you're stuck in hotels and you're not allowed to leave the hotel in some cases and everybody else is in their house. And then when you're going out to have drinks, nobody's looking to go hang out with a guy who was just in China 15 hours before. Anyway, the other day I was sitting next to this pilot at the airport. I was watching this swiping away on Tinder. And I thought, now that's interesting. I was talking to a friend of mine about it. And he goes, yeah, don't you know pilots get the most matches of anybody on Tinder? And I thought, I don't think that really makes sense because, as you know, as a pilot, I'm legally required to mention that I'm a pilot within 120 seconds of meeting an attractive girl. And typically the response is something like this.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares what you do.
But I looked it up, and the first one I saw was this, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. Then I looked up this one, and we're not even mentioned at all. But the one that really surprised me more than anything was this one. We were beat out by interior designers. Now, right before this video, I already created an account on Tinder on my personal phone, and I created that one as me as a pilot. So now I'm gonna make one here on my personal iPad. And I say personal iPad because my airline does give me an iPad, and apparently we're allowed to use it for personal things, but I also need it for work while I'm flying. So there are guys that will put Netflix and things on there, but I don't put anything personal on my work iPad because I would imagine that, knowing my luck, I would download Tinder on there. There would be some virus that would end up shutting down my iPad in flight. There would be some in-flight emergency, and then my airline, me, my face would all be on the internet and on TV as the guy who had to divert a plane because Tinder crashed his work iPad. So I don't want to do that. Okay, I'm going to quickly make this profile in here so you all can see it. Create account. I'll hide my numbers. I'll hide my email address so I'm not getting spammed by a bunch of people. I agree to be myself, basically. I was thinking of using my real name on this pilot one, but then I started to realize that if I use the name Kelsey, it's so weird that any girl could just type in pilot and Kelsey, and no matter how lazy you were, it'd be very hard to not figure out who I was, and so I don't want to skew the results. And also, quick note, thank you Google for jumping in on the fact of is Kelsey a real pilot or not. So if they find that I'm a YouTuber, I don't know if that's going to impact anything, but you know, this is a very scientific experiment, so I'm going to switch things up and I'm going to go with Kevin. I know I don't really look like a Kevin. I mean, I'm kind of similar to this one, but anyway, let's get into this. I'm a man. Straight, show my orientation. And then show me women. Skip, I guess. Interests. There's a lot of stuff on here. Language exchange. Social media. Let's see, stand-up comedy. What else is good in here? Second-hand apparel. That's weird. Pig roast. Okay. Pole dancing. Seems interesting. There's okay. There's got to be something. Exchange program. Rave. Well, that seems like me. Real estate. Okay. Okay, so here's my strategy on the photos. I was just going to use my Instagram, find the photos that perform the best, obviously the ones that I'm not in uniform in, and I'm going to use those to put on my Instagram. Now, if you don't have an Instagram and you don't have a bunch of photos, just use somebody that friend zoned you really hard. If you have some girl that you had a huge crush on who just wouldn't give you the time of day but is also really pretty, use her and say like, hey, do me a favor, help me with this thing that I want to make. I want to make a Tinder profile or whatever. Help me make this, and she'll pick out the best photos for you. She's also really probably your best wingman. Here's why. If you're going out with this attractive girl to the mall or out to a bar or out socially and you go see another attractive girl, you can go and talk to her. Now that girl is going to see that you're with another attractive girl and she's going to say like, well, who's that girl over there? Now this is really important here. You could say, oh, I tried to date her for 6 months. I bought her 100 flowers every month and I used to go to her house and pick her up and drive her to school. You could say all that, but it'd be better to say something like, I thought about it, but you know, we're better as friends. That's true. You thought about it every day and every night for 6 months and she just wouldn't date you, but now you're just friends. So it's not lying. Just something to keep in mind. Use a friend to help you pick out your best photos. I'm terrible at it, and so I was going to use a friend, but you know, I have a lot of friends on Instagram, so I let them pick based off of voting. All right, so these are the photos that I came up with. I'm just going to rearrange them a little bit here. There, that's not very piloty. And okay, I'm here in Miami, so start the tutorial. It's incredible. Everybody knows what swipe right and swipe left means. I mean, they did a great job on marketing, that's for sure. Everybody, if you walk around and you go, oh, I'd swipe right on him or swipe right on her, people know what you're talking about. It's pretty incredible marketing that they did. All right, smart photos. I guess that sounds good. All right, let's come up with something good here. Let's put spiders, bugs, better house. Let's see. I hate scary movies, so there we go. Then they know not to ask me for scary movies. I want to learn multiple languages. Okay. Don't take me dancing. It's embarrassing for me. Live by the beach. Yeah, seems like a good one. And I can't go to the beach because I'm going to sunburn right away, so. Alright, maybe they'll laugh. They get the joke. I'm an Aries. I have no idea what that is. I wish I had a dog, but I don't. I love dogs. And smoking, I think, is disgusting. So, there we go, that's all done. And then job title. What do I put here? I was thinking of putting business owner there, and then I was thinking, well, business owner was nowhere on any of the surveys that I saw that showed people really wanted that. And obviously pilot is in demand, so it says. So I thought, okay, well, what else do I do that'd be good? Obviously, you wouldn't look at me and think, oh, this guy looks like an interior designer, especially if you saw my closet. That's definitely not what you'd be thinking. So then I had this idea. I produce YouTube videos, so that wouldn't be lying to call myself a producer. So that's what I'm gonna put here. So I'm gonna verify myself here, so that way people know that I'm actual. And it's crazy that I've actually had people use my photos on fake dating profiles that were not me. So it's kind of weird. A little closer. Man, this is like uncomfortably close. I'm just gonna swipe right on everybody, unless there's something very weird. I'm just gonna swipe right on everybody on both profiles, and that way it's fair. I don't know if they show you the same amount of people or not, but I'm just gonna swipe right on all these people. Jesus, there are some really pretty people on Tinder. I'm flying out tomorrow, so we'll give it like 24 hours. I'm gonna be out in LA, and then when I get to LA, we'll see in the morning there. And I don't know, when I'm in LA, I'm guessing producer probably would pull pretty well out there. So I guess when I wake up in LA, if I have a bunch more matches on producer, Kelsey will know why. All right, I'm gonna do this, and I'll see you out in LA. All right, well, I'm out here in LA. Here are the results. It's not really as good as that. See, here's the problem, right? Like, when I was thinking about making this video, I then thought, well, I'm sure other people made videos maybe similar to this. I ended up looking up some girl's thing where she was like, I was on Tinder for 2 hours. So I thought, okay, let's see what that is. It was like, I don't know, 50 matches in 2 hours or something. I mean, I wasn't expecting that. Obviously, I'm not wearing thirst trap bikinis or whatever. And obviously, I know the ratio is going to have more guys on it searching girls than the other way around. Anyway, so here's what we got on my app, on the app where I'm a pilot. I don't know if this is going to show up well. Anyways, it's four likes and 1 match. So I guess that means 4 people who liked me. So I got 5. I got 5 for me as a pilot. I just haven't matched with them, so I don't know what that means. And then on the one where I'm a producer, I got 1, well, a total of 2, but one like and 1 match. And that like literally just came in as I opened this up, but I was sitting down here before I hit record. Okay, so, oh, I got my first like. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. That's when that one came in. So 5 versus 2, not great. And that one, I'm guessing it's because when I said that I was joking and I was like, well, I'm in LA, they're gonna see producer. I'm guessing that's what that one is. So really it's like 5 to 1. I just thought I thought the numbers would be higher, but I guess 24 hours, 5 isn't bad. I've only matched 1, and it seems that it limits the amount of times you can go. So I don't know how many they let me do, but not a lot. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, check out one of these 2 over here. I have had some hard landings in my career, but never one so hard where I actually collapsed landing gear. Here's the entire video. In most of my videos, I just react and tell you what I see because, well, anybody can read a report and tell you what a report says, but I was curious to how hard your landing has to be in order to collapse a landing gear like this. To understand the amount of force that it would take to do this, you need to understand what a G-force is. Most of you already know, so I'm going to make this really quick. But if you weighed 100 pounds and you had 9 G's of force on you, it'd be like 900 pounds of force pressing in on your body. This is a video here of someone experiencing 9 G's, and as you can see, it doesn't look very pleasant. And look at the difference between how they look when they're experiencing the 9 G's compared to when they're not experiencing the 9 G's. Now, I've never been in one of those machines that simulate the G-forces, and despite all my requests, the Blue Angels still don't want to take me out flying. But commercial aircraft often have a G-meter. Some allow you to actually print it off so you can see how hard or how soft your landing was. It will actually give you a report and say you landed at 1 G's or 0.5 G's or 3 G's or whatever it is, they'll print it off. I don't think it's really a great idea because I think pilots, being very competitive, would end up, in some cases, floating down the runway in an attempt to make their landing as soft as possible and then possibly land outside the touchdown zone. Online, I did research and it said that a 1G landing is considered to be a very firm landing. So a lot of you probably experienced that if you've done enough flights before. Maybe you've flown with me and you experienced one of my firm landings. Either way, that's a 1G is a very firm landing. This was actually a 3.25G landing, which is why it collapsed the landing gear. Thankfully, the pilots did end up landing on their main landing gear and not the nose. It would have been a lot worse if they'd end up landing on their nose, and that's why it's important to land on your mains, because they can take a lot more of a G or a lot more of an impact than your nose is ever going to be able to take. And I do have to give credit to whoever recorded this, because obviously they didn't know it was coming and they kept it perfectly recorded, and I can't say that I would have been able to remain that calm watching a plane skid down the runway like this. So the first thing that's really interesting here in this video is how the plane comes out of the clouds. You may not have seen it because it was kind of in the distance, but look at this right here. I'm doing this in real slow motion so you can actually see it. Notice here how the plane's wings aren't even level. That is a very bad situation to be in as you're getting ready to land. The pilots reported that they had visual contact of the runway. Obviously, we can't see what they could see, but they said they had visual contact of the runway, which is possible because sometimes you might not be able to see in the clouds as well as you in the clouds can see out of the clouds, just the way that it works. But they said they had visual contact of that runway. But either way, you're not going to want to break out of the clouds in that steep of a bank. And look how fast of a descent rate they were in. I'm going to play this for you in real speed. I pulled the approach plate for this airport just to have an idea of like what the normal approach angle was in case it was different, and it was. There's a lot of mountains in Indonesia, and that was kind of what gave me an idea that maybe it wasn't a normal 3-degree glide path, which is the normal industry standard everywhere in the world. And on the approach plate, it shows that they were at 3.72 degrees. That would be if you were to fly the approach. Now, they weren't flying the approach, but if you were to fly the approach, it would be 3.72 degrees. So it is steeper than normal. This is what it looks like here on the approach plate. You see right here it says 3.72. That just means it's a greater, steeper angle of descent. But these pilots were in the clouds and they said that they were able to see the runway, which is possible. I know from the ground you can't see the white plane in the clouds, as you can imagine, but it can be possible that you're in the clouds and you can actually see the ground and have ground contact. So they said they had visual contact with the runway, which is possible, but they came in way too steep. This is way more than 4 degrees of descent going towards the runway. Obviously, this is one of those scenarios where you're going to get all kinds of alarms that are going off on the flight deck. And that is why we have something called a stabilized approach criteria, which basically says all of these things need to be met in order to land the aircraft. If they're not met, you need to do a go-around. Obviously, this is a scenario with the steep bank angle, with the rate of descent, and all the things that were going on, that a go-around should have happened, but they didn't do it. There's also something else that was kind of funny that I noticed when I watched this video. Watch this ground handler right here. We can't obviously see the landing gear collapse because this plane is in front of us, but this guy here with no fire suit or anything just starts running towards the plane thinking that it's going to stop a lot earlier than it actually does. I've always found the people of Indonesia to be so sweet and so helpful in every scenario, and that just highlights an example of that. Because I'll tell you, if I'm on the ground, not in a fire suit, or obviously I'm not a firefighter in any way, but if I saw a plane like that slam into the ground, my first thing would be call somebody, get somebody out there to go in a fire suit, because I would have thought there would have been some type of a fire or something like that, but it just goes to show you just how incredible these aircraft are. These pilots did a lot of things wrong, if I'm being totally honest. They did a lot of things wrong and landed so hard they collapsed the landing gear, but nobody was injured. So if you were on that plane, obviously you would be shaken up and probably have a Code Brown situation, but you would have been fine. You probably would have not wanted to fly on that airline again, but you would have been fine, which is just, it blows my mind that a pilot can do so many things wrong and these planes can still withstand something like a normal landing being 1G and they're doing 3 times that and the plane still be obviously okay to land. Obviously this isn't the situation you ever want to be in as you're skidding down the runway, but in this next video I have some video from inside the flight deck of a pilot having a hard landing. Watch this. Now, every pilot has been in this situation, myself included. I have had landings where I just go, please, I don't want to know anybody or see any of these people ever again. But I have had those types of hard landings. The first thing to notice here is just how flat they're coming in on their approach. You see how far away they are from the runway and how low to the ground they are? It is not supposed to look like that. And the plane knows it. You can hear it saying terrain and pull up. Listen here to the plane. The previous plane was coming in way too steep, and these pilots are coming in way too shallow. I don't know what this is, maybe a 1 or 2 degree approach, which is not what you want to do because your muscle memory, what you're used to seeing from the time you start flight school and through the majority of your career, is going to be 3 degrees. If anything is not 3 degrees, we talk about it. There are approaches that you'll do that could be, let's say, 4 degrees. You will talk about, hey, in this scenario, it's a different approach angle, so that way everybody's aware of it, and you're going to get different maybe alarms or things that the plane will tell you something like that. You're typically not going to have that though when you're doing an approach over the water. And when you change your sight picture of what you're used to seeing, things like this happen. Now that's not always the case if you change anything or change the sight picture that it's going to be bad, but it definitely does open up the window for the possibility of things to go more wrong, because when you're used to having one thing or one sight picture that you're accustomed to seeing, your body is going to react. It's going to hear things like the countdown, which is the next thing I want to talk about. Listen to this countdown as it goes down from 50 to 10 feet. Now that radar altimeter is something that we use, especially when landing. We use it for a lot of different things, but during landing where I'm listening to that cadence to hear how fast it's counting down. Now it was counting down a little bit fast, not really fast, but a little bit fast. But as you'll notice, that cadence didn't change at all as it was going from 50 down to 10. What you want to hear is a cadence roughly about that speed, but you want to hear like a double pause from 20 to 10. And what that tells you is the rate of descent of your plane going towards the ground is slowing. Because obviously as you're coming in towards the ground, you're looking for that flare to happen, and that's going to slow the descent of ground contact. So you're looking for kind of a double pause between 20 and 10, and when you hear that double pause between 20 and 10, you know the landing should be a lot smoother than if you hear it count down that way. Now I've heard it in some scenarios where you miss numbers. That's when you know it's going to be a really hard landing. When you hear 50, 40, 30, 10, then you know it's going to be really hard. And I've been on planes, well, I was a deadheader on this particular flight, but I was in the back on a freighter, and I heard it skip 20, or maybe it was 30. I heard it skip, and I thought, uh-oh, this is going to be really hard. And it was really hard. What would have been really cool though is if we could have had the footage like this from the flight deck of this plane here that was skidding down the runway. Because I've had a landing as hard as it was showing those guys on the flight deck. I've done landings that hard, but I've obviously never had one so hard where the landing gear collapsed. So I was kind of curious to see what that would look like in real life. If you enjoyed this video, check out one of these two over here. I look for the only person that had swiped.
This plane is being told to park at a gate that's too small for his plane.
And American 297, can I get the nature of the threat level?
The biggest scam in YouTube history. The biggest scam in YouTube history.
The biggest YouTube creator attribution under the guise of a coupon check, even when it's unable to provide any additional.
This is the highest rated A5 Miyazaki Wagyu. The high level of marbling is insane, and we're going to do a little sushi experiment with it. For the first one, let's just do 8 seconds here on both sides. Second, we'll cook it to medium. I didn't even have to oil the pan. Third, we're gonna do a well done, get a nice crust on it. As a bonus, I'm doing a 13 seconds sear on one side only. Here's the rare, medium, and well done with a crust. I'm gonna put a little dab of wasabi, squeeze, rotate, squeeze. For some acidity, we're adding a few drops of ponzu and topping with some flaky sea salt. My mouth is watering, let's give it a taste. The high level of marbling in A5 Wagyu beef creates a unique melt-in-your-mouth sensation. It's creamy and delicious. I think there's no wrong options with Wagyu, 10 out of 10. This is the highest rated A5 Miyazaki Wagyu. The high level of
Hey guys, welcome to another video.
Hey everyone, it's Quincy here, and I know it's been a while since I've uploaded a full-length video, but trust me, it's been for good reason. Training from our commercial pilot certificate has been absolutely consuming, but as of December 7th, 2024, I can officially say I am a commercial pilot. To all those interested in aviation and for those wanting to become pilots, I want to share my journey from student pilot to commercial pilot, and I'm excited to share the ups and downs and everything in between that led me to this incredible milestone. But before that, if you could help me get to 500 subscribers by hitting the subscribe button and also commenting where you are in your aviation journey or leaving questions for me, I'd really appreciate it. So here's my journey. When I was a little kid, I remember this moment vividly. My mom and I, we were going somewhere. I don't exactly remember where we were going, but a plane flew overhead. It was loud, it was beautiful, and for some reason, extremely mesmerizing. I had this unexplainable feeling. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I knew it was cool. Even before that, I remember my cousin had a copy of Microsoft Flight Simulator back in the early 2000s. I spent hours tinkering with the buttons, trying to figure out how to start the plane, and then eventually I got it flying. Obviously, I had no idea what I was doing at that time, but I knew it was pure magic at that time. Growing up, though my main passion was music, I was heavily into playing drums, and I still am today. But aviation never left my mind. When I joined the military, I told my recruiter, I want to be a pilot. And of course, the recruiter gave me the standard pitch: enlist first, go to school, get the benefits, become an officer, and then become a pilot. He made it sound like it was super easy, like it was gonna be automatic that you were gonna become a pilot as long as you enlisted and then went to school and got your degree. Spoiler alert, it's not that easy. Anyway, I started my military career as a crew chief on MC-130Js in Japan. Maintaining these incredible aircraft ignited my drive to want to fly even more. Seeing the pilots come out and pre-flight the plane, start the engines, and taxi out to the runway always inspired my drive to become a pilot. Even though I couldn't really afford flight lessons at the time because most of my money when I lived in Japan, it went to food, I never lost the dream. As a flying crew chief, I often traveled on missions. And one day, we were on a mission, we were flying from Japan to another location, and we were over the water, and the pilots let me sit in the left seat and fly. There was an instructor pilot in the right seat, so it wasn't anything risky, but that moment, it really cemented that dream. It cemented my passion. It was like, that's when I felt like I needed to be a pilot. So after living in Japan, I was stationed in Arkansas, And this is when I decided it was time for me to start my pilot training. After a long, convincing conversation with my mother, she offered to pay for my private pilot's license so I didn't have to take out a loan and then incur any more debt than I already had at the time. I started my training in February 2019, and although I started then, it took me around 2 years to get my private pilot's license because life just kept lifing, or life just kept happening between military flying, work, and everything else. One of the biggest challenges during my training for my private pilot certificate was consistency. I wasn't studying enough, and ground knowledge like weather interpretation, it just wasn't clicking in my mind. And if you don't know anything about weather, if you don't thoroughly understand the hazards that come with weather, you could potentially put yourself in a situation while flying that can honestly turn fatal, and unfortunately it has for a lot of other pilots. But after I got the weather down and I was getting the ground knowledge down, and I proved to my instructor that I eventually knew what I was doing, I was finally able to solo, and before I knew it, I was closing in on my license. My instructor asked me if I'd stop after getting my private pilot's license. And at the time I said yes, because I was sure the military pilot route would work out. He just smiled at me. He said, okay, you're going to want to keep going. You're not going to want to stop. And I'll be honest, I got my private pilot license in January of 2021. And a week after getting my license, I was itching to fly again. And then I started planning on how to get my instrument training done and paid for. After a bit of research, I learned that I could use my GI Bill to fund my instrument training. And after finishing my private pilot training, I had around 2.5 months to get this instrument training done. And the reason why I had 2.5 months is because I had just been approved to cross-train into a new military career field as a flight engineer. So at that time, I put all of my eggs in the basket of flying when I wasn't at work, knocking out as many lessons as I could, as often as I could, just so I could be ready for my check ride before leaving Arkansas. Instrument training brought its own challenges. It's a completely different skill set, focusing on precision and trust in your instruments rather than trusting your senses and how your body feels with the airplane. A quick story about my first time flying into actual instrument meteorological conditions and doing a hold and instrument approach. I remember my first time flying in instrument conditions. I inadvertently put myself in an unusual attitude that I had to quickly get myself out of, with my instructor obviously. But flying with your instruments and flying in the weather, it's super important that you take it serious and that you don't let the outside distractions of not being able to see the horizon and what your body is telling you. It's super important to trust your instruments. So if you're a private pilot and you haven't really gone through your instrument training yet, I would implore you to really take a second and really think about what it is that you're doing, because just flying in general is inherently dangerous, but flying in the weather can be that more dangerous. And you don't want to end up on a channel like Pilot Debrief where you make a mistake and you fly into weather, or you just don't make the appropriate decisions and you get yourself in an accident where you potentially may not walk out of. But I'll get off my soapbox for now. I'll just continue with my journey through my commercial rating. During my whole time as a flight engineer, I didn't really touch the controls of a general aviation airplane for about 2 years. I enjoyed every second that I had as a flight engineer, and I was able to travel to some amazing places. But because I haven't really touched the controls of a general aviation airplane for about 2 years, of course, I lost my currency to even legally fly an airplane. And if I had tried to do an instrument approach, I would have probably ended up on the Pilot Debrief channel for others to learn from my fatal mistakes. So after several years of being a flight engineer, I pursued a commission to become an officer. Now when I got selected, I didn't get my top choice, but commissioning and then going into the career field I'm in has afforded me the opportunity to learn a different scope of aviation that I can use when I do eventually get the opportunity to fly a manned aircraft in the military. To increase my aviation experience and knowledge, it only made sense
Budapest traffic, Swiss 1 quadrata, landing runway 13 right, Budapest traffic.
It's probably one of the most expensive certificates to get. Unfortunately, most pilots end up in hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt due to flight training, but I can say that I was blessed to have the benefits I have, to have my flight training essentially covered. Now, My commercial training was intense because I had to balance work, family, and flying, and that meant that I had to be extremely disciplined. But every challenge made the success that much more sweeter. I will admit that I went through a 141 program, and these programs are good because they're structured. But in my syllabus, once all my cross-country flights were done, it was just maneuvers that I needed to do. And I actually started to lose my desire to fly because all of my flights were local flights, just doing maneuvers. I would say the highlight of my commercial training was being approved to fly cross country with an instructor to EAA Air Venture in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and then back. That was a true cross country where the sights were unbelievable. And this is where I can say I truly fell in love with general aviation. We dodged thunderstorms, I got about 10 hours of actual IMC, and then being able to fly one of the most amazing arrivals that you could fly, flying into Oshkosh, it was absolutely amazing. But moving along, like I said at the beginning of this video, December 7th, 2024, I officially became a commercial pilot. Now that I'm done with that rating, reflecting and looking back, I truly believe the main...
Wait, so he didn't get a multi-engine license? Huh?
Main points of emphasis.
How about APPL? Exactly. But he didn't get. Oh, so you got a CBL and then just applied for.
Emphasis that needed to be learned and consumed were the
All right, what is up, everybody? Welcome back to another YouTube video, and this video is a little different. We're not going flying. If you're new to the channel, I'm Joey Muccio. I fly an Airbus out of the Tampa airport. Do the breakdown. So this is my first logbook ever, and then as I got more hours, I got this big boy, and then now I actually have a digital logbook. But all of my check rides are in these paper logbooks right here. So first check ride ever was my private pilot license check ride. So this basically allows you to take up friends and family. You can't get
established ILS
paid to fly yet, but you can go fly by yourself.
Budapest traffic, Swiss 1 Echo Delta, runway 13 right is free.
So here I did my private pilot check ride at about 60 hours, and this was 2018. Wow. 11/26/2018. You know, technically you only need 40 hours, part 61. So I did a little bit more than that. I wasn't quite ready right at 40 hours, and that's very, very common. And this check ride costed me around total, like all of my cost going into my private pilot check ride, it was like around $8,000 to $10,000.
Oh, that's relatively
That's
cheap.
pretty standard on what
32.
what you'll get nowadays. Then the next check ride after your private pilot license is going to be your instrument rating. So this basically allows you to fly into the clouds. So private pilot, you take a written test. So you'll study for that, you take the written test, you pass that, and then you also have a practical exam, which is like a 2-hour oral exam. You sit down with a pilot examiner, they ask you a bunch of questions, you answer them. If you complete that, good. You move on to the flight portion, and then you go fly for like an hour, hour and a half. Same thing with the instrument check ride. There's a written test, and then you go and do the exact same thing. 2-hour oral exam, and you go fly, and you go do different things, obviously, than the private pilot exam. The instrument check ride is more about learning how to fly into the clouds, shooting approaches, and everything like that. You mostly will fly under something called foggles, which will simulate being in a cloud while you fly that entire check ride, shooting approaches and all sorts of stuff. Holds and flying radials off VORs, all sorts of stuff. So about 3 months later, 4/18/2019, I guess it was like 4 months later, 4 or 5 months later, I took my instrument check ride. Same thing there, right at here I had about 170 hours. So this costed me around another $10,000. A lot of people are gonna ask the difference between part 61 and 141. 61 is pay as you go at your own pace. That's what I did. 61 is pay as you go at your own pace. That's what I did. I didn't really follow a strict schedule. 141, you will be on a strict time schedule pretty much. Obviously things change, but it's different in terms of hour requirements. There's 2 different ways of going about it, but I personally went part 61. I just want to go at my own pace, and that's just what the school offered at that time.
141.
Now they have a 141 program. So you'll probably save a little bit of money, maybe going 141 rather than 61, and possibly a little bit of time too, because there's less hours required to get your licenses through 141. Then I got my instrument check ride. The next check ride, my commercial single engine. So now, you know, obviously private pilot, you can fly with friends and family. IFR, you can go fly in the clouds. Then commercial, this is a big one because now you can go get paid to fly. So I took this check ride 7/18/2019, so about 3 months after the instrument check ride, and passed it first try. This one is obviously different than the past 2 check rides, different maneuvers. They just want to make sure basically that you have more mastery of the airplane, because now you're going to go get paid to fly. You're going to fly around people or cargo or whatever kind of job you're going to pick up. Probably most often what I did, you're probably going to go do become a CFI, become a flight instructor. So that's what I did after this, but that is another check ride. Same thing with commercial. You're going to take a written, and then you're going to take the check ride, a couple hours oral exam, and go fly and hit all those maneuvers that you have to nail basically for that check ride. Pretty much finished that, and then I immediately got into my CFI training. Becoming a flight instructor is probably the hardest rating that you're ever going to get, because there's so much knowledge involved. Like, you have to really know your stuff, considering you're about to teach everybody, you know, getting everybody their private license, you know, eventually to get your double I, their instrument rating, then their commercial license, and everything like that. So I did my CFI 3/29/2020, so I took a little bit of time off, and then I knocked that out. It was definitely the hardest check ride, but very rewarding. And the second I got this, I was lucky enough to start working at Melbourne Flight Training. So thank you, Derek. He hired me, and I was able to start racking up my hours. I became a much better pilot in this process, and I was able to obviously gain my hours towards going to the airlines, with which going part 61, I needed 1,500 hours. So, you know, at this point, when I got my commercial, I'm at 340 hours. So, you know, a lot of, 1,200 hours, left to build. So I did pretty much all of that as a flight instructor. So after my CFI, I did my commercial multi-engine add-on. So now basically that would allow me to get paid to go fly multi-engine airplanes. And it's just, obviously you need that rating because most jobs are going to be in multi-engine planes, and the airlines require you to have that and time in multi-engine planes. So really fun rating, just learning about multi-engine aerodynamics and just learning how to fly a newer, bigger, faster plane is always very exciting. So I did that for 4/2020, very soon after my CFI. So I just kind of knocked that out as fast as I could. Then once I finished that, moving on into the new book, I did my CFII. So basically became a instrument instructor. I was able to teach people, instrument flying rather than just private and commercial, which keeps it interesting. I would suggest doing this as well. It just makes life as a flight instructor, if you're going to do all of your time building as a flight instructor, it makes it a little bit easier because you're not teaching. between the same maneuvers and the same things over and over again. You're getting a little bit of variety in your students. So I did this on 7/27/2020. So a few months later, did my double I, and then last but not least, or actually not last, second to last, did my MEI. So I was able to teach in the multi-engine airplane, getting people their commercial, you know, multi-add-on or their MEI. So I did this a little bit later on, 2021, 3/19, 2021. Took a few months, was obviously flight instructing, making some money, and then I did my MEI. And then once I got all my hours, the last thing you're really gonna get is your ATP, your Airline Transport Pilot Certificate. This I obviously need 1,500 hours, and I basically went and did it with the first airline that hired me. So that's usually what's gonna happen, is a regional, possibly a low-cost carrier. They're going to hire you and then put you through training and get you your ATP. So long story short, there's a lot of tests, there's a lot of studying, there's a lot of flying, a lot of time building, but it does go pretty fast. That whole process, you know, starting in November of 2018 and then finishing February of 2022. So it's really not that long of a process. And like I said, I went at my own pace. I went a lot slower than a lot of other people have gone. But yeah, that is the typical progression of things. You get your private, then you do your instrument, then commercial, you do your commercial multi-engine add-on, become a CFI, a double I, an MEI, and then you get enough time and you go to the airlines. Obviously, you don't need to do any of the flight instructing things. You could just get your commercial, and then, man, you can find other jobs. You can do banner towing, you can fly skydivers. If you know somebody who owns, you know, a plane that wants you to fly it, then boom. And if it's a jet, then get you type rated and you can start flying, you know, corporate. That's a really good gig too. That's, you know, probably better experience, honestly. Looking back, that'll get you more ready for the airlines if that is your goal, because that's the kind of flying you're going to do. As a flight instructor, you become really good at flying the Cessna 172 or whatever you're flying, and you learn a lot about aerodynamics, and you learn how to teach people and how to adapt to different learning styles. And I really wouldn't change it, but if you go fly a jet, that's what you're going to do in the airline, so that experience actually carries over a lot better. But that's it, really. In terms of cost, it cost me around $65,000. I'd say you're probably going to spend nowadays anywhere from like $80,000 to $120,000. But with that said, a lot of these airlines, first year now is $100,000, and some of them are doing signing bonuses. I'm not sure actually now. A lot of those have halted since the shortage isn't, you know, in effect anymore. Really, a lot of airlines have slowed hiring, so maybe the signing bonuses will come back in a year or two. But it doesn't take that long. It's not that hard. It is going to require a lot of time and studying, but it's fun. You're learning about flying an airplane. You're going up and flying an airplane. It really was a good experience. When it comes to making money early on as a flight instructor, you really don't make a lot of money. I was probably making $30,000 to $40,000 a year for the year and a half that I was a flight instructor. But then once you get over that, you get to the airlines, you're making $100,000 a year. You can pay off those loans pretty quick if you did get a loan, or if you had enough money and saved up, then even better, and you're off to the races once you get to the airline. So yeah, I never really talked about it. Never talked about like the full breakdown of how I got to the airlines, but that was it. I pretty much started right after college. I didn't know what I wanted to do, applied to a few different places, wasn't really excited, and then I was like, you know what, let me try this whole airline pilot thing. I went and did a discovery flight, which I can offer you guys as I've talked about, and I fell in love right there, started training, and never stopped. Pretty much did each test, each rating, one after the other, until I made it to the airlines. And then now I've been in the airlines almost 3 years. The life in the airlines is pretty good. My quality life is great. If you follow this channel, you can see that I sit reserve most of the time. I don't fly all that much. I love my life. I live here in Tampa. I fly to Airbus. A little different than the other videos, but I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you have any other questions, definitely put them below. Before you do that though, I'm sure people are gonna ask about ATP, Embry-Riddle. I don't know. I didn't obviously go to those schools. I've heard, from friends that did go there, that was a pretty good experience, but my experience was at Melbourne Flight Training, and that's the only thing I can really talk about. And I work with them now, and I can get you guys a free discovery flight, so that's the only one that I can really recommend, since I did everything start to finish there. So like I said, link in the bio, hit them up, tell them I sent you, and you get a free intro flight to their career airline pilot program. Other than that, thank you so much for watching. Nice quick video. Just wanted to break that down real quick. And I will see you guys on the next one.
This guy's gonna go online. Munich. München Radar. München Radar, hallo. München Radar, hello. Air France 181. Flight level 360 there. I thought my Microsoft Flight Simulator wasn't working anymore. But we good. We will be entering the airspace quite shortly. Bit on my finger. Ow. That's it. Air France 181. Descend flight level. Air France 181, daytime flight level 278. Crystal. Who is this? Icing. Oh. Ooh, I can erase my cockpit voice recorder in case something goes wrong. It's ISIN, not ETC. So I'm out here. Flying is. I keep on losing track of right here. Wow, we can expect 0 ATC. I go to a quick bathroom.
there's probably not
What
going
are
to be
you
a lot more
recording? Oh my
layover
God, I'm
vlogs.
so
There will still be
silly.
normal work
I'll be
vlogs
back.
that happen, but those are different because my day-to-day life while I'm out working, it's easy. A lot of the stuff that happens at night I can't really film because there's no lighting, and it would just be like a dimly lit, super pasty guy walking around on the plane. It wouldn't really make sense. So a lot of times I have to wait to have a flight that I'm on where the light's really going to be favorable, that I know I can get all the good shots. So you're not going to see many layover vlogs. You will still see some normal work vlogs and things like that. And then I'm just going to slow it down to probably every other week until I can kind of get some things settled in my life. I'm probably going to just go rent a place down in South Texas where I used to live back in the day, and at least as I have a home base, because for this last almost entire year I was either flying or visiting friends, which is cool, or just staying at a hotel, which is, you know, for me pretty normal, but for a lot of people it would be really strange. But for me, I just kind of got used to it, because when COVID started and I couldn't go home, I was just on the road all the time and living in hotels. And obviously with my job, I'm really comfortable in hotels. And even though I was paying for it, I still love free breakfast. It feels free when I don't have to pay extra for it, even though I'm paying for it.
Because I don't see how you could possibly do that.
Well, I Googled it, actually.
Nothing like being in a plane, trying to land, and then listening to your air traffic controller tell you that they got their answer from Googling it. Imagine the face of passengers if I made some announcement saying, hey, we got this problem trying to work out here, but don't worry, I've Googled it, and I've got it all worked out. I can only imagine what they'd be thinking. Here's the full audio.
Cherokee 65 Charlie, there's traffic on the parallel. The traffic you're following is inside of Highway 380 at Cherokee on final for 18 left.
All right, we're looking for that traffic to follow for 65 Charlie. And if we could plan on the next one, if possible, we could get a short approach in, we'd appreciate it.
Cherokee 65 Charlie, heavy request. Your traffic's out of half mile final now.
You've got him inside, 65 Charlie.
Cherokee 65 Charlie, give him room. He's a full stop, 18 left, third option.
18 left, third option, we'll give him room, 65 Charlie.
Just so you understand what's going on, because these are kind of words that you wouldn't really normally understand unless you were a pilot, this controller is basically saying this. We're talking about 65 Charlie, which is this plane right here. And all this is happening at Denton in the great state of Texas. But the plane to focus on is 65 Charlie. The controller says that there's another plane on the parallel. 65 Charlie is landing on 18 left, so that puts them on the 18 right side. They're basically saying that there's another plane landing on 18 right, so that gives them what to look out for them. And then she mentioned that there was a plane lined up ahead of them on 18 left. Essentially what she's doing is telling them, hey, there's two planes you need to be paying attention to. One that's landing on a different runway, so don't freak out when you turn and see them, and another plane which you're following. And she mentioned cleared for the option. The option basically means
touch
you
and go
can land, or you can do a touch and go. There's just two options. Normally, when you're flying a commercial plane in a commercial airport, if you've heard those audios before, you normally just hear cleared to land. There's no option. You're landing. If you mess up and do a go around, that's fine, but this is like, it's more expected. You aren't going to be landing your 747. You're like, you know what, let's do one more time. Hit the button, go back up again. That's not what they're planning. And they're going to ask you why you did a go around. If your answer was like, I just thought I'd get one more in before I went on my days off, they're not going to like that. In smaller airports, you will hear pilots make requests like this one.
If possible, we could get a short approach in, we'd appreciate it.
I'm not going to explain what this short approach is quite yet, but it's different from a normal approach. It's kind of like this fad, like short king. You're just short. Not everybody's a king and a queen. I'm just a normal guy. I happen to be 6 foot. I'm not a skinny king. I'm just a normal guy. There's this amount of these titles, kings and queens, that not everybody can be a king and a queen. You can just be a normal dude like me, Kelsey, with a girl's name. So stop it with that. You sound ridiculous. Here's what happens next.
All right, short approach approved. Clear to go, 18 left. Thanks, 65 Charlie.
That's a 2 Bravo Tango, or November 65 Charlie. You should return to your base before you hit the approach end of the runway. You're outside the airport traffic area.
We're on about a quarter-mile final, ma'am. Sorry, base.
Yeah, no, you should be inside the airport. You should have turned your base up even the numbers.
We can't do that and land on the 1,000-footers.
Well, that's what a short approach is.
I think you know the direction of where this video is going, but These pilots in 6-5 Charlie are here. They're on a base leg, meaning they're facing 90 degrees from the final approach course of the runway. And they're about 1/4 of a mile away from the runway, which in perspective is very close. To give you an idea, on my plane, I'm maybe like 6 or 10 miles when I get lined up on the runway. A 1/4 mile probably would never work on my plane. I guess like in a fire situation, I could give it a go, but it'd be very close to the runway, even on a smaller plane like this. So they're keeping it in very tight. I would call that a short approach. The controller believes that the pilot should be here and lined up with the numbers, which are the numbers that you see at the start of all the runway. Listen to what she says right here.
Yeah, no, you should be inside the airport. You should have turned your base up even the numbers.
The problem is that these pilots are doing a maneuver which is to simulate an engine failure. And it basically demonstrates to the examiner, or to the instructor, or whoever, that you as a pilot have good energy management. You know when to nose the plane over to get down and how to handle your energy to safely get in and land where you need to land. So these pilots keeping it a 1/4 mile means they're very close to the runway, and in a worst case scenario could just dive over to get onto the runway. But this controller is thinking that they should be over the runway. The problem is when you do this maneuver, it is to verify that you have good energy management, which means you have to pick a place on the runway in which you need to land. Because if you have bad energy management, you could end up floating really far down the runway, or missing and landing short of the runway, which is another problem. So you have to pick a place, and what most pilots do in this situation is they pick these. These here are the 1,000-foot markers that are on just about every runway, and that's why he says this.
We can't do that and land on the 1,000-footers.
That's a target area of all planes. When I'm flying my plane, I try to land on the 1,000-foot markers. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but that's a target area. And so when you're doing your examinations, that's basically what you're trying to do. You're trying to hit those markers, those 1,000-foot markers, and that gives you a little bit of protection behind you so you don't land short of the runway, but it also doesn't give you the total length of the runway where you go, I'll just land whatever I want, because I'm sure back in the day the runways didn't have these markings, and there was somebody who was like, well, I'll just land here at the end of the runway, and they didn't have enough distance to stop, and then there was a problem. So now we have the 1,000-foot markers, that's where you're supposed to land, and that's how it works. Obviously they have different definitions, so listen to what she says.
I'm sorry, I guess we need to come up with something different, because in order to complete a commercial check ride, we've got to do what's called a power off 180.
Well then,
pull the power of beam where you want to touch down and have to land on that point and no more than 200 beyond it.
that's fine, but don't ask for a short approach if you're going to do a power off 180. That's my point.
Well, okay, I will remember that from now on, no problem.
Yeah, when you ask for a short approach, I expect you to turn your base to beam the numbers.
All right, this will be a full stop for 6-5 Charlie, and maybe we need to talk about that some more, because you're the first controller in 15 years that's ever said that.
Now what should happen at this point is the controller should say, yeah, cool, no worries. Just go ahead and once you land, let me know when you're done doing your flight for the day, your flight training or whatever's going on, and I'll give you a number so we can talk about it. It's not a big deal. The reason I say not a big deal, things like that, is because if you tell the pilots like, hey, you're in trouble, then they're going to be really anxious and they can make a mistake, which is not necessary because it's not like a violation thing. So that should be what happens here. I'm hoping that what happens is that they don't escalate it and they start fighting like you've seen in some of the videos with air traffic control, and the pilots start going like, oh, I have a bigger plane, no, I have a bigger plane. There's a different word I want to use, but you get what I'm saying.
Well, I'm just, you know, if you ask for a short approach is when you turn your base and beam the numbers. If I know you're a student asking for a short approach, I know you're out there practicing and you probably will extend. But if you're doing something other than a short approach, don't ask for a short approach.
Well, I will definitely look up the definition of short approach, because I've never seen where it says you turn base and beam the numbers, because I don't see how you could possibly do that.
Well, I Googled it, actually. I Googled short approach, and it said to turn your base abeam or before the numbers, and you will land probably touchdown around midfield.
First things first, there is no one maneuver for a student pilot and another maneuver for somebody else. There's just one maneuver. It's a, hey, we're all speaking the same language. Like she said, there's traffic on the parallel. That doesn't mean if you're a student pilot, you can just like blow in and fly really close to them. Oh, it's fine, you're a student pilot. But if you're a commercial pilot, you can't go over there. That's not how it works. You have to have everybody on the same page. So we have this common language that we use in aviation, terms and terminology, and that's why they have this ICAO standardization, and I harp on that, especially with like with my airline, with pilots that I'm flying with, because the PARP on that, especially with my airline, with pilots that I'm flying with, because the places that we flying, English isn't their first language. So if you're using slang that you'll hear in the US, and regional pilots do it, and I was guilty of this too, sometimes you use this slang and you get into this habit of it, and then you go to an airline that's doing international flying, and now you're going over to other places in the country and you're saying like in the box and 4 to run and 2 for 4, and you're saying these types of things, and the controller in China is like, what is this guy even saying? It doesn't make any sense. So the standardization is really important. So she's saying like, oh, if you're a student, it would be this. That doesn't make any sense. Here's the other thing. You can Google whatever you want, but you have to realize the source of where the information is coming from. So I use Google even with aviation stuff. I will Google it and it will give you a bunch of different sources of information. You got to pick the right one. You can't just get on there and then use Reddit and go like, oh, some guy on Reddit told me this is how it works. That doesn't work. It's the same thing. I had someone recently text me and ask me something about my height. They said, are you 5'10"? I thought you were 6 foot. And I'm like, you've seen me a bunch of times. Why are you asking how tall I am? Yeah, I'm 6 feet. Why? Well, they had somehow scrolled and found this thing about me on Google, which I'd never seen before. I wasn't born in Dallas. I wasn't raised there. I do live in Texas, though. And then there was even more stuff that was really strange as I scrolled down, like this. I never got paid to do an ad for chocolate milk. I'm just a 7-year-old stuck in this grown man's body, flying airplanes, and I love chocolate milk like a 7-year-old. That's all that is. And then on this stuff, I'm 6 feet tall. I'm more like probably 77 kilos. And I have no idea what my measurements are because I have yet to be invited to the Victoria's Secret fashion show. I don't know why, but I'm sure the invite got lost in the mail. But this was the weirdest thing that I saw when I looked at this thing when I Googled myself, that I have a dress size. Now what I do on my own time is really none of anybody's business. And I don't know what my dress size is. I'm not sure if 8's like a good one or a bad one. I think it means like not a good one, but then I didn't really know, and I don't.
Lufthansa 3 Whiskey, 3 Foxtrot Whiskey, please stop climbing.
Which I don't even know where they would get this information, but it doesn't really matter. My point is you go to get your information, you got to look at your source. And so when I went to Google and find information about this short approach, what I did is I pulled up something on the FAA website. And the reason I would do that is because when an FAA inspector or somebody comes in and they want to argue with me about
stop on the flight level 120 and Lufthansa 3.
Fuck
service.
Yes, okay.
This is my reference point on why I think they need to turn in over the numbers. This is on the FAA website, and so great. That would be my strategy. Here's what it actually says on the FAA website. It basically just says, listed as make a short final approach. The final approach segment is that straight in shot as you're coming in to land. It just says short. Now that's all relative. Like if I made a short final approach on a 747, it would be different than if I made one in a small plane. I actually have a video of me doing a short approach in a small plane back right before I flew in that video with Stella, where I took her up flying. We were flying and I had to get checked out on that plane because I'd never flown it before, and I recorded the whole thing. I just never released it to everybody. And in there I kept saying, which you're not going to see the whole video because it was like an 1.5-hour flight that we did, but I kept saying like, man, I wish we could do a short approach, because I think I did like 3 or 4 landings. I said, I wish I could do a short approach because doing these long approaches is what I wanted to do in flight school, because I wanted to get stable and coordinated and lined up for the runway. But now I'm just out flying for fun, so I don't have to follow the profile. So when you're going through flight school, everything feels like the plane is moving really fast. This plane is probably landing at like 70, not 75.
I wanted to prevent a collision.
Collision?
Say that again, Astrid.
I wanted to prevent a collision.
Yeah, no problem. I had seen you. I was just slowing down my climb at the time.
By the way, what's a collision? Is it captain here?
Can't see. Captain. First officer. First officer. The captain.
I got sent this TikTok about this guy talking about make the general public feel safe about getting on a plane. Can lack all common sense, especially this guy. This guy is worth hundreds of millions of dollars and apparently is self-made from what I understand. So I went on their YouTube, downloaded the full podcast, and I was hoping, okay, maybe somebody cut this thing up in the TikTok to make it look like these two guys lack all common sense in. But I was wrong. Apparently they do. Here's the full video.
And they're also outdated. Like, there is no reason why, like, your seat back, up, down.
Traffic runs 5 Tango November, vacated runway 25 right, Frankfurt.
Dude.
I've heard it's an insurance thing, because if you, this is a conspiracy ever. I have no idea if there's any truth to this whatsoever, but it makes sense to me. The reason they teach you to like put your head down in a crash and stuff like that is to make, because if you crash headfirst in an airplane, not only are you for sure gonna die, but just to make sure, like if you're in that position, your spine would shoot through your fucking head. Like it would kill you instantly, right? So the theory is that they have you get in that position to make sure you die. Because the lawsuit, if you survive a commercial plane crash, is like ridiculous.
That's a wild.
It makes sense to me. I get everything's run by money, dude.
Okay, first let's talk about this guy. This guy's name is David. He owns Barstool Sports. The guy has made all kinds of crazy deals. He has a bunch of different media companies. The guy's worth tons of money. So it surprises me when people who are really wealthy and are able to put together big business deals lack common sense. The reason your seat needs to be upright for takeoff and landing is because, let's say you're sitting in the aisle here and you recline your seat back. And then as the plane is getting ready for takeoff, there's a problem, there's an explosion, and now there's a fire. And now everybody has to get off the plane. The problem isn't for the guy who reclined his seat. The problem is for the guy in the row behind you. You've now reduced his speed that he can get off of the plane because your seat's in the way. And I know some of you are going to say, oh, those seats barely recline, it wouldn't make a difference. And I know they barely go back. It depends on what kind of plane you're on. However, regardless of the situation, we have people who are, let's call them fluffy. And fluffy people are going to have a tight squeeze no matter what it is. And if there's a seat that's reclined back and they can't get off, that's going to be a problem. Now, as for this guy, Matt, he's obviously getting his information from the same site where this lady got her information from.
When you're in this position, your back is gonna break, including your spine, and you're gonna die immediately.
And I already made a video about that, which got almost 10 million views. But
Wow.
Matt obviously wasn't one of them. So Matt, at your level of fame, I'm sure you have a lawyer somewhere on your team. So ask them, in the event that you're on a plane and that plane crashed, if your family would be able to sue that airline. Because that literally happens all the time. Otherwise, that means airlines, when they messed up, would just make sure they messed up enough to kill you. And if they didn't kill you, that means if they skidded off the runway and there was a bunch of people injured, they would give pilots guns so we could just go back there and shoot all the people that were like kind of maimed but not really dead, because we don't want any lawsuits. That's essentially what you're saying. Or maybe when Sully made the announcement to the cabin crew to prepare for a crash landing.
This is the captain. Brace for impact.
He wasn't trying to save anybody's lives, he was more just curious like how many spines are going to be in the aisle as soon as we land. If you listen into the audio in that movie, in the background you can hear the flight attendants screaming, "Heads down. Heads down. Heads down." I don't know if that's the command they used in real life, but that's what they're saying in the background of that movie. And the reason they're saying to keep your head down is because in a crash, there's going to be projectiles flying all over the plane. And if one of those projectiles were to fly and hit you in the head, that would definitely kill you. So by bracing against the seat in front of you, it stops from your face getting slammed into that seat. And since planes don't have airbags, that removes another way that you can be injured. And if you're watching this thing and, oh, Kelsey, this isn't fair, this guy Matt, he doesn't know about this, and you go through pilot training so they teach you all these things, no. Pilots don't learn any of this stuff. It's just common sense. My job as a pilot, in the event that there's an emergency that we have to crash land somewhere, it's just to safely get the plane down in the safest possible place. That is not
2500. 1,000.
Glide slope, glide slope, glide slope, glide slope, glide slope. Glide slope, glide slope, glide slope, glide slope, glide slope.
20, 10,